I've been involved in rowing all my life, been with the Open Rowing Club. I held all the positions in the Open Rowing Club and CRA. As far as the coaching goes, I finished rowing and I was 22, and Ted Lindstrom and Fred Strawn spent an hour and a half on the riverbank one day trying to talk me into coaching, and I said no. And in the evening, Ted Lindstrom arrived round home, and 4 hours later, between my parents and Ted, I ended up coaching. So
rowing for me is very foreign, know nothing about it. We started with the help of Pat and Colin last year, and then we thought it would be a really cool idea to involve other schools from Selwyn so that we could grow rowing in the Selwyn district.
A lot of these children that are here, these rowers that are here, they're not sporty kids. They've come along, they've had a go, they've loved it, they've got into it, they've met different people. They come from all different diverse backgrounds. It's great having the homeschoolers here as well.
lay hold, lift, over your heads. Well done.
Right, what way you want to go? You go that way, I'll go this way.
Kids in the country didn't get the opportunity to row. It's too far to go, too expensive. So we're doing it on the cheap. Avon gave us all these old boats. Fella gave me a quad, and Burnside High gave me another quad, and we've got second-hand oars.
As an extra, I always talk about rowing with my daughter, so she's always been interested. And as soon as we heard that Selwyn rowing was starting up, she was like, I'm in. And she's loved it. She's absolutely loved it every step of the way, even falling out of the boat twice.
How good is it?
It's amazing.
And roll to water, now.
No, I just love coaching the youngsters and watching them grow and helping them to achieve something in life, and it actually changes people's lives. It sets them on a different path. Idea, keep that pressure on, that's good. The unique to this area is we've got water to row on. You go down to Avon in the afternoons when the schools are there, you've probably got 40, 50 boats out on the water, and you really can't do your coaching right. And the beauty is here you can get out in the coaching boat and you can coach. And I took you up against the boat so you could do some photography. You can do that, you can get right beside and talk to the people, and that's the beauty of coaching from the coaching boat. Leah. Isla, let's see those legs going down. Once you start pushing, you keep pushing. I think we're going to have a regatta at Ashburton, so we've got to get ready for that, don't we?
Maadi Cup would be the pinnacle. That would be the opportunity to actually get out there and make the Selwyn schools a place to be, to stay at. We have a lot of children that leave to go to town schools, but because we can offer such an elite sporting opportunity, we're hoping that this will help students stay in the area rather than go to town schools. We're very, very lucky to have parents that want their kids to try something different and to come in and give them the opportunities. We have an amazing committee put together of about 15 parents from across the high schools as well. It's really exciting to be part of a really good community, and we are building a community of rowers. And to have these facilities out here at the Selwyn Huts to use is just amazing, and we can't do this without the likes of Pat and Colin's support, as well as Adam, who's taking it on the coaching role as well.
Oh, we love Pat.
Pat is
He's
so
like
good.
the best.
You think of rowing and you think of the big schools, all the private schools and their big funding, and so it's quite an expensive sport, but it's great to have it out at a place like this.
He's like the best, perfect. Because he pushes us, but he's not mean about it.
I reckon lots of schools could do it.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, I love it. It's fun.
Locked, finished.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talked to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication in coaching? How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will in a huge way affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it, and ultimately their success as well. So I try deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby. We don't want to do that, so I call it the entering of the water, or the protection, or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maadi Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that, and it was generally the younger ones who just said, to hell with it, look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, give them all the encouragement that they need. But the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you'll be really to support
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents are reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, it was like with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support and they're amazing. Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, more communication, but I think it's as much about understanding each other. You know, we need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. You know, what is important, what are they trying to achieve, and how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport.
The kids enjoy it, that's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just told to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance and we're stoked with all the boys out here today, and yeah, big thanks to Alan. Cheer.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, it's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. You know, if they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that, you know, sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up. And we're always there for them to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and they've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them, just think about what's coming next.
Rowing is a family. You're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or, you know, finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, you know, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
For under 18s, the Maadi Regatta is extra special. It's the last time they'll represent their high school and be part of a school crew. We asked them about what it means. Find out more at rowinghub.co.nz.
For us, going to Maadi is like a senior privilege, so I don't know, it just feels weird that that's kind of like my last one, especially with these girls, yeah.
Eve, your last Maadi Cup. What do you think about that?
It's kind of weird, it's end of an era, but it's so exciting to finish it off, hopefully finishing on a high as well.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to be honest. Just a lot of great memories there over the past couple of years.
I love Maadi because it's an opportunity to see other places, row other places, and meet new people.
I like Maadi Cup because it's somewhere you can show your skill in front of the country, and I love the teamwork and camaraderie amongst the teammates.
What do you think you've learned over the last few years?
I guess how to work as a team, enjoying even like the little moments.
Just to like get out there and give it a go, like even if you're a bit unsure of how the race is going to go, you just give it your everything.
You learn a lot about never giving up and just going for it no matter where you are.
Rowing with your mates, it's a pretty tough and lovely sport.
Maadi Cup's like such a special event. It's so cool to be a part of, and I think there's like so many highlights you can always take away, no matter the result. Like it's all about like making fast boats and just like having a good time.
Is it going to be a bit emotional?
Yeah, probably.
Last Maadi Cup, how badly are you going to miss this team?
Really, really badly.
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Taupo Nui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the Emerging Scholarship with rowing, and the amount has doubled from 5,000 to 10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Wazell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there would like to just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
And what do you think of rowing?
I love rowing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's brought us all together as one big friend group.
You get up really early in the morning.
That is true.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Croker Oars, which are of course our sponsor. So that might be a lucky omen. That might be a good thing. Use the sponsor's oars for your event. It might help you go faster. Who knows? But good on Burnside here to be rowing, sculling beautifully down lane 5. Still a good battle happening for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. It does look like Avonside is just pushing up there, but also so is Rotorua. So there's definitely Rotorua down there in 2, along with Avonside in 4, Roncalli and Otea, but Otea looked to be just pushing ahead of Roncalli there. So Otea College sculler Pippa Percy just moving, nudging her bow a little bit over Roncalli. But here we are, we've moved through the 1K now. We're well and truly into that 3rd 500, and Melissa Irvine from Burnside, she had that beautiful fast start, and she's had that momentum for it, and she's just kept running. She's obviously got a good high boat speed that she gets up to, so she is just running away from the rest of them. But here it is for 2nd. It does look like Avonside Girls High School. Brooke Sykes has managed to get just about a half a canvas lead over Rotorua Lakes High School, Jasmine Sieber, and at the moment sitting in 4th is Pippa Percy from Otea College. The real race will happen in this last 500. Will Pippa Percy from Otea be able to push up into one of those top 3 spots? We will see as we move through the 1250 metre marker. So we've got 750 metres left to travel in repechage 1 of the girls under 16 single sculls. This event sponsored by Croker Oars. And of course, they do have that new Mark IV sleeve and quick release button, which can help on rough days. You can easily change your inboards. But we don't need that today because it is beautifully flat here at Karapiro for day 3 of the Maadi Regatta. But it is still Burnside High School out in the lead. Melissa Irvine, she had that beautiful fast start and she has just held on to that, making it nice and easy for herself. Put in a bit of effort early on and then it's a bit easier. But let's go check out 2nd and 3rd. It is still lane 4, Avonside Girls. Avonside Girls just have that about half a canvas lead over Rotorua Lakes, but you keep seeing Rotorua Lakes sculler of Jasmine just looking across to her left, as well as Avonside looking across to her right. They're just keeping an eye on each other. Every stroke there, they're seeing, if I give a little bit more, will she go? Okay, she went, then I've got to go again. So that's what they're doing there. They're just playing a little game of cat and mouse. But we now are in the last and final 500 metres here, still with Burnside out in front. And Avonside does look like she is managing to squeeze out. It's gone from half a canvas to half a length now. So she is managing to just squeeze out. Her move there through the 500 did work. Rotorua Lake sculler, is she going to go with her? And are we going to see a late challenge from Otea College? We will find out. But it is still Burnside travelling well, and Avonside really pushing herself into the 2nd place. Rotorua Lakes at the moment holding on to that all-important 3rd and final qualification spot into the semi-final. 4th and everyone else will be eliminated. So really this is what the reps are about. They are quite cutthroat, the reps. It's the 2nd chance and you do not get a 3rd chance. But here we are with Burnside High School, Melissa Irvine, coached by Christina and Rob. She is just sculling beautifully inside the final 250 metres here, just lengthening out her stroke. She doesn't need to do anything fancy. All she needs to do is come through the finish line beautifully. But we have seen Rotorua Lakes there in lane 2 just whip up her rate. She didn't want to settle for 3rd. She is making a play for 2nd, and that has made Avonside Girls, who was in 2nd, punch back. And there she is. She's now moving Avonside. Avonside is pushing up every stroke now. Now she's got herself back into the lead. So what a move that was from Rotorua Lakes, but Avonside really responded very well and is coming back to claim that 2nd spot. But it does look like these, oh goodness me, Rotorua Lakes was, there she goes. She's got it back. She's going to whip that blade around. She's moved over a lane. Whoa, she's definitely trying her hardest there. Who is going to be 3rd now? Because it is between St. Catherine's and Otea. They've now got a sprint on Otea. You can see what's happening. Go on, go St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's is capitalising. But across the line, it is Burnside. Burnside into the semi-final. 2nd place is going to be Avonside, also into the semi-final. Who's going to get 3rd? The last spot into that semi-final. It does look like lane 3, St. Catherine's College. College there with a late burst in the last stages of the race. Wow, that was quite an exciting race there. Now, if that is anything to go by, team, if that is the first repechage of the day, that's some exciting racing. Let's get excited for much more racing like that to come today as we watch the final scullers cross the line. Well fought race there from Rotorua Lake. She sculled beautifully for that row. Here we are, just checking out the boat park. Love that shot of all the boats there. You can see them just very neatly, very orderly, racked up. And we'll see what spectators are out here early in the morning. Of course, our live stream partner is Milford Asset, so we're very thankful for them to help us out here. Yeah, there we go, official live stream partner, proudly supporting Rowing New Zealand. But look at this drone just fly back. We can see that little bit of fog. The fog is doing the right thing. It's just staying just above us and allowing us the lake so that we can keep rowing. But next up will be repechage 2 for the girls under 16 single sculls, of course sponsored by Croker Oars New Zealand Limited. And in lane 1 we have Samuel Marsden Collegiate School, in 2 Pukekohe High School, in 3 Twizel Area School, in 4 ACG Tauranga, in 5 Burnside High, in 6 Whangarei Girls, and in 7 St Peter's School 1. So as we join this race, let's see how it is playing out at the moment. It does look to be a sculler in one of those inside lanes there, lane 2. So it is lane 2, Pukekohe High School. Nikki Rue currently in the lead, and she is being closely followed by the Samuel Marsden sculler, Maddie Stinton, and third only just would be Burnside, another Burnside number 2, Amy Munster. So those three have pushed themselves. They've obviously done some good work early on in the race to push themselves into the top 3. Of course, top 3 into the semi-final. So these 3 scullers, as we are now in the third 500, right in the thick of it, out in front and in those qualifying spots. But as we just saw in the previous repechage, anything can happen, particularly as we get closer to the line. So the order could easily change. But moving through the 1500 metre mark, it is Pukekohe High School about 2 lengths ahead. And Samuel Marsden and Burnside, they're very much moving through that marker buoy at a very similar time. So second and third, anything could happen there. But it is top 3 through, so as long as you get third, you are into the semi-final and continuing on in this event, in this regatta. But it is Pukekohe High School. Pukekohe High School, Nikki Rue, coached by Ashley Clatt, out in the lead here. And she's just got nice strokes there, you know. So you see her just leaning back, swinging back, getting the blades out of the water. And that is just what's propelling her. She's got a bit higher rate than your Samuel Marsden sculler, but that's what works for her, obviously. There's no rhyme or reason. Well, there's no right or wrong way. It's what works best for you is going to get the most out of your boat. You do that. That's how you go fastest. No point copying other people. You may as well do what's best for you. So there is our Pukekohe High School sculler in the lead. With 250 metres to go. We're just moving through that last 250 marker there. She's still just got a 2 boat lengths lead over Samuel Marsden and Burnside. Still very close between Samuel Marsden and Burnside. And right behind them are ACG Tauranga and Twizel Area School, currently in 4th and 5th. But here we are within the last 250 metres, and Burnside is maybe pushed up just ahead of Samuel Marsden. So Burnside probably about a half a length lead over Samuel Marsden, Burnside in second, Samuel Marsden in third. Pukekohe is still with that 2 length lead out in the front. And she's just picking it up again as Pukekohe. And you see that when she's picked up the rate, she's stretched out her lead even more. Now within the last 100 metres, Pukekohe High School really wants to take the win and get that first qualification spot into the semi-final. There's Samuel Marsden with the sprint. Samuel Marsden down in lane 1, really picking up the rate as we come down towards the line. Burnside still going strong, still holding on to third place, but she is of course getting a challenge from the scullers either side of her, Whangarei Girls and ACG Tauranga. They are certainly pushing up there hard, but we've just run our lake. So the top 3 there are Pukekohe, Samuel Marsden and Burnside, and those 3 will progress through to the semi-final. That means they will definitely have a race on finals day. Whether or not it is an A or a B final, tomorrow's semi-final will decide. Now, next up, we have got the boys under 18 novice double sculls. And this event is sponsored by River Riders, cycling tours to explore every bend of Te Awa or Aotearoa. Te Awa or Aotea Waikato, sorry. I'm sure one day they will expand into all of the country, but at the moment we're just following the awa of the Waikato, which is what we are on. This lake, of course, a dammed part of the Waikato River. But here we are in Repcharge 1 at the boys under 18 novice double sculls. The progression is 1 and 2 to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to the B. And what a race we have here, but let's see who's in it. In lane 1 is Otamotai College, in 2 Gisborne Boys High School, in 3 Wanganui Collegiate School, in 4 Whakatane High School, in 5 Waitaki Boys High School, in 6 Wanganui High School, in 7 John McGlashan College, and in 8 St Paul's Collegiate. And it does look to be the crew that is in lane 5 Waitaki, along with this one here in 7 John McGlashan. Those two just managing to hold half a boat length lead over the crew from Gisborne Boys. And then in 4th at the moment is Wanganui Collegiate. But there is not much in it. With 500 metres to go, any one of these 4 crews could end up with those top 2 spots. 500 metres to go, we will see what sort of sprints these crews have on them. So it is certainly Waitaki with only just a smidge of a lead. Waitaki there in lane 3. In lane 5, Waitaki just in the lead, about half a canvas, barely anything over John McGlashan. But we are seeing that boat, the blue boat there from Gisborne Boys. They are pushing up, they are lifting the rate, making a play for one of those top 2 spots, and they are bringing it with them Wanganui Collegiate. As we see Johnny's down here on the front, John McGlashan, lift their rate again to try to hold off the challenge from Gisborne and Wanganui Collegiate, as Waitaki maintains the lead. But it is John McGlashan here moving through as we come through the 250 metre marker. John McGlashan has certainly pulled up on Waitaki. John McGlashan, bit of momentum with them at the moment, but Waitaki is beautifully responding as we see Wanganui Collegiate get up and over Gisborne Boys. Wanganui Collegiate momentum behind them at the moment. Are they going to pull up into one of the top 2 as we see a response from Gisborne Boys? But John McGlashan here down on the bottom of our screen, they've gone again for another burst. They want to get up over Waitaki. Waitaki going with them. Wanganui Collegiate lifting the rate again. Wanganui Collegiate there really driving home, catching a bit of water, but it keeps their momentum going. And then Gisborne Boys going with them too. John McGlashan now just in the lead. John McGlashan about a bow ball ahead. Waitaki travelling strong. Gisborne Boys lifting again, now getting up over Wanganui into 3rd. They're in 3rd, but they've got some momentum behind them. Are they going to get one of the top 2 as we come down to the line? Oh, that was very, very close. Very close. We will check row it. We'll check row it for that, but my goodness, that was a close race. All 4 of those crews were having some fantastic moves. Of course, 1 and 2 from that race into the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 into the B. But wow, that was a very, very fast finish there from Repcharge 1 at the boys under 18 novice double sculls. So now we're heading back up the lake for Repcharge number 2. Repcharge number 2 in lane 1, we have got Rotatuna High School. In lane 2, Francis Douglas Memorial College. In 3, Wanganui High School. In 4, Maclean's College. In 5, Linda's Farm College. In 6, Tauranga Boys. In 7, Wakatipu High School. And in 8, Te Awamutu College. So let's see how they are doing as we catch up with them at about the halfway metre marker. It does look like the crews sort of in those middle lanes are out in front. Lane 5, I would say, just has a lead. Lindisfarne only just, though, over Maclean's, and again, only just over Wanganui High School, number 1. Now it is 1-2 to the A final. So we've got 3 crews that have pushed themselves about a length ahead of the rest, and only 2 of them will go to the A final. Just throwing back there to Repechage 1, results now up, and it does look like John McGlashan got the win in a time of 7:30.51, with Waitaki coming in second, 7:30 again as well, 0.63. And then only a second, less than a second back to Gisborne Boys in third, and Wanganui Collegiate another second back. So it is John McGlashan and Waitaki that will be in the final from Repechage 1, Gisborne Boys and Wanganui Collegiate into the B final. So let's see if we have another fast finishing, exciting race in this Repechage. I'm sure we will, with the quality of the field that we have out here. We have about 750 metres left to go, and it is still Lindisfarne in the lead by about a canvas over Maclean's, and in turn only about 2 feet over Wanganui High School. So 750 metres left to travel. 2 of these crews through to the A final. Whoever places third will be in the B final. So let's see what happens in this repechage. As we sort of see every stroke here, you can see the bows surge. Each bow surges differently. So you see as the people move forwards, or they move towards the left of the screen, their bow actually moves a little less, and it's when they're on the right side of the screen at the finish extracting their blades that their bow is surging forwards the most, if that makes sense. So you can sort of see between each stroke why we need a photo finish, basically, why we have such good technology down on the finish line, because oftentimes these close races are done with the surge. And of course, if you're rowing well, you will minimize disruption of your boat as you travel up the slide, as you travel towards the left-hand side of the screen, and then you'll be able to keep your bow running forwards, and that's what a good crew does. And we're seeing that Wanganui High School crew at the moment on the top of our screen, their boat is having the least disruption on the recovery every stroke, and that is why right now they are just moving through the other 2, because they are just really looking after the run of their boat, sculling beautifully, and so the power they're putting in through the drive, they're then maximising on the next recovery, because now look at them, they are 3/4 of a length ahead. So Wanganui High School here, really sculling beautifully to just lift their rate a little bit, minimise disruption, and that has just effortlessly pulled them into the lead. So Wanganui High School here with about 500 metres left to travel, 250 metres left to travel. And then Repechage 2 are the boys under 18 novice sculls pushing themselves into the lead. Of course, second place currently Maclean's, and third currently Lindisfarne, but with about 200 metres left to go, let's see who has the better final sprint. We are seeing Maclean's pick it up. They're obviously wanting to go for first place here. Maclean's really lifting the rate. Lindisfarne responding, but will they run out of lake? We only have 100 metres left to go. Wanganui High School, when they did that beautiful move just before the 500, have held on to it, although Maclean's is eating into it a little bit, but we only do need to come 1 or 2, first and second through to the A final. Wanganui, they got that half a boat length, and they're holding on to it, lifting it with Maclean's, both crews lifting it right down to the line. Here we are on the finish, and it is going to be Wanganui High School with half a length over Maclean's. Good work, both of those 2 into the A final. Lindisfarne into the B final, along with 4th, 5th, 6th. So 4th place here going to be Tauranga Boys into the B final, and Wakatipu High School, they're going to be 5th into the B final. So final B final spot for 6th place here, and that looks like Francis Douglas College in lane 2. Right, so that's exciting stuff. Repechage day, team. We are just at the start of the repechage. As a whole day of this very exciting racing. If you end up which side of the line, as in progressing into the regatta, or will you come back next year or move on to a club season to row again. My name is Meg. I am popping off to coach a crew for a moment, so I will be back in about an hour and a bit. But keep tuned to the live stream, because these races are heating up and they're only going to get better throughout the day. I've also heard rumours of a Coxon race potentially happening at the end of day today if everything goes well. So stay tuned, folks. We'll see you later.
2, Wanganui High School 1, St Cuthbert's College 1, Rangiruru Girls 1, Epsom Girls Grammar 1 and Cambridge High School 1 on the outside. This event sponsored by Ebbett Toyota. Pairs, we've got lane 5 out in front. That's the Rangiruru girls. They've got a little bit of clear water, the Rangiruru girls, in lane 5. Maybe a canvas, probably about half a length of clear water, it appears, as the drone shot swings around, coming through the 1K mark as we speak. First and third will make it through to the final, and the rest will be eliminated from this repechage. Be 2 reps for the girls under 18 novice 8. The event sponsor, Ebbett Toyota, is a proud supporter of local rowing for over 30 years now. If your team needs a van for its next regatta, check out www.communitymover.co.nz to check out Ebbett Toyota. Back to the race. Lane 5 Rangiruru Girls is pushed out to a very large lead. We've got a good shot of lane 6 there. Epsom Girls Grammar 1. We've got Rangiruru Girls out in front with the St Cuthbert's College 1 crew behind by about half a length to a length of clear water. Rangiruru Girls will be feeling relatively comfortable in that big boat. Unlike the doubles that we just saw, you don't often see rapid changes in positions between the 8s. It takes a lot to move the big boats quickly and change their speed quickly, so the Rangiruru girls will be quite happy with that lead as they come past Rowing New Zealand with 250 metres to go now. That will pass quite quickly in an 8. Less than a minute to go for that race for those girls. They've got about 1 length back to the St Cuthbert's 8. So a good lead by the St Cuthbert's and Rangiruru Girls 8s. Back to the Epsom Girls Grammar crew here. It's going to be the 3rd place that gets through to the final, so this is going to be the battle within this race, is between lane 6 and lane 2, St Margaret's College on the inside. The Rangiruru Girls have a good lead in this girls novice Cox 8, under 18 novice Cox 8. They'll make it through to the final and be in good contention for medals with a win like that. Back to St Cuthbert's in lane 4. They look like they'll take the 2nd place. Rangiruru Girls are racing down to the dam. St Cuthbert's take 2nd. Who is going to get 3rd? That will be the final spot in the A final. Looks like it's going to be Epsom Girls Grammar on the outside by half a boat length. Yep, Epsom Girls Grammar take the final spot in the A final. St Margaret's get 4th. And then the Wanganui Girls High School take 5th on the inside of those 2 crews. We've got the second rep of the girls novice 8 here in lane 2, St Mary's College Wellington 1, St Peter's College 1 in lane 3, St Margaret's College 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Queen Margaret College 1 and Sacred Heart Girls College Hamilton 1 on the outside. This event sponsored by Ebbett Toyota. For anyone who missed the last race, the progression for these repecharges is first, second and third through to the A final, and the rest will be eliminated. Looking up the course, there appears to be two crews out in front, locked in a bit of a battle together. It will be St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls High School. Looks like it is St Margaret's out in front, but not by much, maybe a canvas. The fog seems to be getting a little bit thicker again, but it's still pretty clear. Coming through the 1K mark. St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls locked in by about a quarter of a boat length, if that. And in third place right now, it appears that we have the Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton crew on the outside. This is a close race between lane 5 and lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School and St Margaret's. It might be, I think it's St Margaret's out in front, but not by much. The massive margin between St Margaret's College, Christchurch Girls and the rest of the field though. Lane 7's in third place right now, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton. Queen Margaret College 1 in fourth place, probably equal with lane 2, St Peter's School 1. We are going to have a good race on our hands for third place. I think we've got our first and second getters relatively locked in, St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls, with close to 500 metres to go now. Third place will also secure a spot in the A final, so that will be between lane 2, 6 and 7 right now. St Peter's School 1, Queen Margaret College 1 and Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton 1. Looking down the course, we can see the 8s coming down now. St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls out in front. Unsure right now who is in the lead. They've been locked in head-to-head the whole way. And we've got a very tight race as well for third between lane 6 and lane 7 right now. Lane 2 as well is in the mix. Sorry, lane 3, St Peter's School. I say it's between lane 6 and lane 7, but St Peter's is still within one canvas, so that's the margins we're working with here, folks. We've got lane 6 probably half a canvas out ahead in third place now. Lane 7's falling back slightly. St Peter's is pushing up into the fourth place. Looks like at the front of the course we've got St Margaret's out in front with Christchurch Girls High School, maybe a canvas to half a length behind. The angle can be a bit deceiving. But in third place we've got the lane 6 Queen Margaret College 1 crew pushing out to about a canvas and 2 seats now, so they are moving comfortably into third place. But St Peter's is pushing back on the inside. Out at the front, St Margaret's College 1 have pushed out to about half a boat length. It's looking like they will take the first place, with Christchurch Girls High School, lane 5 taking second. Both of these crews will go through to the A final. And here is the race, within the race here for third place. Winner of the third place will secure their spot in the A final. For the rest of them, their racing will be over in this event, and it will be lane 6 that gets the third place. Queen Margaret College is through to the A final. Unfortunately, lane 7 and lane 3 will miss out. We are heading towards the pointy end of Maadi now. Lane 2 on the inside, St Mary's Wellington. Boys under 17-8 is the next race that we have on. From lane 2 out, we have Onslow College 1, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Hamilton Boys High School 1, Auckland Grammar 1, St John's Hamilton 1, and Takapuna Grammar 1. I'm sure this will be a good race between these crews. Progression for this event is first, second and third through to the final. Hamilton Boys is out in front right now with about 750 metres to go. Auckland Grammar has contact still though, so Hamilton Boys is not out of the woods yet. In lane 3 we have Mount Albert Grammar 1, they're in third place right now. So first, second and third will make it to the A final for the boys under 17 Cox 8, sponsored by the Jones Family Charitable Trust. Long time supporters of rowing, the Jones family. Big supporters of Rowing New Zealand as well. Derek and Judy, if you are watching in person or on the live stream, love to have you here. Hope you are both well. The boys under 17 Cox 8. Hamilton Boys High School looks like they've pushed out to Clearwater on Auckland Grammar, who are in second place, but will still make it through to the A final with a second place for this boys under 17 Cox 8. You do wonder in these repecharges how much energy is being saved by the crews that are comfortably going to make it through. It can be tactical to race your hardest and put out a good performance and intimidate your competition and show yourself what you can do, but it can be also beneficial to save some energy for the later races if you know you're going to make it through. So it's anyone's guess as to what is going on, but what we can tell is Hamilton Boys High School is just out to Clearwater in this boys under 17 Cox 8, back to Auckland Grammar, who have a little bit of Clearwater over Mount Albert Grammar, who are comfortably in third place. A relatively even spread between first, second and third. Hamilton Boys though looking very strong as they come down with their tandem. Unless anything crazy happens, I think we can safely say it'll be Hamilton Boys High School in the lead with Auckland Grammar and then Mount Albert Grammar. None of these crews look like they're backing off. They're all taking it right down to the line. A strong race from this Hamilton Boys crew. They've pushed out to half a length Clearwater over Auckland Grammar. Strong race from the Hamilton Boys under 17-8. They'll take it first, paddling away from the finish. Auckland Grammar will take second, and a little bit of overlap with the Mount Albert Grammar crew, who will take the final spot in the boys under 17 A final for the Cox Day. Right, and that is all from me. I'll hand over to Maxine shortly after roll calling the boys under 17-8 Heat 2. We've got St Peter's College 1 in lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Christ College 1, Otago Boys High School 1, and Auckland Grammar School 2. Enjoy the day out there, folks. Wednesday today. Gee, I can't keep track of my days. Wednesday at the Maadi Cup. Have a great day out there. If you see us out with the camera, come say hello. Handing over to Maxine.
Thank you, Michael, for taking the first shift of commentary today. Michael Brake will be out there with his Milford t-shirt on. He is obviously known as a rower, but mostly known as the husband of famed Blackfern Sevens player Michaela Brake. So go and say hi if you want to talk about rugby sevens to Michael Brake. So the race on the course now, the boys under 17-8, it is the second repechage. There are 6 crews in this race, and we'll just do the roll call again for those of you that are just joining now. In lane 2, St Peter's College. Lane 3, St Andrews College. Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School. Lane 5, Christ College. Lane 6, Otago Boys High School. And Lane 7, Auckland Grammar number 2. The race leaders at the moment in lane 4, it is Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch Boys High School coxed by Blake Robson. They are sitting out in the lead there with about half a boat length over their town rivals Christ College in lane 5. It is the first 3 boats through to the final, and at the moment that is Christchurch Boys High at Christ College, and then Otago Boys High School in lane 6 sitting there in 3rd place. We then go out to St Peter's College in lane 2 before we go out to the Auckland Grammar number 2 in lane 7. So they're just approaching the 1500 metre mark. Christchurch Boys goes through now. Christ College has gone through now. Both crews with clear water over the rest of the field. Otago Boys High School go through now, and it's actually Auckland Grammar sitting in 4th place. The bow of their boat sitting on the stroke seat of the Otago Boys High School boat. So 500 metres to go. Auckland Grammar with a chance to get into the final in the last 500, but Otago Boys at the moment taking that final spot from them. So it'll all come down to the final sprint. No doubt about Christchurch Boys High School in lane 4 though. This is the second repechage of the boys under 17 Cox State. Christchurch Boys High School in the lead, still with half a boat length over Christ College, who are in the lane right next to them, but Christchurch Boys looking to move up, and I think they have. I think their bow is sitting on about the 3 seat of the Christchurch Boys High School boat, so very tight racing here. Christ College with a large push here in the last 500. Let's see if they can roll over the top of their Christchurch counterparts. Christchurch Boys High School, though, managing to hold them off, still 3 seats ahead of the boat from Christ College. Both crews with clear water over Otago Boys High School, but Otago Boys still sitting solidly in 3rd place. We've got a challenge from St Peter's there in lane 2 and Auckland Grammar out in lane 7. Only 3 boats to go through though. Christ College though, they're moving up on Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch Boys High School have led for most of the race, but Christ College are coming for them with 5 strokes to go on the line. Christchurch Boys High School still have the edge. Christchurch Boys High School will take the win in the second repechage. Christ College will cross over in 2nd place. Both boats will go through to the final later on this week, and joining them will be the boys from Otago in lane 6. Otago Boys High School qualify for the final of the boys under 17 Cox State. We then go back to St Peter's College, St Andrews and Auckland Grammar number 2, all finishing very closely together, but unfortunately they will miss out on the final. On the course now, the repechage for the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1, we have Hillcrest High School, lane 2, Marlborough Girls College, lane 3, Diocesan School for Girls, lane 4, Glendowie College, lane 5, Otago Girls High School, lane 6, Hodaki Plains College, lane 7, Gisborne Girls High School, and lane 8, Kings College. Looking to lane 4, though, the race leaders at the moment are Glendowie College from up in Auckland. This crew coxed by Chloe Aitken. They're sitting 3/4 of a boat length up on Otago Girls High School on their outside lane in lane 5. It's only the first 2 boats through to the A final, so we're seeing a challenge here from Gisborne Girls High School in lane 7. They are only a canvas back on Otago Girls High School and trying to claim a spot in the A final later this week. Glendowie College, they've just extended to clear water over Otago Girls, and Gisborne Girls are gaining on Otago Girls High School just in the last 5 to 10 strokes. They've just gotten to half a canvas back, so it'll be a very exciting finish. We then go out to Diocesan School for Girls, who are sitting just behind Hodaki Plains College, who are in lane 6, so very tight between these 4 crews. But Glendowie College with clear water, as we see Rowing New Zealand in the background of the live stream. It means they've got about 300 metres to go, and Glendowie College are looking to cement their place in the A final of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Otago Girls High School, though, they're still sitting in second. They've managed to hold off a bit of a challenge from Gisborne Girls High School, but Gisborne not backing down without a fight. Still just a canvas to half a canvas in it as they come into the final 250 metres. Glendowie College are looking pretty safe at the moment, but let's see what Gisborne Girls High School can give to Otago Girls. Only one of them can go through to the A final later this week. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th will go through to the B final. At the moment, Hodaki Plains are sitting in 4th place, just ahead of Diocesan School for Girls, before we go out to Marlborough Girls College and King's College in lane 8 and Hillcrest High School in lane 1. Glendowie College, though, they've extended to half a boat length of clear water and they are surging towards the line. They've got just over 100 metres to go before they make their way into the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls A final. They go through now. Otago Girls still with the edge over Gisborne Girls High School. They're looking to extend away again to make sure they get their way in. Gisborne Girls on the bow seat of the Otago Girls High School quad, but they may run out of water to catch them. Otago Girls still just with a canvas, but it'll be Glendowie College to take out the first repechage of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls and make their way to the A final. Big push there from Gisborne, but it will be Otago Girls to take 2nd, Gisborne in 3rd, and Hodaki Plains and Diocesan finish in 4th and 5th. We then go back to Marlborough Girls College and King's College, who finish just ahead of Hillcrest High School to round out the first repechage of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. On the course now, the second repechage of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, and if you look down the course, we see the fog slowly lifting, just like a bride's veil on her wedding day. We can see almost down to the start, pretty much all the way down. So hopefully this fog burns off quite quickly. In lane 1, St Cuthbert's College. Lane 2, Whangarei Girls High School. Lane 3, Whanganui High School. Lane 4, Villa Maria College. Lane 5, Wellington East Girls College. Lane 6, St Kentigern College. Lane 7, Columba College. And Lane 8, Marion College. Looking out to the race leaders though, at the moment it is Whanganui High School in lane 3. Whanganui High School sitting out in the lead, and if you're on the live stream you'll see a great shot of the drone just sitting above this quad. They're sculling very nicely, not looking like they're under too much pressure there. Again, it is the first 2 boats through to the A final at the moment. That is Whanganui High School. We then go out to Wellington East Girls College in lane 5. Wellington East sitting in second place and taking that second spot in the A final. Just outside of them, St Kentigern College in lane 6, and in between the race leaders, Villa Maria College. They're sitting in 3rd place and 4th place respectively. So first 2 through to the A final, 3rd to 6th through to the B final. Following on from the top 4, we go out to lane 7. Columba College is out there sitting ahead of Whangarei Girls High School in lane 2. We then go out to St Cuthbert's College in lane 1 before we go to Marion College out in lane 8. But it is the girls in lane 3 from Whanganui High School, coached by Alan Luff and Dave Dudley. They are sitting out in the lead here in the second repechage of the girls under 17 Coxed quadruple sculls. They are looking to make their way into the final, and they will be looking to be joined by Wellington East Girls College in lane 5. Villa Maria College in lane 4. They're just sitting Clearwater back from Wellington East Girls College, and they'll have to put a big shift in if they want to get through to that A final. Following on behind Villa Maria, St Kentigern College. They're sitting in 4th place, but it's quite a spread field in this repechage. Clearwater between all of the boats, although it does look like Wellington East might be making a bit of a move and trying to come up a little bit on Whanganui High School in lane 3. So it is currently Whanganui High School in 1st place, Wellington East Girls College in 2nd, Villa Maria in 3rd, St Kentigern's in 4th. We then go back to Whangarei Girls High School, but they're under a challenge from St Cuthbert's College in lane 1. St Cuthbert's College with a lift in their rating, trying to challenge Whangarei Girls for a spot in the B final there. We then go out to Columba College in lane 7. They're also sitting up there trying to qualify for a spot in the B final before we go out to Marion College in lane 8. But Whanganui High School, they've led for most of the race, or the second half of the race at least, and that we just see their bow going through to the final 100 metres now. Whanganui High School, they are through. Wellington East Girls College go through now. There is Clearwater between these 2 boats. Villa Maria go through now to the last 100 metres. They've got Clearwater over St Kentigern's, but St Kentigern's with the final push there coming up on Villa Maria. No doubt about Whanganui High School. Congratulations to the girls under 17 quad from there. They go through to the A final, and they will be joined by Wellington East Girls College, who finish now in lane 5. Following on behind them, Villa Maria College finish with Clearwater over St Kentigern College before we come back to the girls in lane 7 from Columba College. They will finish a boat length ahead of Whangarei High School, who in turn will finish just ahead of St Cuthbert's College in lane 1 before we go out to Marion College to close out the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls repechage. We now move into the first repechage of the boys under 15 Coxed Octopus Skulls. In lane 2, Auckland Grammar number 2. Lane 3, St Kentigern College number 2. Lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 5, Wakatipu High School, and Lane 6, St Peter's College number 2. But it is a ding-dong battle out there between St Paul's College in lane 4 and Wakatipu High School in lane 5. Both of these boats right next to each other, going stroke for stroke. It is the first 3 boats through to the final, but one of these boats will have to finish in front of the other one. At the moment, St Paul's Collegiate have the edge over Wakatipu High School. These two a little bit ahead of the rest of the field, and there will be one more to join them in the final. But St Paul's Collegiate in lane 4, they are sitting out in the lead here in the under 15 Coxed Octopus Skulls. Wakatipu High School providing a lot of pressure on their outside though as they come into the final 500 metres. We then go back to St Peter's College in lane 6. St Peter's College sitting in 3rd place, just ahead of St Kentigern College in lane 3, before we go back to Auckland Grammar number 2 in lane 2. But St Paul's and Wakatipu still stroke for stroke right next to each other. There's less than half a canvas in it. Wakatipu's bow just surging through now, and they've just taken the lead off St Paul's Collegiate as they come into the final 300 metres of the first repechage of the boys under 15 Coxed Octopus Skulls. We then have Clearwater, and my mistake, it is St Kentigern sitting in 3rd place. St Kentigern with 3/4 of a boat length over St Peter's College from Auckland. So at the moment it is those 3 going through. St Peter's College sitting in 4th ahead of Auckland Grammar number 2. But Wakatipu High School with half a canvas over St Paul's Collegiate as we see them approaching the final 250 metres. Wakatipu have been providing the pressure the whole time, and they've just managed to crack St Paul's. Let's see what St Paul's come back with in the final sprint. But it is now a canvas to Wakatipu. A canvas to Wakatipu over St Paul's Collegiate, and they're looking at pushing again. The bow of the St Paul's Collegiate boat now on the bow seat of the Wakatipu 8. The bow seat, it's moving to the 2 seat. It's coming down to the final 100 metres. Wakatipu extending again. They've got 2 seats over St Paul's Collegiate. Both will go through to the A final, but they look to extend again. The bow is moving towards the 3 seat. Wakatipu with 3 seats over St Paul's Collegiate. What a shift from them in the second half of the race. The boys are looking for the finish line. There is 30 metres to go. It will be the school from Queenstown. Wakatipu High School will go through to the final of the boys under 15 Coxed Octopus Skulls. They will be joined by St Paul's Collegiate. They'll finish 3 seats ahead. What a race from the boys from Wakatipu. And taking that 3rd spot in the final, St Kentigern College will finish at 3/4 of a boat length ahead of St Peter's College. St Peter's College finish now just ahead of the boys from Auckland Grammar to round out the first repechage of the boys under 15 Coxed Octopus Skulls. Just approaching the 1250 metre mark, we have the second repechage of the boys under 15 Cox Octopus Skulls, sponsored by Emblems New Zealand. They're New Zealand's #1 choice for sporting and corporate awards, and proud to be the official medal supplier for Karapiro rowing events. They do custom trophies to medals and badges, and their designs create high quality awards to celebrate your achievement. So thank you to Emblems New Zealand for their sponsorship of the boys under 15 Coxed Octopus Skulls. Now to the race. In lane 2 we've got Hamilton Boys High School, lane 3 Auckland Grammar, lane 4 St Kentigern College, lane 5 Otago Boys High School, lane 6 Shirley Boys High School, and in lane 7 Tauranga Boys. Looking out there now though, we see the blue and white boy boat of the St Kentigern Boys out there in the lead in the second repechage of the boys under 15 Coxed Octopus Skulls. They have clear water over the rest of the field and all going well for them. They will make their way into the A final later this week, but it is a battle for second and third between Auckland Grammar and Otago Boys High School. Otago Boys High School in lane 5, Auckland Grammar in lane 3. I think Auckland Grammar just with a bow ball ahead, but it is going back and forth. No doubt about first place though, that is the boys from St Kentigern College up in Auckland. They have about half a boat length or a boat length of clear water over the rest of the field and will be looking to row their way into the A final. So they are one of the first qualifiers from this race, all going well for them in the last 300, but there are only 2 spots to go. We've also got a challenge from Shirley Boys High School out in lane 6. Shirley Boys just sitting behind Otago Boys High School, who is battling it out with Auckland Grammar for second place. So top 3 go through to the final, the rest will be eliminated, so it's now or never for these crews. St Kentigern's though, they've got eyes on the rest of the field as they're sitting out there just approaching the last 250 metres, and the bow ball of the St Kent's boat goes through now. Otago Boys High School and Auckland Grammar still battling it out. I think it's still very close between these 2 crews, Auckland Grammar and Otago Boys side by side. At the moment it is Shirley Boys High School that'll be missing out on a spot in the final, but there's still just over 200 metres to go. No doubt about St Kent's though, St Kentigern College from Auckland, they're approaching the final 100 metres and just looking to push away from the rest of the field. Auckland Grammar with the edge over Otago Boys High School, they've managed to push it out to half a boat length, but St Kentigern College just cruise their way towards the finish here over a boat length of clear water, and they've dominated this race for most of the second half of it. It'll be St Kentigern College through to the A final of the boys under 15 Coxed Octopus Skulls. Congratulations to them. We then come down to Auckland Grammar, Otago Boys High School with a huge sprint here, but Auckland Grammar managing to hold them all off. Auckland Grammar will finish 2 seats ahead of Otago Boys High School. They will all meet again in the final, and unfortunately Shirley Boys will just miss out alongside Hamilton Boys High School and Tauranga Boys College. On the course now, we have the first repechage of the girls under 15 Coxed 4, sponsored by Expol. They are proud sponsors of Karapiro Rowing Incorporated and trusted by Kiwis for more than 40 years. Today, they're committed to the environment and take responsible manufacturing seriously. So thank you to Expol for their sponsorship of the girls under 15 Coxed 4. To the race now, in lane 1 we have Ashburton College, lane 2 Takapuna Grammar, lane 3 Christchurch Girls High School, lane 4 Craighead Diocesan School, lane 5 Mount Albert Grammar number 2, lane 6 Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 1, and lane 7 Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 2. So we just see the girls with just over 750 metres to go, and it is the girls from Christchurch Girls High School in lane 3, coached by Grace Loveridge and Sophie Chapman. They're out with a clear water lead over the rest of the field here in the first repechage of the girls under 15 Coxed 4. It is only the first boat through to the A final, and second to fifth placings will go through to the B. So at the moment, Christchurch Girls High School have their hands on that spot in the A final. Mount Albert Grammar School are sitting in second place. They've got about a canvas over Craighead Diocesan School, who are in the lane just next to them. So it's very close between these two schools. We then go out to Takapuna Grammar in lane 2, who are in a bit of a race with Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 1 in lane 6. We then go back to Ashburton College in lane 1 and Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton in lane 7. So two Sacred Heart Girls crews in here. They're right next to each other in lane 6 and lane 7. But it is Christchurch Girls High School with the lead, and at the moment with the spot in that A final. Mount Albert Grammar School just extending their lead over Craighead Diocesan School as they approach the final 500 metres of the race, and it'll be Mount Albert Grammar to cross over in second place. Christchurch Girls High School still with a clear water advantage over the rest of the field, and they'll be looking to hold on to that to make their way into the A final. We just see the bow of their boat going through the 1500 metre mark now. It'll be Mount Albert Grammar to follow very soon behind them, and Craighead right on their heels. Lane 6, though, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton still sitting there in fourth place in a spot in the B final. Takapuna Grammar in lane 2 taking that final spot from this repechage. We then go out to Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 2 and Ashburton College, who may miss out, but we'll see what the final 500 has in store. No doubt about the girls from Christchurch Girls High School, though. They are still with a clear water lead over the rest of the field, and they've actually managed to push away a little bit more just in the last couple of 100 metres. They've got about 2 boat lengths of clear water, and in turn Mount Albert Grammar School have managed to push away to almost clear water over Craighead Diocesan School. So Mount Albert Grammar with about half a canvas before they've got clear water over Craighead Diocesan. Craighead with clear water over Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 1. And Takapuna Grammar in lane 2. They're pushing up there to solidify their spot in the B final later this week. But as they come down towards the final 100 metres is the girls from Christchurch Girls High School. That is Sophie, Lily, Mia and Millie, coxed by Georgetta, with a clear water lead and still extending that over the rest of the field. Their boat goes through to the final 100 metres now, and they've got about 2 boat lengths of clear water over Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert in turn still with 3/4, nearly a boat length over Craighead Diocesan, but it's only 1 to go through to the A final. So with about 6 to 7 strokes to go, maybe a couple more, it will be Christchurch Girls High School in lane 3 to go through to the A final of the girls under 15 Cox 4. Congratulations to Christchurch Girls High School. They finished now, and a few boat lengths behind them, Mount Albert Grammar. They've got in clear water over Craighead Diocesan. They will go through to the B final. Craighead Diocesan will cross over in 3rd place with clear water over Takapuna Grammar, who have rolled over the top of Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton. Takapuna Grammar will go through to the B final alongside Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 1. We then come back to Ashburton College number 1 in lane 1, who will finish just ahead of Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 2 out in lane 7. So just while we wait for the next race, there will be a best supporter tent competition with judging happening on Friday around 12:30 and the winners announced very shortly afterwards. So best supporter tent site judging will happen on Friday at 12:30 with the winner announced shortly afterwards. A big thank you to Fresh Choice for providing a hamper for the tent to enjoy. So time to spruce up those tents. I see a few picket fences. We've got a red carpet out there. Auckland Dio known for their red carpet. Few picket fences down on the bank there. Make sure to be in tip-top condition by 12:30 on Friday for the judges to come round and judge the best supporters tent. On the course now, the second repechage of the Girls Under 15 Coxed 4, sponsored by X-Pol. In lane 1, we have Gisborne Girls High School, lane 2, Barradine College number 2, lane 3, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 3, lane 4, Marlborough Girls number 2, lane 5, Columba College, lane 6, Barradine College number 1, lane 7, Hamilton Girls High School, and lane 8, Mount Albert Grammar. But out to the race leaders, it is the girls from Columba College in lane 5, currently in the lead of the second repechage of the Girls Under 15 Coxed 4. Only one to go through to the A final, and Columba College have clear water over the rest of the field as they come into the final 500 metres, so all going well for them. They will make their way into the A final alongside Christchurch Girls High School from the previous repechage. We then have Barradine College in lane 6. Barradine College is sitting half a boat length ahead of Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton in lane 3. And behind Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton, we then go out to lane 1 and lane 7. So that's Hamilton Girls High School and Gisborne Girls High School. We then go out to lane 8, Mount Albert Grammar. They are sitting just behind lane 7, which is Hamilton Girls High School. But only 4 boats will go through to the B final today, and only 1 will go through to the A. And at this stage, it looks like Columba College is quite safe out there, but we won't call it until they cross the finish line. So Columba College with the lead and looking to extend away from Barradine College. Barradine have 300 metres to chase down Columba College. So let's see what they can do in the final 300 metres. Marlborough Girls College sitting in 3rd place there. They'll go through to the B final if they can't catch Columba College or Barradine College, but they have clear water over the rest of the field. We then go back to Barradine College number 2 in lane 2 before we go into Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton in lane 3 and Hamilton Girls High School in lane 7. Mount Albert Grammar follow on behind them before we go to Gisborne Girls High School in lane 1. But it is the girls from Columba College. We just see the orange hats there as they approach the final 100 metres of the girls under 15 Coxed 4 repechage, and Columba College have 100 metres to go to make their way into the A final. Barradine College looking to push away from Marlborough Girls College, but Marlborough Girls pushing back up on them. I think they'll run out of water to chase them though. Both will meet again in the B final later this week, but it is the girls from Columba College, coached by Emily Brown and Isabella Davey, that will have a spot in the A final with just 3 strokes to go. Congratulations to Columba College, they're in the A final. Barradine College will cross over in second place ahead of Marlborough Girls College. Both of these crews will go through to the B final. We then have Barradine College number 2 in lane 2, racing for the line against Sacred Heart Girls College number 3 right next to them, and Hamilton Girls High School in lane 7. It's very close between these 3 crews. Lanes 2, lanes 3, lane 7. Who will get there first? It'll be Barradine, and then it'll be Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton, and then Hamilton Girls High School, all within half a canvas of each other, even less. We then go out to Mount Albert Grammar School. They cross now, and happy birthday to their coach, Holly Chafe. That is her birthday today, so thanks for coaching the girls on your birthday. We then come out to Gisborne Girls High School in lane 1 to round out the girls under 15 Coxed 4. Repechage number 1 of the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls on the course now. This event is sponsored by Footloose Cambridge, and in lane 1 we have Christ College number 3, lane 2 Christ College number 2, lane 3 Tauranga Boys, lane 4 Sacred Heart Auckland, lane 5 Christ College number 1, lane 6 John McGlashan, lane 7 Te Aho or Te Kura Pounamu, and lane 8 St Peter's School number 2. But it is the boys from Auckland in lane 4, Sacred Heart Auckland. We've got some blue bucket hats out there. They've got clear water over the rest of the field in the first repechage of the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. It is only one boat through to the A final, and at the moment it is the boys from Sacred Heart up in Auckland. Great shot there from the drone of these scullers out there. They've got clear water over the rest of the field. Their next closest competition comes from Tauranga Boys College on their inside in lane 3. Tauranga Boys sitting in second place ahead of John McGlashan in lane 6. And Christ College number 1 in lane 5. So second, third, fourth and fifth will go through to the B final, and only first place will go through to the A. And at this stage it is the boys from Sacred Heart College in Auckland, as they have 130 metres to go. They're not under too much pressure, and they're just cruising towards the line down here. Tauranga Boys College in lane 3 look to be trying to push up on them, but I think they'll run out of lake to catch them. The boys from Sacred Heart go through to the final 100 metres now. Tauranga Boys College go through now, and John McGlashan looking to come up over Christ College as they come into the final 100. It's about half a canvas between those two. We then go out to Christ College number 2 in lane 2, but it'll be the Sacred Heart Boys College from Auckland. They will cross over in first place and take a spot in the A final of the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. Tauranga Boys College crossover now. They will be in the B final, and John McGlashan College will finish just ahead of Christ College number 1, both of whom will meet again in the B final later this week. Christ College number 2 will finish just ahead of St Peter's School number 2 before we come back to Te Kuraponamu in lane 7, who will finish ahead of Christ College number 3 in lane 1. On to the second repechage of the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1, St Bede's College, lane 2, St Andrews College, lane 3, Pukekohe High School, lane 4, Waitaki Boys High School, lane 5, Otago Boys High School, lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate, lane 7, Whanganui High School number 2, and lane 8, Whanganui Collegiate number 2. Looking out to lane 3 though, it is the boys from Pukekohe High School currently sitting in the lead here, but they're under a lot of pressure from Waitaki Boys High School right next to them in lane 4. Pukekohe with their bow ball just ahead of the boys from Waitaki, but there's under 500 metres to go, so let's see what happens in the last leg of the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls repechage. Waitaki Boys just with a push now, they've got their bow ball in front, but it is bow ball for bow ball as they come down towards the finish line. Each stroke changes the placing of each boat, so one of them will have to put in a massive push to get away and get that final spot in the A final. Only one can go through. Second to fifth will go through to the B final. It is neck and neck between Pukekohe and Waitaki as they come towards the final 250 metres. Pukekohe just behind Waitaki now. Waitaki just with about a quarter of a canvas over Pukekohe High School. They're just coming into the final 250. Oh, it is very close between these two. Waitaki, though, with the edge over Pukekohe High School, both with clear water over the rest of the field. We then go back to St Andrews College in lane 2 and St Otago Boys High School in lane 5. But Pukekohe and Waitaki Boys High School, only one will go through, and at this stage it is now Waitaki Boys High School in lane 4. They've pushed it out to half a canvas over Pukekohe High School. Only one will go through to the A final, and there's 100 metres to go. Waitaki Boys half a canvas ahead of Pukekohe High School. They're pushing it out to a canvas in the last 100 metres. Pukekohe trying to come back, but Waitaki have a canvas over them. Waitaki were looking to take that final spot in the A final of the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls, and there is 3 strokes to go. It will be the boys from Waitaki Boys High School. Pukekohe will have to settle for the B final. We then go back to the boys from Otago Boys High School before we come into lane 2. Lane 2 will finish. That is St Andrews College just ahead of Whanganui High School. We then go back to Whanganui Collegiate in lane 6, who finish ahead of the boys from St Bede's College in lane 1 before we go out to Whanganui Collegiate in lane 8. On the course now, the first repechage of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. In lane 1, Takapuna Grammar. Lane 2, Cambridge High School. Lane 3, St Margaret's College number 2. Lane 4, Columba College. Lane 5, Waikato Diocesan School. Lane 6, Barradine College. And Lane 7, Nelson College for girls. Now the race is just approaching the 1500 metre mark, and it looks like the girls from Waikato Diocesan School in lane 5 are leading the charge here. It is the first 4 through to the semi-final. So at this stage, it is Angalikani and Victoria Melville from Waikato Diocesan School, coached of course by Barnaby Denyer. They're sitting in first place ahead of Isla Nicholson and Kiara Patterson from Columba College in lane 4. Columba sitting in second place. We then go back to St Margaret's College. That is Jessica and Isabel in lane 3. They're sitting in third before we go out to Nelson College for girls out in lane 7. So that's the top 4 at the moment. That is Chloe and Gracie from Nelson, coached by Timothy Chalamet Babbage. They're sitting in the top 4 position. We then come into Barradine College in lane 6. Barradine sitting ahead of Takapuna Grammar in lane 1 and Cambridge High School in lane 2. Sorry, it is Cambridge High School ahead of Barradine College. My mistake. Barradine College in lane Cambridge High School in lane 2 ahead of Barradine in lane 6, and then we go back to Takapuna Grammar. But they're coming into the final 250, and it is still Angalikani and Victoria Melville from Waikato Diocesan School leading the charge here in the first repechage of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. They have clear water over Columba College, but Isla and Kiara from Columba not letting the girls from Waikato get too far out of their way as they come into the final 100 metres. Clear water between second and third, though. St Margaret sitting in third place. That is Jessica and Isabel. They are sitting a couple of boat lengths ahead of Chloe and Gracie from Nelson Girls College out in lane 7. We then come into the pair from Cambridge High School, Keely and Rose. They are sitting ahead of Hannah and Kate from Barradine College. But back to the race leaders, Angalikani and Victoria Melville with 2 strokes to go will make their way into the semi-final of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. Congratulations to them. They will be joined by Isla and Kiara from Columba College, who finish in second place. Also joining them in the semi-final, Jessica Brown-Shee and Isabel Brooke from St Margaret's College number 2. They finish now, and the last spot in the semi-final from this repechage will go to the girls in lane 7 from Nelson College for girls, Chloe Steele and Gracie Ames. Cambridge High School in lane 2 will finish just with clear water over Barradine College in lane 6 before we come back to Takapuna Grammar. The second repechage of the girls under 18 Cox's pairs on the course now. In lane 2, Tawa College. Lane 3 is currently empty. Lane 4, Twizel Area School. Lane 5, Waitaki Girls High School. Lane 6, Diocesan School for Girls. And lane 7, Queen Margaret. Sitting out in first place though currently is lane 5, that is Waitaki Girls High School. Waitaki Girls, that is Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn. They are leading the charge here in the second repechage of the girls under 18 Cox's pairs. Just next to them is Kiara Thine and Sadie Mason from Twizel Area School, who are looking very relaxed here as they come into the final 250 metres. They know they've done enough to get themselves into the semi-final, as it is the first 4 boats to go through, so they're using it as a bit of a training row and just getting down the course. So Twizel and Waitaki take those top 2 positions. We then go out to Diocesan School for Girls in lane 6, that is Sophia Sandlin and Isabel Dunlop. They are sitting in third place, just ahead of Queen Margaret College out in lane 7, that is Emma and Helena from Queen Margaret College number 2. So those are the top 4 going through at the moment. Tawa College in lane 2 are not too far behind though. Mia Bevan and Amelie Flowers, they are sitting back there. It is the first 4 through to the semi-final. So at this stage, only 1 boat will be missing out on a final here, but it will not be Sophie and Hannah from Waitaki Girls High School as they come into the final 100 metres. Again, they're looking quite relaxed out there, not quite as relaxed as Twizel Area School from lane 4. Both crews going through to the final and just doing some lovely long power strokes there as they come into the finish line. So first in the second repechage of the girls under 18 Cox's pairs will be Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn from Waitaki Girls High School. Congratulations to them. Second place will go to Kiara Thine and Sadie Mason from Twizel Area School, and Diocesan School for Girls have pushed away from Queen Margaret College, that is Sophia Sandlin and Isabel Dunlop. They have clear water over 4th place and they will go through to the semi-final later this week. Diocesan cross now with a boat length of clear water over Queen Margaret College. They will meet again in the semi-final, and unfortunately Tawa College in lane 2 will just miss out.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
On the course now, the third repechage of the girls under 18 Cox's pairs. In lane 2, Takapuna Grammar number 2, lane 3, Epsom Girls Grammar, lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar, lane 5, Queen Margaret College, lane 6, Samuel Marsden Collegiate, lane 7, Pukakoi High School. but it is Mount Albert Grammar in lane 4. That is Emma Curnow and Lila Martin currently leading the charge in the third repechage of the girls under 18 Cox's pairs. Once again, it is the top 4 through to the semi-final. At this stage, Mount Albert Grammar are going through alongside Samuel Marsden Collegiate out in lane 6, who are providing a little bit of pressure for them out there. Queen Margaret College is sandwiched in the middle of them, but they're sitting in third place and also making their way through to the semi-final. We then go back to Epsom Girls Grammar. They're sitting in 4th place ahead of Takapuna Grammar, who in turn are sitting ahead of Pukekohe High School. So Mount Albert Grammar currently sitting in the lead with 3/4 of a boat length over Samuel Marsden Collegiate as they come into the final 250 metres. Samuel Marsden not letting them get too far away though out there in lane 6. There's still contact between the two boats as they come into the final 250 metres, but Mount Albert Grammar still with the advantage. Samuel Marsden coming back at them now. They've made a big push and they've made about half a boat length up just in about 5 or 6 strokes. We then go back to Queen Margaret College. Alexi Dykes and Imogen Parker sitting in 3rd place ahead of Mia Breen and Amanda Horn from Epsom Girls Grammar. But as they approach the final 100 metres, Mount Albert Grammar still with the advantage over Samuel Marsden Collegiate. Emma Curnow and Lila Martin through to the final 100 now, but Charlie Fitzgerald and Imogen Hill from Samuel Marsden Collegiate not that far behind. Top 4 through to the semi, so they are all going through, but the girls from Samuel Marsden really providing the pressure and putting their foot down against the girls from Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar managing to hold on to the lead, and there's only a few strokes to go, but the girls from Mount Albert Grammar will do it. They will take first. Samuel Marsden Collegiate will cross in second. Queen Margaret College a few boat lengths back, but they will still qualify through for the semi-final. We then go back to Epsom Girls Grammar, who will take that final spot in the semi-final. Takapuna Grammar School unfortunately will miss out alongside Pukekohe High School. First repechage of the boys under 16 Cox 4 on the course now. In lane 1, King's College number 2, lane 2, St Thomas of Canterbury, lane 3, Christ College number 2, lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School number 2, lane 5, St Bede's College number 2, lane 6, Wellington College, lane 7, Westlake Boys High School number 2, and lane 8, Auckland Grammar number 2. Now the progression for this event is the first 3 boats through to the semi-final. The rest are eliminated. So looking out there now, it does look like the crew in lane 2, St Thomas of Canterbury is up there with the crew in lane 5, that is St Bede's College. We then come back to the crew in lane 6, out there, that Wellington College sitting out there in 3rd position. First 3 to the semi-final, rest eliminated. So we'll got a great shot from the drone there as it just pans back. And it does look to be the boys from St Bede's, coached by Aaron Maxwell, in lane 5, sitting out in 1st place. We then go out to St Thomas of Canterbury, they're sitting in 2nd, and Hamilton Boys High School are battling it out with Wellington College for that final place in the semi-final. They've got just over 300 metres to go, but St Bede's and St Thomas of Canterbury just coming into the final 250. St Bede's go through now. St Thomas of Canterbury, They're going through very shortly, and Wellington College and Hamilton Boys High School. Wellington College just with the edge over Hamilton Boys to take that final spot, coached by Machete Munro. She'll be quite happy with this performance from the boys in the under-16 4, but there's still a race to race. Only 3 will go through. St Thomas of Canterbury just putting their rating up, putting the challenge down on St Bede's College in lane 5 as they come into the final 100 metres. St Bede's College have been leading, and they still do as they come into the final 100 metres. St Thomas of Canterbury, they go through now, and it's between Wellington College and Hamilton Boys High School for that 3rd spot. Auckland Grammar are just behind them and may just miss out on a final here before we go back to Westlake Boys, King's College and Christ College. But it'll be the red and black of St Bede's College from Christchurch. They will take a spot in the semi-final. They finish now. St Thomas of Canterbury, they will take 2nd place, and the boys from Wellington College will finish half a boat length ahead of Hamilton Boys High School to take that spot in the semi-final. Auckland Grammar just half a boat length back on Hamilton Boys High School before we go out to Westlake Boys, who will finish 3/4 of a boat length ahead of King's College in lane 1. The second repechage of the boys under 16 Coxed 4, sponsored by Kaiwaka Clothing, on the course now. In lane 1, Shirley Boys High School. Lane 2, St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 3, St Andrews College number 2. Lane 4, Tauranga Boys College. Lane 5, St Andrews College number 1. Lane 6, Marlborough Boys College. And Lane 7, Mount Albert Grammar. But it is the Marlborough Boys crew in lane 6, currently with 3/4 of a boat length over 2nd place, which is sitting with St Andrews College in lane 5. St Andrews in turn with 3/4 of a boat length over Tauranga Boys, so that is St Andrews number 1 sitting in 2nd place. They do have 2 crews in this event. Marlborough Boys, though, they've gone through the 1500 metre mark. They're just extending their lead over St Andrews number 1 in the lane next to them. St Andrews still sitting in 2nd place ahead of Tauranga Boys, but they're under a little bit of a challenge from St Paul's Collegiate in lane 2. St Paul's with 3/4 of a boat length over Shirley Boys High School, and Shirley Boys with a canvas over St Andrews College number 2. So very close there for those placings, but at the moment it is still Marlborough Boys College with 3/4 of a boat length over St Andrews College number 1. First 3 boats will go through to the semi-final, so both of those boats will go through alongside Tauranga Boys College, but let's see what some of these inside lanes can do as they come into the final 250 metres. So this is the second repechage of the boys under 16 Coxed 4. First 3 through to the semi-final, and the rest will be eliminated, but it doesn't look like that will be Marlborough Boys as they come into the final 250 metres. St Andrews College number 1 on their inside. They've brought their rating up though, and they are racing for that first place position. Both will be in the semi-final, but St Andrews trying to take the win off Marlborough Boys College, who have led for most of the second half of this race. Tauranga Boys College under some threat from St Paul's Collegiate Collegiate in lane 2. St Paul's coming up on Tauranga Boys College to take that final spot in the semi-final. It is between Tauranga Boys and St Paul's Collegiate. Shirley Boys High School in lane 1 also trying to cause an upset down here on the inside, but St Paul's Collegiate moving up on Tauranga Boys College. Tauranga Boys still with the edge over St Paul's Collegiate. Back to the race leaders though, Marlborough Boys College will go through with the win, 3/4 of a boat length over St Andrews College number 1. Congratulations to both of them, and Tauranga Boys College just with a canvas over St Paul's Collegiate, even closer on the line. Tauranga Boys will cross ahead of St Paul's. We'll then go back to Shirley Boys High School and St Andrews College number 2 before we go out to Mount Albert Grammar to round out the boys under 16 Coxed 4. On the track now, the first of 2 repecharges of the Girls Under 16 Cox Date, sponsored by Onyx Cafe. In lane 1, we have Mount Albert Grammar. Lane 2, Westlake Girls High School. Lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School. Lane 4, Barradine College. Lane 5, Rangiruru Girls School. Lane 6, St Paul's Collegiate, and Lane 7, Columba College. But it is Barradine College with half a boat length advantage at the moment as they come into the final 750 metres of the race. Barradine College just going through now. They've just extended away from Rangiruru. They now have 3/4 of a boat length. Rangiruru in turn have half a boat length over Christchurch Girls High School in lane 3. It is only the top 3 going through to the final, and at this stage it is Barradine, Rangiruru and Christchurch Girls High School in lanes 5, 4 and 3. We then go out to St Paul's Collegiate in lane 6. St Paul sitting ahead of Westlake Girls High School in lane 2 before we go out to Columba College and Mount Albert Grammar. But it is the girls from Auckland, Barradine College sitting in lane 4 that have been leading for most of the race and continue to do so as they come into the final 500 metres of the first repecharge of the Girls Under 16 Cox Date. Rangiruru on their outside are half a boat length down on them, and in turn Christchurch Girls High School are half a boat length down, so not a lot of distance separating these top 3 crews. St Paul's Collegiate out there in lane 6, they're trying to push up on Christchurch Girls High School and get a spot in the final, so let's see what the final 300 metres will bring. But it is Barradine College. Barradine just extending away. They've got 3/4 of a boat length, but Rangiruru coming back. They're coming back to half a boat length, so they're pushing away from Christchurch Girls High School. Rangiruru almost with clear water over Christchurch Girls High School as they come into the final 300 metres. Christchurch Girls High School just with clear water over St Paul's Collegiate, but St Paul's are coming back. St Paul's trying to climb up into a spot into the final later on this week, but we just see the bow of Barradine College from Auckland. They go through the final 250. They've got 3/4 of a boat length over Rangiruru Girls School from Christchurch. It is Barradine College looking to cement their spot in the A final later on this week. Rangiruru still sitting in second place, holding off a challenge from Christchurch Girls High School. They've held off them and they've managed to move up on Barradine a bit, but Barradine have responded. And as they come down to the final 100 metres, Barradine College will go through first. Rangiruru just pushing up on them a little bit more, but Barradine managing to come back and hold them off. Barradine through to the final 100. Rangiruru go through now, and Christchurch Girls High School go through now. St Paul's Collegiate a little bit too far back to get a spot in the final later this week, but it is very close between these top three crews. All three will go through to the final, but it will be Barradine College from Auckland to cross over in first place. Rangiruru, 3/4 of a boat length behind, will cross in second, and Christchurch Girls High School will cross over in third place. We then go back to St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate will finish ahead of Westgate Girls High School in lane 2 before we go back to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1 and Columba College out in lane 7.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
The second repechage of the girls under 16 Cox State on the course now, and in lane 1 we have Villa Maria College, lane 2 Cashmere High School, lane 3 Waikato Diocesan School number 2, lane 4 Diocesan School for girls, lane 5 Waikato Diocesan School number 1, lane 6 Epsom Girls Grammar, and lane 7 St Margaret's College. But it is the crew in lane 5 Waikato Diocesan School number 1 with half a boat length over Diocesan School for girls, who are currently sitting in second place. The first 3 boats will go through to the final. It is the battle of the Dios at the moment, but at this stage Waikato Dio are in the lead. They've got half a boat length over the Red Hats of Auckland Dio. We do have another Waikato Dio crew in the mix here, but at the moment it is Cashmere High School that are sitting just ahead of them out there in lane 2. So Cashmere High School looking to take that final spot in the final. We then come back to Waikato Diocesan School number 2 before we go out to Epsom Girls Grammar, St Margaret's College and Villa Maria College. But there is 250 metres to go, and it is Waikato Dio versus Auckland Dio, the green and white versus the red and blue as they come into the final 250. Waikato Dio will go through first. Auckland Dio looking to move up on them. Auckland Dio are the gold medal winners from North Islands, and Waikato Dio are the silver medal winners, so a bit of a reversal here in the second repechage of the girls under 16 Cox State. I see the Dio supporters running down to support their crews. A lot of yelling going on. Cashmere High School sitting in third place. Cashmere High School looking for a spot in the final, but here come Waikato Diocesan School number 2, trying to sprint towards the finish line with 120 metres to go. 100 metres to go for the race leaders though, and it is Waikato Diocesan number 1 with the lead. Auckland Diocesan still sitting in second place, half a boat length down. Both will go through to the final, but Waikato Diocesan School number 2 looking to roll over Cashmere for a spot in the final. There is 50 metres to go. Waikato Diocesan have it over Cashmere. Waikato number 1 will take the win. Auckland Diocesan will take second, and the third and final spot in the final will go to Waikato Diocesan School number 2 in lane 3. Cashmere will just miss out, unfortunately. Epsom Girls Grammar finished now ahead of St Margaret's College in lane 2 before we come down to Villa Maria College in lane 1. We just have a changeover of commentary now. We have Vicky that'll be joining you for the first repechage of the girls under 18 novice double sculls.
Thank you very much to Maxine. Now we have the boys under 18 novice cox date. This is kindly sponsored by Kaz Design, and they're a web and brand design organisation. And let's just see. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, the 8's been cancelled. We're now on the girls under 18 novice double sculls, kindly sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images, and all your girls in this case will certainly know where to find Rob's images. He's a brilliant photographer. First, second and third through to the semi-final, and the rest unfortunately are eliminated. Today is a day of high emotions for those going through and those not so fortunate. But leave it on the water and live and learn. In lane 1, we have Topo Nui Atia College 1, Sophie De Hui Lilburn and Sophie Barnett, coached by Craig Martin. Lane 2, St Mary's Wellington 1, Neve Watson and Lily McCree, coached by Mariana Taylor and Rose Smart. In lane 3, leading the charge home, we have Craighead Diocesan School 1, Greta Murray and Ella Metcalf, coached by Dean Milne. In lane 4, valiantly rowing here, we have Wanganui Collegiate, Sophie Duncan and Lila Wilson, coached by Chris Thorson. In lane 5, who are still in with Hui here, we've got Otago Girls High School 1, Ali Ryan and Kira Nicholson, coached by Amy Nicholson and Lily Moores. Over in lane 6. In lane 6, travelling quite well here, Wanganui Collegiate 2, Ruby Everton and Grace Henley, coached again by Chris Thorson. In lane 7, Otamotai College 1, Catriona Tepner and Anik Turway, coached by Kaylee Catley, and not to be outdone because they're going very well, We have Marion College 1, Charlotte McLaughlin and Annabelle Carter, coached by Tori Cox. So 3 going through to the semi-final. There is no doubt that Craighead Diocesan in lane 3 are travelling extremely well. Then I would pop out to Marion College in lane 8, and then there is a bit of a race, but I'm quite confident that Wanganui Collegiate are sitting in that 3rd place at the moment. It depends whether anyone else will move on them. But Craighead Diocesan really gunning down here, and they will take the 1st position for through to the semi-finals. Then we are out to Marion College. Well, it looks like dead heat, but in Marion College and Wanganui Collegiate will both be going through to the semi-final. And on the water, we've got the 2nd repechage of the girls under 18 novice double sculls, and this is kindly sponsored by Rob Bristow Images.
And here we are with the next rep of the girls under 18 novice double, and we are catching up with this race at about the 1250 metre marker, so 750 metres left to travel, and does look like we have got a couple crews well out the front there. So let's try and figure out who that is. They're off the screen, they're so fast, which is good to see. But we have got in this race in lane 1, of course, Ngāwahia High School, and 2 Takapuna Grammar, 3 Pompalea, 4 Bethlehem, 5 Whakatane, 6 Hauraki, and 7 St Peter's School. But it is the orange blades of Hauraki. So Hauraki is out in the front here. Of course, this is a repechage, and it is 1, 2, and 3 through to the semi-final. So top 3 is what matters here. And it is Hauraki having a nice lead in this race. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Hauraki, they run a good sculling program there. You'll always see their sculling boats, their singles, their doubles, their quads near the front of the field as this Hauraki double approaches the 1500 metre marker, so 500 to go. And it looks like Takapuna Grammar is currently in 2nd and Bethlehem College holding on to the last qualification spot at the moment, sitting in 3rd. But there is a fast looking Pompalea double there, so anything could happen within this final 500 metres. We've seen many repechages already today where they have had such fast finishing crews. So at the moment it is Hauraki leading. Hauraki doing great out the front there, but that Pompalea crew in that blue double is certainly pushing up on the Bethlehem crew. We'll see if they respond or if there's anything they need to respond to, as we are now about 350 metres from the finish line of repechage 2. The girls under 18 novice double sculls. This event sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. Give him a follow. But here we are looking at 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So Takapuna doing well there, lifting their rate as they approach that 250 metre buoy there, the final 250 that is. But it is Hauraki with the orange blades out in front of this repechage, looking to join the previous top 3 from the previous race into the semi-final. Semi-finals, of course, are happening tomorrow. But yeah, Hauraki, Takapuna, then Bethlehem, but Pompalea. Pompalea is certainly pushing up there. They're having a good bit of a sprint. So Bethlehem better keep their wits about them. But it is still the girls from Hodaki with a nice long and strong rowing style inside the last 100 metres there. Fast finish from Takapuna. They got a great sprint. Look at their rate, nice and up, nice and high. But there we are, we're just about at the finish. We're about 30 metres from the finish. There is Hodaki coming down to the line. And Hodaki takes that first spot into the semi-final from Repechage 2. And look, they're wrapped. How awesome. Love the hands in the air. But there is Takapuna is going to take that second spot. And Bethlehem did manage to hold on from those challenges. So Bethlehem gets that third spot into the semi-final for the girls under 18 novice double sculls. This event sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. Here we are heading up to Repechage 1. There's 2 repechages for the boys under 17 double sculls. This event sponsored by Kebabalicious. And in 1 we've got Hillcrest High, 2 Wentworth, 3 Christchurch boys, 4 Gisborne boys, 5 Cambridge High School, 6 St Paul's Collegiate, 7 Dunstan and 8 St Andrews College. Now it is 1, 2 and 3 into the semi, and we can see we've got 4 crews out the front here, so this is going to be quite the race on our hands. It does appear to be the crew in lane 3, which is Christchurch boys, currently in the lead, only just though over that green boat of Cambridge High School. Currently in second with St Paul's holding third. But coming fast at them is Dunstan and Gisborne boys, both currently sitting in what I would call fourth. Now 1, 2 and 3 to the semi-final. You see Dunstan there with those yellow hats doing a little bit of a move, a little bit of a push. St Paul's responding well. So, and that is pushing up the front runners. Cambridge High possibly getting their bow just up and over Christchurch boys at the moment. So we are well within the final stages of this race. We've only got 200 metres to go. Top 3 through to the semi-finals. Can St Paul's hold off the charges from Gisborne and Dunstan? Cambridge High with a good push, but a nice response there from Christchurch boys. Christchurch boys in lane 3 just pushing their bow just in front again. But the Cambridge High boys, they're keeping their eye on St Paul's as St Paul's have a fast finish here and are gathering much closer to Cambridge High. But it is Christchurch boys there in lane 3, still maintaining the lead as we come down to the finish. And it is Christchurch boys are just going to get it over Cambridge High School and third to St Paul's. So it's Christchurch boys, Cambridge High School and St Paul's that progress through the semi-final from Repechage 1 and the boys under 17 double sculls. This event sponsored by Kebabalicious there in town. Great kebabs. If you're ever stuck what to do for dinner, head on down to Kebabalicious. Next up will be Repechage 2. So we'll see who joins those 3 crews and everyone else that progressed from the heat into the semi-final. And it's great to see so many people down on the banks today. Of course, we had a bit of a foggy day and it's now a bit overcast, but still remember to slip, slop, slap and wrap so that you can keep yourself protected from the sun. But here is Repechage 2 of the boys under 17 double sculls, and in 1 we have Lindisfarne, in 2 Whangarei boys, in 3 Napier boys, in 4 Francis Douglas Memorial College, in 5 Maclean's, in 6 John McGlashan, and in 7 Hastings Boys High School. But out the lead at the moment, it is the crew there in lane 5. That is Maclean's College currently in the lead with Hastings here down on the bottom of the screen. Currently in second, but having a good tussle with the crew over there in lane 2, Whangarei boys. So those are the top 3 at the moment, but Napier boys is sitting right there in 4th. And it is top 3 to the semi as we enter the final 500 metres of this repechage. We're still with Maclean's in the lead, Lindisfarne in a, Hastings in a strong second. Only just though over Whangarei Boys. We'll see what kind of a sprint Napier Boys has on them. But this crew from Maclean's, you see them, they've just lifted their rate there and they're just stretching out their lead just a little bit more, giving themselves a little bit more water over the other crews, which will make them feel a bit more comfortable about their lead and any attacks that might come at them in the final stages. But is that crew on the inside there, Whangarei Boys, that seem to be moving a little bit? They're sort of trying to make a play for second, but a good response from Hastings Boys in lane 7. You see the strength of Hastings Boys there, whereas Whangarei Boys lifted their rate to make their move. Hastings Boys didn't necessarily lift, they just squeezed a little bit more. But their crew there, Napier Boys, sitting in the middle, are keeping their stroke rate high, nice and light and bright, and that seems to be bringing them through. So they might end up with a ticket to the semi-final. Let's see what happens in the final 200 metres here of Repechage 2, the boys under 17 double sculls. So it certainly is Maclean's College holding on to their lead, but we are having a fast finishing Whangarei Boys in lane 2 picking it up. I would say Whangarei Boys has just now got their bow into second, and they are bringing with them Napier Boys. So this crew here from Hastings had better look out or they might miss out. It's top 3 to the semi-finals. Certainly Maclean's College doing well, but that Whangarei Boys crew, they have got quite the sprint on them there in 2. Look at them go now within the last 100 metres. They're eating the distance back from Maclean's every stroke, and they have brought with them Napier Boys. So first for Maclean's, second Whangarei, third and final spot does go to Napier Boys. So those 3 crews into the semi-final. Wowee, these Repecharges are something to watch, aren't they? They are just getting faster and faster every race. Loving these final 500s as the lead changes often. We are being treated to some quality racing here at day 3 of the Maadi Regatta. As we just fly back up the lake here, the next event is going to be the girls under 17 single sculls, and this actually is not a repechage. What we're going to see here is 4 quarterfinals, and so how the quarterfinals work is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the semis. But in lane 1 for this first quarterfinal we have Wentworth College number 2, in 2 Tauranga Girls number 2, in 3 Columba College, in 4 King's College, in 5 St Margaret's, in 6 Wentworth number 1, in 7 Otamotai, and in 8 New Plymouth Girls High School. So it is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the semi-final, 5 and 6 to the C, and 7 and 8 to the D. Now of course this event is sponsored by Laszlo Boats. They are nice and local, just down the road here, about 15 minutes away, so nice, quick and easy if you need any repairs done during the regatta. And of course if you do win the A final of the girls under 17 single, you do actually receive a single, a boat. So here we are, we're joining this race at about the 750 metre marker, and it is the sculler from St Margaret's, Scout, who is out in the lead at the moment. She's got a nice 1 length lead over King's College. Ione is currently in second, Columba College would be third, and there's a good tussle for fourth between Tauranga Girls and Wentworth College. So those 5 boats getting themselves out in the lead at the moment. Only 4 progress to the semi-finals to have a shot at making the A final. So this middle K that we're in, the middle piece of the race, is the bit where we really need to get stuck into our work to see who can move their boat the fastest, has the fastest sort of comfortable is a easy word for a commentator to use, but some of the rowers might not think comfortable race pace. But here we are moving through the 1K, and St Margaret's is still in the lead with just over a length over King's College, who herself has about a length over Columba. And it does look like Wentworth has just pushed herself up into 4th with just about half a length lead over Tauranga. So in these smaller boats, when there's less people to have to get up and get moving, a lot can change. It only takes a little to change the boat speed a lot. Now that could be a positive change or a negative change. Of course, all these girls will be trying their hardest to continuously make positive changes towards their boat speed, as we are seeing St Margaret's do as she stretches reduce her lead out from 1 length to closer to 2 lengths. So she is really going for a strong third 500 here. Is Scout from St Margaret's. She is really trying to push away from the rest of the field and cement herself as one of the front runners in this event. It is King's College currently in second. Now, King's College, Ione, the sculler there, she did win North Islands. So potentially Scout from St Margaret's is trying to prove a point here. As we move through the 1250 metre marker, 750 metres to go, it is still St Margaret's in the lead with King's second, but very close behind her is Columba College and Wentworth in third and fourth, with Tauranga Girls currently sitting in fifth. 1, 2, 3 and 4 progress to the semi-final. This is the first quarter-final of the Girls Under 17 Single Sculls, sponsored by Laszlo Boats. And we're just seeing St Margaret's stretch her lead out again. So now she's about 3 lengths out. She's so far off, she's off the screen. So that bodes well for her, doesn't it? But it is Kings in second and Columba just there in touching distance in third, and Wentworth is certainly, she's put in a good amount of work through the middle K there to get herself a little bit of clear water over Tauranga Girls. As we come down to the final 500 metres here, we're just going to watch St Margaret's. There she goes through that buoy line, that yellow buoy line that denotes the 1500 metre mark, 500 to go, and then there we see Kings go through. In third it's going to be Columba, and fourth, still holding fourth, is Wentworth, and Tauranga Girls will go through that marker in fifth. So that is the way they're sitting at the moment in the top 5 as we come down to the final 500 metres here of the first quarter-final of the Girls Under 17 Single Sculls. So we are seeing lovely sculling here from St Margaret's. You can really see she's got a strong drive on her. The way her legs push down, and you can even see our cameras are so nicely detailed, such high definition. I can see the definition in her quads as she pushes down. She's got some good strength there in those legs, does Scout from St Margaret's. And so that is really what is powering her boat along. She just has a little look over her shoulder there just to see how close she was to that buoy line, just so that she can keep herself nice and away from the buoys. She can minimise any possible disruption or misgivings. So she's just going nice and fast. There is Scout from St Margaret's, now well within the final 250 metres, and she's obviously stretched her lead out again. Still second place sitting with King's College, third with Columba, fourth with Wentworth, and fifth with Tauranga. But we are getting down to the nitty-gritty, down towards the end that it matters, because it doesn't really matter what order you were earlier in the race. What matters is what order you cross the finish line, as we get a lovely view there of the whole field. And it is Scout from St Margaret's in the lead here, now inside the final 100 metres. 100 metres to go. We are seeing Columba College pull up a little bit on second place Kings, and so is Wentworth, and Tauranga is having a very fast finish here. Amy Everett from Tauranga Girls is having a fast sprint. Let's see what she does. But there we are, first across the line. It is St Margaret's. Well done, St Margaret's. St Margaret's booked herself a ticket into the semi. Who's going to join her? It is going to be King's College in second, third Columba, fourth Wentworth. A very fast sprint we did have from Tauranga Girls at the end, but Amy Everett will be in the C final. And there'll be one more person from this heat joining her there, who's going to be next across the line in sixth, and book themselves a ticket to race tomorrow in the C final. Now it is C and D finals, by the way, if the events have them, are run the same day as semi-finals. But let's go up the lake to join the second quarterfinal, and in lane 1 we have Samuel Marsden, in 2 Te Ao Mutu, in 3 Gisborne Girls, in 4 St Paul's Collegiate, in 5 Hauraki Plains, in 6 John Paul College, in 7 Marion, and in 8 St Hilda's Collegiate. So this is quarterfinal 2 of the Girls Under 17 Single Sculls. This event sponsored by Laszlo Boats. Going through that marker there, we are seeing those orange blades of Hauraki in the lead. That is Paige Tavita Williams currently in the lead with about a boat length over Gisborne girls, Claire Ruston, who has about half a boat length over both St Paul's and John Paul. So those 4 in front, but right there in 5th would be Marion. So these 4 names I certainly recognise. I remember them going quite fast at North Island, all 4 of them. So these 4 girls obviously are sculling quite beautifully and trying to get themselves into the semi-final. As we get a good close look there at Paige from Hodaki. So she is just sculling very nicely, obviously. That's why she's in the lead. But look at Paige there. She just gets a nice catch, does she? She pops her blades in and away she goes. She doesn't disrupt it around the front, around the placement of the blade. But she's got a length lead over Gisborne girls, Claire Ruston, who has just a couple of feet lead over Zara from St Paul's, and then we go to Lucy from John Paul College. So those 4 starting to push out top 5. 5th, Marion College. 6th place is looking like Samuel Marsden. 7th, Te Ao Mutu, and 8th would be St Hilda's as we move through the 1250 metre marker. So 750 metres to go. These 4 here are certainly pushing away from the rest of the field. St Paul's sculler, she did place silver at North Islands, and Hodaki Plains did get the bronze, but here we are seeing a different position. Hodaki certainly done something in the last 2 weeks, certainly got something to prove as we see her lift the rate. Paige from Hodaki is really lifting the rate before the 1500 metre marker. She's going early, she wants to get away, she wants to dominate this race. So here we are as we move through that 1500 metre marker. 500 metres left to travel, and Hodaki now has a little bit of clear water. Hodaki with about a length and a half. Possibly she's trying to get that because she knows these 3 girls are going to sprint at her. So she wants to get as far away as possible to give her the best chance at being able to respond effectively, as we see Claire and Zara from Gisborne and St Paul's start to lift the rate there, and going with them as well as Lucy from John Paul. So these 4 girls are really putting a good race on for us. These 4 girls are in quarterfinal 2 of the girls under 17 single sculls with about 350 metres left to travel. It is still Hodaki with the lead. St Paul's is pushing up a little bit on Gisborne girls. St Paul's pushing up there, but Gisborne girls, Claire is still managing to hold on to that 2nd place. But Paige here from Hodaki, she went about 600 metres to go, and that paid off. She got that momentum early, and that momentum is still going through with her as we move through the 1750, 250 metres left to go. It is Hodaki with the lead. She did a fantastic move at that 600 just to get herself that little bit of more clear water, be a bit more comfortable in the lead, and it has certainly paid off. But Zara there from St Paul's is putting in a little bit of move. St Paul seems to be pushing up over Gisborne a little bit, and John Paul College is travelling well as well. John Paul College there, Lucy is still moving up into 4th position. But will she be able to get 3rd? Let's see. So, well within, coming up to the 100 metres, sorry, we've got 110 metres to go. There's Paige through the 100 metre marker. And who's going to come through that 2nd? Oh, those 2 are going through together. So we have quite the race between Gisborne girls and St Paul's there. It's Bowball for Bowball inside the last 100 metres. And we are seeing the race that they are doing is moving up on Paige from Hodaki. Is Hodaki going to stay ahead? She went at the 600 to get herself that comfortable lead so that when this happened, she could hold on to her lead. And here we are at the finish line. Fantastic work from Hodaki to take the win. I will call that only just Gisborne over St Paul's, but very close between those 2, and 4th place here to John Paul College, all 4 of those crews into the semi-finals. Oh, that's going to be a fun semi, isn't it? It just gets better and better, everyone. The racing just gets better and better as the week goes on. As we watch the final scullers cross the line here from quarterfinal 3 of the girls under 17 single sculls. So yeah. And now we are heading up the lake for quarterfinal 3, I guess, the 3rd one. So we have got Otago Girls in lane 1, ACG Strathallan in 2, St Hilda's Collegiate in 3, Wakatipu High School in 4, Onslow College in 5, King's College in 6, and James Hargest in 7. So we are catching up with this race, and let's see who's in the lead. It does look like lane 5, Glendowie College is currently in the lead. Second place would be Cashmere High School. Second place, yep. And then third, oh, sorry. I was looking at the wrong one. 5 is Onslow. Onslow's in the lead. In second is Wakatipu, third is St Hilda's, and fourth is King's College. I was one race ahead of me there, team, sorry. But it is Onslow. Sculler here, rowing very nicely. Olivia Martin, coached by Jason Theobald, just with a 1 length lead over Wakatipu, Lucy Clark. And what we are seeing Lucy just move up a little bit. She's just inching a little closer every stroke. She's now overlapping her bow with the stern of the Onslow College sculler. So we're now moving through the 1750, so 250 metres left to go. As we just see a Row New Zealand coach hovering off to the side there, possibly looking at the next up-and-comers and who we might want in his squad. But it is Onslow College, Olivia Martin in the lead, Wakatipu in second, third is King's College, has just pushed up there, and fourth is currently sitting with St Hilda's Collegiate. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the semi, of course. Fifth would be James Hargest at the moment, 6th ACG Strathallan, and 7th Otago Girls. So as we are now inside the final 100 metres, we are certainly seeing Wakatipu lift the rate. Wakatipu is coming for that lead. Let's see what happens as we're about 50 metres from the line. Onslow College is lifting her rating just to make sure she does get the win, staying ahead, but these two having a great race towards the end. And here we are down at the finish line. It is Onslow first. She holds on to her lead. Wakatipu second. Next two to join them in the semi-final is going to be King's College for third and St Hilda's for fourth. So those four into the semi-final. Next two across the line will be into the C final. And this is the quarterfinals for the girls under 17 single sculls. This event sponsored by Laszlo Boats. So there is fifth place, James Hargest, crossing the line. They will be into the C final. And there we are watching ACG Strathallan cross as well. And they will also be in the C final and D final for Otago Girls High School. But here we are for the fourth and final quarterfinal of the girls under 17 single scull. And in 1 we have Queen Margaret, in 2 Burnside, in 3 Cambridge High, in 4 Cashmere, in 5 Glendowie, in 6 Pukekohe High School, and in 7 Taupo Nui Atea. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the semi-final. It does look like it is lane 4. Lane 4 Cashmere High School out in the lead at the moment. A nice convincing lead. Second would be Pukekohe High School. Third currently sitting with Glendowie, and fourth very close between Taupo Nui Atea and Burnside High School. So there is going to be quite the race on our hands here for the who gets fourth and who gets fifth. Fourth into the semi-final, fifth into the C final. So it is though our sculler there from Cashmere. She is well out in the lead by a couple of lengths over Pukekohe High School. Pukekohe High School in a nice solid second position with just 1 length over Glendowie as we enter the final 250 metres here. It is stroke for stroke between the crew on the inside, Burnside, and the crew on the outside, Taupo Nui Atea, for that final spot. It does look like Burnside is just lifting her rate a little bit. So is Taupo Nui Atea. Let's see who can lift it more and really bring the power with the lift in the rate to see who gets over the line first. So we have about 200 metres left to travel, and Burnside is certainly putting in a burst. Burnside is just sitting up nice and light and bright in her sculling as she ticks over, moving up. She's moving up on Glendowie, now only about half a length behind Glendowie. Pukekohe still holding her lead over Glendowie, but we see our leader, Cashmere High School, coming down to the finish line. Cashmere High School crosses the line in first to take that first spot to the semi-final. Who's going to join her though in second? It is going to be a very tight race for fourth and fifth. So second at the moment, it is Pukekohe High School, crosses the line into the semi-final. Third place going to be Glendowie. Who is going to be fourth? Whew, that was quite a finish there between Taupo Nui Atea and Burnside, but we will check Roa on that one to see who gets that final spot in the semi-final. Wow, that was quite a race. Quite a race there. As we watch fifth and sixth, Queen Margaret and Kamchai across the line, so they'll be in, one into the C final, one into the D. Right. Now, of course, it is an under 15 event. Up next, the girls under 15 Octi, which is an event that won't be screened, but I will still call it for you. So we have in lane 1, Tauranga Girls. In 2, Otamoto College. In 3, St. Margaret's. In 4, Waikato Diocesan. In 5, St. Peter's School. In 6, St. Hilda's. And in 7, Takapuna Grammar. Now it is 1, 2 and 3 to the final and the rest eliminated. So let's see how they're getting on. It does appear to be the crew in lane 4, Waikato Diocesan, in the lead. They have about a half a boat length lead over St. Peter's School at the moment. I will say my allegiances are tied. I coach the Dio crew, but I'm a proud St. Peter's old girl. So let's see if these two crews hold on to their 1 and 2 spots and can both make the final. Currently, St. Margaret's sitting in third with St. Hilda's in fourth. So 1, 2 and 3 into the final, the rest eliminated. We have about 600 metres left to travel. There is the St. Peter's crew. Lovely shot here of the St. Peter's crew with the Dio crew just behind them. We're seeing 2 beautiful checker row suits. I'm a fan of the checker. I think you know why now. It's just a nice, obvious row suit. You can see who it is. But the St. Peter's crew is sculling beautifully. They're really getting behind it. But let's go check out Dio, who now have a 1-length lead. Dio meant to be having a strong third 500, and it seems to have paid off as they did push through from half a length lead to a length in the last couple of 100 metres there. So we're now in the final 500. St. Peter's, of course, always has a strong sprint, and so does St. Margaret's. And let's watch out for St. Hilda's, because it is top three through to the final. So here is Waikato Diocesan. They are, I guess they're sculling well. I feel like I have to say that because they are my crew, but they could always improve. So St. Peter's doing very well to stretch their lead out a little bit over St. Margaret's as we row past Rowing New Zealand. St. Margaret's seem to be pushing away from St. Hilda's, really making a clear claim for third place and that all-important final spot into the A final. So here we are moving through the final mark buoy, the 1750, 250 metres left to travel. Waikato Dio still maintaining their 1-length lead. St. Peter's just behind them. Then it's St. Margaret's back to St. Hilda's, and fifth currently sitting with Otamoto, with Takapuna Grammar and Tauranga in 6th and 7th. But it is Waikato Dio as we are now 150 metres from the line. Waikato Dio just stretching out, winding up. St. Peter's having a fantastic sprint going with them. St. Margaret's having a possibly even better sprint as they are now overlapping their bow over St. Peter's stern. So St. Margaret's, watch out for them, team. They have a good sprint on them. But here we are now with about 30 metres left to travel down on the finish line. Waikato Diocesan coming through the line to take first and book themselves a spot in the final. Joining them from this repechage will be St. Peter's School into the A final, and the third crew into that A final from this repechage is St. Margaret's in third, with St. Hilda's crossing the line now in fourth. Fifth place is about to cross the line, Otamoto College. There they are through the line. Let's see who is sixth and seventh out of Tauranga Girls and Takapuna Grammar. I was going to say what a fast-moving Octi race that was, but of course it is. There's 16 oars in the boat, so it's going to travel fast. There's Takapuna Grammar crossing the line now in sixth place, and Tauranga Girls will be seventh. So now let's head to repechage 2 of the girls under 15 Coxed Octuple Sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. So that was a very, very fast race. But let's see the previous, the 17 girls single. That last quarter final, it was, on the line between Taupo Nuatea and Burnside, and it was Taupo Nuatea, Ada Williams. So well done. Fantastic to see some of the smaller school programs getting themselves into the difficult races that have high entries and getting into those final rounds. That's what we want to see. With 160 schools here, we want to get as many of those schools represented in the finals as possible. As we just watched the absolute, well, you can't see them, but I'm watching the absolute critters that are the Octies. They look like centipedes because they got 16 oars. They're just landing on the pontoon. So there seems to be a little bit of a gap before this second repechage. Of the girls under 15 Octi. So those watching the live stream, you just have to go off what I tell you, I guess, right now. But we are just heading towards the start. So I'll be able to give a full commentary of this second repechage, because we will actually join this race right from the start. We seem to be watching, the boats are just getting attached. So the final boat, I believe, is just getting attached. I will come back on. No, they're getting ready, actually. They're getting ready. Some of them are squaring their blades. So in this repechage 2 of the girls under 15 Octuple that's about to get underway, we have got St. Margaret's in lane 2, Pukekohe in 3, Wakatipu in 4, Marlborough Girls in 5, St. Peter's School number 2 in 6, and Villa Maria in 7. So we have 6 boats, 3 into the final, and the rest are eliminated. So they look to all be ready. They are at the catch. They are sitting ready. They are awaiting the starters' orders. We will see what happens. I can see the coxswains are just making some adjustments, and they're away. So we are away in repechage 2 of the girls under 15 Cox Octuple Sculls. So 6 crews, Queen Margaret, Pukekohe, Wakatipu, Marlborough Girls, St. Peter's and Villa Maria are all off. They are about 80 metres into the race at this point in time. All 6 boats travelling together, travelling well. No obvious leader yet. There is 1, 2 and 3 into the final. We are starting to see the 2 crews from 1 and 2 just starting to slip back slightly. That's Queen Margaret and Pukekohe, and it does look like St. Peter's number 2 and Wakatipu High School are having the fastest starts here. Those 2 pushing to be just about a metre ahead of the rest of the field. But it is, so it would be at the moment Wakatipu in first, St. Peter's in second, third would be Marlborough Girls, fourth would be Villa Maria, fifth Pukekohe, and sixth Queen Margaret. That is how they are placed about 250 metres into the race. As we see that Wakatipu crew start to stretch out its lead just a little bit more. Wakatipu now about 3 metres ahead of St. Peter's, who has about 1 metre lead over over Marlborough Girls, who has about 2 metre lead over Villa Maria, who is very much level with Pukekohe. So Pukekohe's moved up a bit. They are now fourth equal with Villa Maria. And then sixth place, Queen Margaret. So these Octies, 16 oars, they're all moving very, very well. As we approach the 500 metre marker. In repechage 2 of the girls under 15 octuple. So it is Wakatipu. Wakatipu still in the lead as we move through the 500 metre marker. Wakatipu, then St. Peter's, then Marlborough Girls, then Villa, then Pukekohe, and sixth Queen Margaret. That is the order in which they are. For the mums and dads listening at home, the Wakatipu crew is sculling very well. They certainly pushed out to a strong start and held on to that. But this St. Peter's number 2 crew here is keeping their rate nice and high and really trying to stick with them. As we see Marlborough Girls, the Marlborough Girls crew is really starting to push up a little bit. They are clawing back every stroke, getting closer and closer to St. Peter's. As Villa Maria holds on to 4th, Pukekohe 5th, and Queen Margaret 6th. As they are about to row through the 750 metre marker, boy, it goes Wakatipu, St. Peter's, Marlborough Girls, that close. Then Pukekohe, Villa Maria, and Queen Margaret. Queen Margaret pulling back a little bit on Pukekohe in the previous 250 metres there. So all 6 of these boats are travelling very well, very fast. Remember, they're only the top 3 go through to the A final. But that Wakatipu crew is now about a length lead over St. Peter's, who only just has a lead over Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls are just eating into St. Peter's every stroke. And currently in third, I would say, fourth, sorry, it's a 3-way tie right now between Villa Maria, Pukekohe, and Queen Margaret. All 3 of those crews very much moving at the same speed. Marlborough Girls now has just pushed up into second, so Marlborough Girls now ahead of St. Peter's. So the order of the boats moving through the 1K marker is Wakatipu with about a length over Marlborough Girls, about 2 feet over St. Peter's, and then 4th we're in a 3-way tie between Queen Margaret, Pukekohe, and Villa Maria. So those girls from Marlborough Girls have really put in a good bit of work through that second 500 metre marker to get up and over St. Peter's and start pushing away from them. But it is Wakatipu High School holding the lead in repechage 2 of the girls under 15 octuple sculls. This event sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. Now, of course, you can't see the crews on the screen, but you'll have to take my word for them that all 6 of them are rowing beautifully. I have not seen one single crab from any of these crews. So these Octies have been drilled all season, and it is showing in their races as we get towards the end of the season. But it is Wakatipu as we move through the 1250. Wakatipu goes through now. Wakatipu about a length and a bit lead. Who's going to come through that 1250 metre marker second? It is Marlborough now, then St. Peter's, followed very closely by Queen Margaret. So Queen Margaret putting a bit of work. Pukekohe now and Villa Maria. So that Queen Margaret crew is really moving up. Queen Margaret trying to get that all-important third qualifying spot off St. Peter's, who is currently holding it. But there is about 650 metres left in repechage 2 of the girls under 15 octuple sculls. We still have Wakatipu in the lead, back to Marlborough Girls in second, and it is stroke for stroke, Balbal for Balbal, Queen Margaret and St. Peter's number 2 for that all-important third spot, with Pukekohe in 5th and Villa Maria in 6th. As we row closer and closer every stroke towards the 1500 metre marker, we are watching Wakatipu go through that marker right now. So Wakatipu with about a length and a bit lead. Wakatipu through that 1500 metre marker there. Marlborough Girls going through now, and still Queen Margaret and St. Peter's, Balbal for Balbal, both sitting in that all-important third spot, with Pukekohe in 5th and Villa Maria in 6th. So we are now in the final stages of this race, about 375 metres to go, and it is Wakatipu in the lead, just pushing away from the rest of the field every stroke. Marlborough Girls in second, but the battle that Queen Margaret and St. Peter's have been having has pulled them back up on Marlborough Girls, so they are not out of the weeds yet. With about 350 metres to go, between the crews of St. Margaret's, Marlborough Girls and St. Peter's, only 2 will make it to the A final and 1 will be eliminated. Let's see what happens as we now enter the final 250 metres of Repechage 2 with girls under 15 Cox or Tupel sculls. Wakatipu sculling beautifully out the front. Marlborough Girls in second. Queen Margaret has just had a whoopsie daisy, but it doesn't phase her. She keeps going. It didn't even slow their boat down. Queen Margaret, fantastic resilience from that crew. They are rowing so well. They are still pushing away from St. Peter's with 15 oars instead of 16. Great sculling from the Queen Margaret's crew as they push their way into second, and they are gaining on Marlborough Girls. But it is Wakatipu out the front with 60 metres left to go in Repechage 2 with girls under 15 Cox or Tupel sculls. Currently Marlborough Girls in second, and a fast finishing Queen Margaret in third, with St. Peter's holding on to fourth at the moment, with Pukekohe and Villa Maria in 5th and 6th. As we see Wakatipu cross the line in first. Well done, Wakatipu. It's going to be Marlborough Girls in second and Queen Margaret for third, getting that final spot in the final. St. Peter's fourth. Pukekohe crosses the line in 5th. Villa Maria 6th. Oh, what a fantastic race. That Queen Margaret College crew was just amazing. They lost a blade with 200 to go, but it didn't slow them down. They kept going. Who needs 16 blades when you've got 15? That was great rowing, girls. So proud of your resilience. Your coaches will be absolutely wrapped with how you handled that difficult situation. Oh, you always get fantastic racing from under 15s. And now another race that I will commentate radio styles is the boys under 15 Cox 8. This one's sponsored by Lakeside Health and Wellness Resort. Now there's one repechage with the top 6 going to the final. In lane 1 we got Christchurch boys, then Sacred Heart, Auckland in 2, Westlake boys, St. Bede's in 4, Christchurch boys number 1 in 5, Shirley boys, Otago boys and Wellington College. So we are joining this race at the 1K marker, and it does look like lane 5. Lane 5, Christchurch boys number 1 is currently in the lead. Second place would be Westlake. Third place will be lane 8 at the moment, Wellington College. Fourth place, St. Bede's. Fifth place, Sacred Heart, Auckland. Sixth, it is very much a tie between Shirley boys and Otago boys. And 8th, Christchurch boys number 2. So that is how they came through the 1K marker. Christchurch boys in first place, Westlake, followed closely by Wellington College, St. Bede's, Sacred Heart, and Shirley boys, Otago boys, and Christchurch boys. So top 6 through the final, rest eliminated. And moving through the 1250, it is still that order. So the Christchurch boys crew have about a half a length lead over Westlake. Christchurch boys are travelling well. Good, long, strong strokes. These two crews, there's only about a half a length in between them, but they've got clear water over the rest of the field. Third place being Wellington College, fourth St. Bede's, fifth Sacred Heart. But there's quite the battle happening for that final qualification spot between Shirley boys and Otago boys at the moment. So we only have about 3 minutes left of this race. Let's see who ends up getting those 6 qualification spots. So the Christchurch boys are 8. They are rowing very nicely. For everyone listening at home, they are getting all their blades in at the same time. They've got nice parallels, everything going smoothly in that boat. But they are still holding first, with Westlake in 2nd, Wellington College in 3rd, Shirley boys and Otago boys, no, it is still St. Bede's in 4th, Shirley boys and Otago boys in 5th, and Sacred Heart Auckland. So yeah, there is quite a lot happening in this race for these qualification spots. We are about 300 metres from the finish line. Christchurch boys in 1, about a length lead over Westlake, who have a length over Wellington, who have half a length over St. Bede's, and then it is the battle that is happening between Shirley boys and Otago boys has pushed them both ahead of Sacred Heart. So currently now it is Shirley boys and Otago boys fighting out for 5th and 6th, with Sacred Heart left in 7th. So Shirley boys and Otago boys are pushing themselves into qualification spots. We now have about 200 metres left to travel. Otago boys still holding on to the lead. Sorry, Christchurch boys holding on to the lead. Otago has just got the lead there over Shirley boys, but Shirley boys responding well. It is Christchurch boys in 1st, Westlake boys in 2nd, Wellington College in 3rd, St. Bede's in 4th, and Otago 5th, Shirley 6th, with Sacred Heart 7th and Christchurch boys number 2 and 8th. But we now are within the final 100 metres, and let's go down to the line and see how they finish. So Christchurch boys number 1 coming across the line now in 1st, and then there goes Westlake in 2nd. 3rd place coming towards the line now, it is going to be St. Bede's for 3rd and Wellington College for 4th. 5th is going to cross the line now, that's Otago boys. 6th, there it is, Shirley boys. So those 6 are into the final, and 7th Sacred Heart Auckland, and 8th will be Christchurch Boys High School number 2. And we'll just have a quick ad break, team.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And now we are back on the screen, and we are here for the Repcharge 1 and the boys under 18 Cox. 4 in lane 1 we have Mount Albert Grammar, in 2 St Kentigans, in 3 Marlborough boys, in 4 Christchurch boys, in 6 Waitaki boys, in 7 King's College, and in 8 Wanganui High School. So boys under 18 Cox for this event, sponsored by Crew Lab, your all-in-one team management. It is first to the A final. There is 2 Repcharges for this event, and only the first goes to the A final. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th to the B final. So it is very cutthroat here for our most senior athletes at this regatta. We are about 800 metres into the race, and it does look to be the crew in lane 5. That is Christchurch boys currently holding a 1-length lead over St Kentigans, who have about half a length lead over Marlborough boys. So those are the top 3 at the moment, with plenty left to go in this race, this all-important Repcharge for the boys under 18 Cox 4. So let's see how the rest of the field is playing out. It is currently 4th place is sitting with King's College, 5th with Waitaki, 6th with Wanganui High School, and 7th with Mount Albert Grammar. But we are approaching the 1K marker. Well, we've just gone through it, actually. There it is. Just gone through the 1K. And Christchurch boys are in the lead by length. They've just stretched out a little bit. St Kentigans currently in 2nd, and Marlborough boys in 3rd. Marlborough boys only just behind St Kentigans. They're really getting stuck into their work, so anything could change with Kings in 4th at the moment. It is 5th is sitting with Waitaki. But that Christchurch boys crew out the front is really stretching out their lead as we move through the 12:50 metre marker. But yeah, Christchurch boys really wants that spot in the A final. But they are being attacked nicely by Kentigans and Marlborough. Marlborough keep edging up on St Kitts. Let's see what happens in the final 12:50 metres here as we see Christchurch boys just lift their rate. So we're getting a nice close look here at Christchurch boys. Just rowing nicely. Nice long rhythm you're seeing here from them. And we're seeing the coxswain there down in the front. But they are travelling nicely as Christchurch boys. Christchurch boys there with about a length and a half. But we are seeing that crew there. The momentum is with them from Marlborough. Marlborough boys seem to be moving up over St Kentigans to try to get that second place. Will they have enough speed to get first? We have about 400 metres left to travel, and it is a good battle for second between Marlborough and St Kentigans. And currently Kings sitting in 4th. Christchurch boys just rowing nicely, well out the front. Well out the front here from Christchurch boys. Christchurch boys about 300 metres left to go. Nicely out the front, only first progresses to the A final. Christchurch boys certainly got themselves in that spot early. They claimed it and they've managed to hold on to that as we are now within the final 250 metres. But we're having a great battle here for second between St Kentigans and Marlborough. St Kentigans has now replied to Marlborough's move and have got their bow only just a little bit in front, but Marlborough is pushing back at them. Will either of these crews have enough momentum though to catch Christchurch boys in this final 100 metres here? Christchurch boys just entering that final 100 metres, still with a bit of clear water, so they are commanding the race nicely. Marlborough boys back in second now. Marlborough boys just pushed up over St Kentigans there, but it is still Christchurch boys. Christchurch boys travelling well. Christchurch boys about 10 metres from the finish line as we are here down on the finish camera, and there goes Christchurch boys into the A final. Nice work, Christchurch boys. It'll be the B final for Marlborough boys, St Kentigans, King's College, and whoever places 5th, who is going to be the next across the line. Is it going to be Waitaki? Is it going to be Wanganui High School? Is it going to be Mount Albert Grammar? It does appear to be the crew there with the 6 on their bow, Waitaki boys into the B final. That was Ripcharge 1 and the boys under 18 Cox 4, sponsored by Crew Lab, as we just watched the final crews, Mount Albert Grammar and Wanganui High School, cross the line. Here we are heading out for Repcharge 2 of the boys under 18 Coxed 4, sponsored by Crew Lab. In lane 1, St Peter's School. In 2, Christchurch boys number 2. In 4, Christ College number 1. In 5, Christ College number 3. In 6, Wanganui Collegiate. And in 7, Wanganui Collegiate 2. And in 8, St Peter's School. So let us see who is the leader of this race as we join it at the 12:50. It does appear to be Christ College number 1. Christ College number 1 off the screen to the right, but I can see their puddles, so I know they're there in the front. So Christ College number 1 in the lead in that all-important 1 spot to the A final. Currently in second, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Third would be St Peter's School number 1. Fourth, Christ College 3. But it is here in this nice yellow Empacker boat is the Christ College number 1 crew of Max, George, Geordie, Will and the Cox Daniel, coached by, of course, none other than Tony O'Connor and Henry Smith. So here we are, Christ College, moving through the 1500 metre marker, 500 metres left to travel of this Reportage 2 with the boys under 18 Coxed 4. This event sponsored by Crew Lab, your all-in-one team management. Now in second place is Christchurch Boys number 2. Third place, only just St. Peter's, and we're having good battle for fourth between Christ College number 3 and Wanganui Collegiate number 1. Those two are very much looking like the same position, although they might be pushing up over St. Peter's at the moment. So they might be pushing up into third. But it is Christ College number 1 who have a very commanding lead, a good lead of about 3.5 lengths over the rest of the field. So Christ College really putting their name on that final qualification spot to the A final. We already had 6 crews in that A final. We just got another one from the previous rep, and this will be the 8th and final crew into the A final for the boys under 18 Cox 4, looking to, of course, challenge for the Springbok Shield. Last year, Ham Boys won the Springbok Shield, so we'll see who takes it out this year. But in Reportage number 2 here, it is Christ College moving into the final 100 metres. Christ with about 80 metres left to go. They're just looking like they're holding firm as they have clear water. Christchurch Boys lifting the rate there in second, but we are down on the finish now with Christ a few strokes away, and there they are, Christ College crossing the line in first and getting the A final. But let's see who the next 4 crews are into the B final. So it is Christchurch Boys High School in second. They're into the B final. Who's going to place third? St. Peter's held everyone off. Good challenges from everyone else. St. Peter's in third. Fourth is going to go to Christ number 3, and fifth Wanganui Collegiate. So those 4 into the B final. 6 will be Wanganui Collegiate number 2. So here we are for Reportage number 1 at the girls under 18 Coxed 4. Let's see who is, well, we've got Westlake in lane 2, Wanganui Collegiate in 3, Craighead in 4, Marlborough Girls in 5, Westlake in 6, and Dunstan in 7. That is 6 crews in this race. Although I only see 5, so I must have missed one. But let's see who's in the lead. It is certainly the row suits of Marlborough Girls. So this is 1 to the A final, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to the B, and at the present we have got Marlborough Girls in the lead by 1 length over Craighead. So with 750 metres left to go, we'll see what happens if Craighead can get up and over Marlborough for that all-important 1 qualification spot or not. So this event is also sponsored by Crew Lab, your all-in-one team management. Marlborough Girls with a nice, comfortable rate there. Not too high, not too low, but it is working for them as they are holding their 1 length lead. Craighead Diocesan is starting to push up a little bit. Craighead just going, but Marlborough is responding to that. Marlborough squeezing away a little bit. They obviously have a strong third 500. Does Marlborough, a very strong third 500 here as they move out to a bit of clear water. So we are now just approaching the 1500 metre marker, 500 metres to go, and it is Marlborough Girls holding the lead here in Reportage 1 of the girls under 18 Coxed 4. And Craighead just holding a very, very strong second. This obviously a tough event to be in, this tough qualification, only 1 through. So Craighead in second. Third is sitting with Westlake Girls number 2. Fourth would be Wanganui Collegiate number 2. And fifth would be Westlake Girls number 2 at the moment. But it is first to the A final. 2 to 5 to the B, as we see Marlborough girls just start winding. You know, they've just lifted their rate up again. So Marlborough girls really wanting to get away from Craighead. They really want to make sure they are the front runners. And I can see watching on the YouTube at the moment, we have got some Marlborough supporters. Yeah, Marlborough. So there you go, Marlborough. You've got some mates. They're there watching. They're cheering you on. I'm sure you can feel their spirit, and that is what is helping carry you through this race as we are now in the final 250 metres. Marlborough girls with a length and a bit lead over Craighead Diocesan. Craighead Diocesan putting in a good burst. Craighead Diocesan just eating into that lead a little bit, but a great response from Marlborough girls to maintain their lead. Third place still sitting with Westlake girls number 2, fourth Wanganui Collegiate, and fifth Westlake girls number 3. But it is Marlborough girls out in the lead here as we enter the final 100 metres. Marlborough girls with only a length now. Craighead is eating into that, but is it too little too late? Can Marlborough hold on? As we're about 50 metres from the line, Marlborough girls with a length lead in repechage number 1, and it is, here we are on the line, Marlborough girls. Fantastic work, Marlborough girls. And second place to Craighead, so we'll see them again in the B final, and they'll be joined by third, fourth and fifth. And so we've got plenty of Westlake supporters too. How good. But here is Westlake number 2 placing third. They will be into the B final, joining Craighead there. And so will Wanganui Collegiate number 2 and Westlake Girls High School number 3. So that is repechage 1 of the girls under 18 Cox 4. This event sponsored by Crew Lab, your all-in-one team management. So here we are for repechage number 2 with the girls under 18 Cox 4. And in lane 2 we have Queen Margaret. In 3 Wellington girls. In 4 Epsom girls. In 5 St Margaret's. In 6 Nelson College. And in 7 Dawson School for Girls. But it is the very distinct boat from Epsom Girls Grammar that is currently in the lead, looking for that all-important 1 spot for qualification. It is Epsom Girls Grammar with 1 length over Nelson College for Girls, and St Margaret's currently in third. Queen Margaret looks to be sitting in fourth, Wellington Girls and Dawson School for Girls. But it is Epsom Girls with a bit of clear water as we move down to the 1500 metre marker. About 500 metres left to travel here in repechage 2 at the girls under 18 Cox 4. But it is Epsom Girls here with that nice, long, strong rhythm. They are rowing beautifully, is Epsom Girls. So it is Epsom Girls in first, Nelson College in second, and St Margaret's there in third. They've still got overlap over Nelson, but the crew you need to get overlap with and get on top of would be Epsom if you would like to be in the A final. There's only 1 spot in the A final up for grabs in this repechage. Very cutthroat progressions, but it is Epsom Girls with a bit of clear water over Nelson Girls, and St Margaret's in third, but it's very tight, it's very close, there's not much in it. And then very close there for 4th, 5th and 6th as well between Queen Margaret, Wellington Girls and Diocesan Girls. But those Epsom Girls have just pushed away again. We now are 250 metres from the finish line. Epsom Girls now with about 2 lengths lead. St Margaret's really pushing up on Nelson. St Margaret's just getting their bow ball ahead to now be in second place and putting Nelson College into third. Of course, second, third, fourth and fifth all end up in the same place. That is the B final. It is Epsom Girls with 2 lengths lead. Epsom Girls with 2 lengths. They are looking to book themselves that number 1 spot and into the A final. And we will also see what their time compares to the previous heat. Marlborough Girls won that in 7:29.66. But let's see what Epsom Girls does. So here we are down on the line. Epsom Girls Grammar through the line. There they are. They've got their spot in the A final. Well done, Epsom Girls. Second place, St Margaret's. Third place, Nelson. They'll be in the B final to hit it out against each other again. Fourth place is going to be Queen Margaret. They are also going to be in the B final along with fifth place. And that is Wellington Girls College into the B final. And so I'm seeing a bit of a theme here from a couple of Queen Margaret crews recently, having strong third 500s and fourth 500s. So they are travelling well there towards the end of races. Now we are heading back up the lake for Repecharge 1 of the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. In lane 1 we have St Paul's, in 2 Marion College, in 3 Hamilton Girls, in 4 Diocesan School for Girls, in 5 Hillcrest High School, in 6 Mount Albert Grammar, in 7 Maclean's, and in 8 Whangarei Girls. So Repecharge 1 girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry. It is a popular event, so there is semi-finals. It's 1, 2 and 3 to the semi-final. As we just see the results come through, so from that previous race, Eggs got a 7:37. So Marlborough there being quite fast in that event. But let's see what's happening here. It is the crew in lane 7 currently in the lead. That is Maclean's. Maclean's currently in the lead, only just though over Whangarei, who are only just in the lead over Dyson School for Girls in 3rd and 4th place, currently sitting with Hamilton Girls. 5th would be Hillcrest at the moment. But it is only the top 3 to the semi-final, so quite a race is going to happen here. In Repecharge 1 and the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. But it is still Maclean's in the lead, but we are seeing that crew down there in lane 3, Hamilton Girls, start to push up. Actually, Hamilton Girls is now in the lead. Hamilton Girls with a solid move there. Hamilton Girls now in the lead of this Repecharge. Maclean's and Diocesan School for Girls battling it out for 2nd and 3rd, with Whangarei in 4th at the moment. So let's see what happens as we get into the meat of the race. Hamilton Girls, though, the second 500 of them, they're just stepping away every stroke, aren't they? They've got the highest rate out of anyone on the field at the moment, on the lake. And they are now 3/4 of a length lead. It's almost like they just started the race and restarted it at the 500 to really, really push out. So here is Hamilton Girls, almost a length now, almost a length over the rest of the competition. So Diocesan School for Girls currently in 2nd, and I would say they're 2nd equal with Maclean's, those two very close, and 4th with Whangarei, 1, 2 and 3 into the semi-final. So let's see what happens here as this race unfolds. But we are at the 1K marker. No, the 1250, sorry. That's the 1250. And it is Hamilton Girls. Hamilton Girls, they're just holding that length. Diocesan School for Girls isn't letting them get away, and neither is Maclean's. Those two crews fighting valiantly, just keep pushing up on Hamilton Girls. But Hamilton Girls, with the higher rate, really ticking their boat over in this third 500 metres of Repecharge 1 of the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry. So it is Hamilton Girls with a length lead over Diocesan School for Girls and Maclean's. The lead between those two certainly keeps changing, but they are both 2nd and 3rd. And that's all you need to be. You need to be top 3 to get to the semi-final as we move into the final 500 metres. Whangarei Girls here sitting in 4th with Hillcrest High School in 5th. But it is the Hamilton Girls. It's almost like they started their wind at the 500 metre in. And this whole second 1250, they've just been driving away, because I thought their rate was high enough and it wouldn't change, but it definitely changed. In this final 500, they found another gear, and now they're getting even more clear water. Hamilton Girls, Wow, you've got quite the race on you, haven't you? You really want to be in that semi-final, which is fair enough, because now you've got a 2-length lead over Diocesan School for Girls and Maclean's College as we row past Rowing New Zealand. Elite rowers, take note. This is how you do a final sprint. Hamilton girls travelling very well in Rep Charge 1 and the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls as we come down to the 1250 metre marker, now with 250 metres left to travel. Hamilton girls 2 and a bit lengths in the lead over Diocesan School for Girls and Maclean's College. Diocesan School for Girls having them bow just ahead of Maclean, but Maclean's is lifting their rate, starting their wind. It's bow for between these two crews. Honestly, they're having a great tussle as Diocesan School for Girls and Maclean's College. But this great race that they're having is pushing them away from the rest of the field and securing their spots in the top 3, which is the qualification to the semi-final. But it is Hamilton girls holding on to that 2-length lead. They're really running away from it as we get into the final 100 metres here. Hamilton girls holding on, keeping that rate high. They just keep going higher and higher. They're really sprinting is Hamilton girls. Great work from Hamilton girls. Their coxswain there, Sam Gardner. I've seen her around the boat shed. She certainly knows how to tell a crew what to do, and she's doing it again today. But here she is. Here they are, Hamilton girls crossing the line in first into the semi-finals. Great work, Hamilton girls. Followed in second by Diocesan School for Girls and third, Maclean. So those 3 crews into the semi-finals. Fourth there, Whangarei girls. Fifth, Hillcrest High. Sixth, looks like a fast finishing St. Paul's Collegiate number 2. 7th place is going to be Mount Albert Grammar, so 8th will be Marion College. That is Rep Charge 1 of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry. And here we are heading up the lake for Rep Charge 2 of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1 we have St Margaret's College. In 2 Gisborne girls. In 3 Westlake girls. In 4 Hamilton girls. In 5 Villa Maria. In 6 Columba College. And in 7 Rotorua Lakes High School. So 1, 2 and 3 to the semi-final. And the rest eliminated. So it is lane number 3. I would say lane number 3 only just in the lead. That is Westlake girls number 1. They are currently in the lead with Villa Maria sitting in second. Hamilton girls number 2 holding on to the much coveted 3rd place spot at the moment. But right behind them is a fast moving Columba College in 4th and Gisborne girls in 5th. Go Columba. That's what the people are saying on the YouTube. You got some supporters, Columba. You are in a nice spot there in 4th. Can you sneak up into the top 3? Let's find out. But it is Westlake in the lead as we move through the 1250 metre marker. They've got about a half a boat length lead over Villa Maria, who have 3/4 of a boat length lead over Hamilton girls number 2, and only about a 1/3 of a boat length lead over Columba College. So Columba, there's your support. Your boat is moving. Let's see if Hamilton girls number 2, though, has the same kind of sprint we just saw their first crew have in the previous repechage. Let's go Villa. We've got some Villa supporters as well. So Villa there in second, travelling well. Your friends are watching. How good. But it is still Westlake Girls High School number 1, currently in the lead. And Villa Maria is just pushing up a little bit. Villa Maria now only about a half a length behind, Westlake Girls, and they in turn have a half a length lead over Hamilton Girls. So as this race continues, we are seeing the front of the field get closer and closer. But as I say that, it's almost as if Westlake heard and decided they wanted to actually move out a little bit more. So moving through the 1500 metre marker, Westlake is now 3/4 of a length ahead of Villa. They have pushed up a little bit. Hamilton Girls only about about third of a length behind Villa. So maybe this Hamilton Girls number 2 crew has the same finish that we did see their number 1 crew have. They obviously know how to train a sprint down there at Hamilton Girls, Georgia King and Ben Kersop, but it is Westlake Girls. Westlake Girls travelling very nicely in the lead here. Westlake Girls holding on to that top spot here in Repechage 2 of the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. This event sponsored by Gibbets Ferry. Rotorua Lakes, you've got some mates watching too. How good. Oh, loads of Villa supporters. We're getting spammed by Villa at the moment, but I love it. I love it. It's good to see it. We want to be here supporting our mates, supporting our tribes, and Villa is moving up. Westlake still with the lead. Villa moving up a little bit, and Hamilton Girls moving with them. So these 3 crews stretching out a little bit. Columba sitting in 4th at the moment, but these 3 out the front as we enter the final 250 metres. Westlake, Villa, and Hamilton Girls all lifting the rate, moving faster every stroke. Still Westlake with the lead, but only just. Villa lifting it, Hamilton Girls lifting it. These 3 really want to make themselves the 3 top spots that end up in the semi-final. Previous Repechage was won by Hamilton Girls number 1 in a time of 7:48. Let's see if the race we're seeing here makes this Repechage go faster or not. As we're in the final 100 metres, it is Westlake Girls with half a length lead. A win is a win. It doesn't matter by how much. Villa Maria in 2nd, and then Hamilton Girls 3rd. So those 3 currently holding on to the qualification spots. As we come down to the finish line, 10 metres left to travel. It is Westlake Girls take the win there in Repechage 2. 2nd to Villa, 3rd for Hamilton Girls number 2. So they are into the semi-finals. 4th from a fast finishing Gisborne Girls there. And 5th to Columba College. 6th to Rotorua Lakes, and that'll be 7th to St Margaret's. That rounds out the Repechages for the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Here we are for Repechage number 1 of the boys under 16 double sculls. This event sponsored by Laszlo Boats. In lane 1 we have King's High School. In 2 St Thomas of Canterbury. 3 Burnside High School. 4 St Kentigans. 5 Napier Boys. 6 Taupo Nui Atea. 7 Shirley Boys, and 8 Timaru Boys High School. So as we join this race in the latter stages, there is certainly one crew right out the front there, and it does appear to be Napier Boys. Napier Boys in the lead. It is 1 and 2 to the A final. Taupo Nui Atea currently holding on to 2nd place, but they have got many crews hot on their heels. Here is Napier Boys entering the final 250 metres here. Napier Boys coming down to the line. Well, down to the in front of the spectator bank. So if you're there, go cheer them on. I'm loving the chat on the YouTube. People are hearing what I'm hearing. A win is hearing what I'm saying. Sorry, a win is a win. That's right. Let's go, Taupo Nui Atea. You've got some supporters out there. Here we go, Taupo. You're currently in 2nd, but you are being challenged by St Thomas of Canterbury, Burnside, and St Kentigans. 4 crews there battling it out for that all-important final qualification spot to the A final. But it is Napier Boys. Napier Boys out in the lead here, holding on to the top spot at the moment. They want to book their ticket into the A final, but let's see who gets the 2nd spot. Currently Taupo Nui Atea as they look across, because there is a fantastic battle happening between St Thomas of Canterbury and Burnside High. Down on the finish line it is Taupo Nui Atea. Oh, they're wrapped. I love to see it. Happy as Taupo Nui Atea. Go Zach and Nico, plenty of supporters for you. So that is Napier Boys and Taupo Nui Atea into the A final for the boys under 16 double sculls. This event sponsored by Lazo. third, fourth, fifth and sixth into the B final. Let's head back up the lake for repechage number 2 of the very same event. So, repechage number 2, we have got Wakatipu High School, Scots College, Glendowie in lane 3, Cambridge High School in lane 4, Gisborne Boys in lane 5, Onslow College in lane 6, St. Peter's School in lane 7, and in lane 8, Tauranga Boys College. So, let's see what's happening. Whew, this is quite a close race, isn't it? It does look like lane 5, Gisborne Boys High School, currently in the lead, only just over St. Peter's. But of course it is 1 and 2 to the A final. Third would be currently sitting with Cambridge High. Fourth, Tauranga and Glendowie. Very close then. It's Scots College, Wakatipu, and back to Onslow. But we're joining this race inside the final kilometre, and it is going to be quite the race. If it's only 1 and 2 into the A final, we're going to have a race on our hands here. Team, get excited. Get down there on the banks cheering on your teammates if you have a school in this race. But in the lead, it is Gisborne Boys High School. Gisborne Boys High School, River and Blake, coached by Luke and Joshua, currently with, maybe about a foot lead over St. Peter's School here. Max and Jacob, coached by Joseph and Jasper. Max and Jacob here making a good move. They're really edging up. Cambridge High sitting in third. So we might have a local battle on our hands between Cambridge High and St. Peter's, the two local schools, of course. As St. Peter's, I just see Jacob there have a little look across at Gisborne Boys, but Gisborne Boys still holding on to the lead. Gisborne Boys with about 3 feet lead, but St. Peter's making a good move as we come to the end of the third 500 and move into that all-important final 500, this sprint 500. It is Gisborne Boys still with the lead. St. Peter's keeps putting in little bursts of about 3 strokes and getting up right next to them. Can St. Peter's put in a longer burst and get over them? What will we see from Cambridge High in this final 500 metres here of repechage 2 at the boys under 16 double sculls? This event sponsored by Laszlo Boats. It is Gisborne Boys and St. Peter's more or less bow ball for bow ball at this stage. Gisborne, their bow ball maybe possibly more in front of St. Peter's than not. But anything can happen in a final sprint. It is Cambridge High sitting in third, and a great battle there happening between Glendowie and Scots and Wakatipu for 4th, 5th and 6th. But we're starting to see St. Peter's and Gisborne here lift their rates. It's almost like they did it together. They're both lifting their rate and really charging through. St. Peter's now having their bow ball in front more often than not. But it is Gisborne, they're coming back. It really is. Every 5 strokes, the leader changes. These two doubles really trying to take the win as we move into the final 250 metres here of repechage 2 at the boys under 16 double sculls. St. Peter's now in the lead. Gisborne moving with them. Cambridge High in third. These two crews out the front really want those 2 qualification spots. They're just rowing away from the rest of the field, letting the rest of them to battle out for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th and the spots in the B final. That will be a fantastic battle as we see Scots College there start lifting it up for a fast finish. They are really coming high for Cambridge High's 3rd place spot, but will Scots College move up into one of the 1st or 2nd? 100 metres now left to go. It's still Gisborne with the lead, only just over St. Peter's. These two crews, the top 2, looking for those qualification spots, but a fast finishing Scots College down on the inside there. But it is now St. Peter's in the lead. Who's going to cross the line first? Top 2 into the A final. There it is, St. Peter's with a final 100 metres very fast. First to St. Peter's, second to Gisborne. And then it's going to be, look at that. 4 crews pretty much across the line together. That was Cambridge High, Glendowie, Scots, and someone over this side. I don't know. Check the results. That was very, very close for who's in the B final. I love repechage day. Hey. Everyone is going so fast. The competition is there. The racing is there. So many people involved. 160 schools, 2,200 rowers. add on all the coaches, managers, parents, the volunteers. We could not do any of this without our volunteers, our team from KRI. We would be out there floundering about, not knowing where to go and what to do. But here we are, cruising up this beautiful lake of Karapiro We're going to go to an ad very quickly before we get into the girls under 18 double single sculls.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And here we are, just checking out the girls under 18 single sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. Now, this is a quarter-final, so we're about to see the next four. No, sorry, this is a rep charge, but they're qualifying for the quarter-final. So lots of rounds. So the 1, 2, 3, and 4 from this will progress into the quarter-final. And if they go from the quarter-final to the semi and therefore then into an A or a B, that means they would have raced this boat 5 times across the week. So you really get used to your own company when you're in the single. But you can see them all waiting off. You can see one race is loading into the pontoons there. And you can see the next race waiting off to the side there. They're ready, they're here. They've nice and organised this lot. So they'll be the next into the box as soon as this goes away. But so I say you have your own company, but you do just chit chat to the others, don't you? Get to know your competition when you race them time and time again. But here is rep charge 1 just loading into the blocks. So it is, yeah, the top 4 are into the quarterfinal, and there is 2 rep charges for this event. So we can see some look ready, some look relaxed. So we potentially got looking very relaxed there. So we're not about to start. We just got a little minute. You can see our boat holders there. So you can see that lady, or man, I don't know who that is, who's lying down there at the end of the pontoon. She's just holding on to the stern. And they're getting ready there. You can see that sculler getting ready, so we must be about to start. But in lane 1, we have got Burnside High School. In 2, Timaru Girls. In 3, Tawa. In 4, Hamilton Girls. In 5, Wakatipu. In 6, Bethlehem. In 7, ACG Strathallan. And in 8, Burnside High School. And they are off. We are about 100 metres into the race. You see them all there with a very, very fast start. It does look like the sculler in lane 4, Hamilton Girls, is maybe just in the lead at this very early stages, but right there with her will be the ones on either side of her, Wakatipu and Tawa College. So right now we are seeing Tawa push up. Actually, Tawa is now just nudging her bow into the lead. So a lot happens in a single race. Girls under 18, of course. I assume most of these would have started in under 15 and be in their 4th year of rowing. But you never know, some of these might be in their 1st year. So very experienced scullers as we see this beautiful shot of the whole course, what we are yet to row down. But it is the scullers in lanes 3, 4 and 5 out in the lead. So that is Tawa, Hamilton Girls and Wakatipu. Those ones starting to push out, bringing with them, of course, lane 2. That would be Timaru Girls and ACG Strathallan there too. But it is lane 3, Tawa College. Tawa College pushing out to about 3/4 of a length lead over Timaru Girls, Hamilton Girls and Wakatipu and Strathallan. ACG Strathallan, those 4 very much locked. Their horns are locked together at the moment. Very much travelling at the same speed. But it is Tawa College, Emily Flowers, who is stretching out to a length lead as we move through the 500 metre marker. So there we go through that. She's got a length lead now, does Tower College. It is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the quarterfinal. So we're seeing 4 boats here looking for 3 spots if Tower College holds on to the lead. So Bethlehem College right there as well. Can't rule anyone out in these early stages. But Tower College, she is just pushing out every stroke. She's now got a bit of clear water. She's having a strong second 500 here. She's really trying to maintain the speed and the power that she produced in that first 500. As we see ACG Strathallan on the bottom of the screen just push up a little bit to get her bow just a smidge over Wakatipu and Hamilton Girls. And it's also lane 2, Timaru Girls High School, that is pushing up a little bit as well. So I would say at the moment it is Tawa in a nice, clear, comfortable first, Timaru and AC Strathallan locked in second, and Hamilton Girls and Wakatipu locked in fourth. But you are seeing many different rates. Hamilton Girls has a very high rate in the middle there. Can she sustain this for the whole race? But look at Tawa there. Tawa College, Emily Flowers is just pushing out every single stroke. She gets further and further in front of the rest of the field as we're just seeing Timaru start to fall away a bit. The high rate of Hamilton Girls and Wakatipu pushing them back up, and ACG Strathallan as well. So Hamilton Girls now pushing up really into second, with ACG in third and Wakatipu sitting in fourth. It is though Tawa College. She has led from the start and she has held on to it. She is just squeezing up is Tawa College, Emily Flowers. She's squeezing out just her lead every stroke a little bit more. We've now got 4 scullers pushing themselves into that top 4 position. The all-important, let's see how they move through the 1K. It is Tawa College going through the 1K. There she goes. She's got about a length lead over ACG Strathallan, who has just a little bit of a lead over Hamilton Girls and then Wakatipu. Those 4 have clear water over the rest of the field. I would say it's Bethlehem and Timaru and Burnside all coming through the 1K together. But it is all about the top 4. Top 4 qualify to the quarterfinal. This is Repcharge Day. This is your second chance. There is no third chance. But here we are. Let's go get a closer look at Tawa College. Emily Flowers as she sculls beautifully. Plenty of power. You can really see those legs drive down. Loving the reflection as well. Great drone footage, you know, fantastic high definition cameras we've got on these drones. As you see the beautiful shot with Mount Maungatautari in the background. But Tawa College, she's holding her one length lead over Hamilton Girls. Hamilton Girls maintaining that nice high rate, and it's, you know, sometimes when people start with a high rate you think they're going to run out of steam, but not Hamilton Girls. Not the theme of the last half hour we're seeing from Hamilton Girls. They start high, they hold it high, and they finish high. They seem to be going very well, does Hamilton Girls, with this high rate. It is working for them because she is not running out of steam. Hamilton Girls having good battle there with Wakatipu to really push up a little bit on Tawa College. But Tawa College holding on to that lead nicely as we move through the third 500 metres. And ACG Strathallan there just pushing up as well. So we have got Tawa College with just a length lead over ACG Strathallan. Plenty of power coming through from this ACG Strathallan sculler. Tempest Spires, plenty of power as she manages to just sneak up a little bit on Tawa there. But Hamilton Girls travelling well in third and Wakatipu in third. Keep an eye on the sculler down in lane 1 though, Burnside High School number 2, Jessica Rankin, as she seems to be making a bit of a play for one of these top 4 spots. It is still Tawa College in the lead as we move through the 1500 metre marker. And ACG Strathallan in second, then Hamilton Girls, Wakatipu, and keep an eye on Burnside High School number 2 there, Jessica Rankin, because she has certainly moved herself up in the last 500 metres. But it is Tawa College. She has led for most of this race. She is holding on to her lead. Hamilton Girls now pushing up a little bit into the lead, into Strathallan's lead over here. Hamilton girls really looking for that second spot. Wakatipu currently in fourth, but it is Burnside number 2. She is sneaky down there in lane 1. You got to look out for her. She is coming for one of these top 4 spots. She is moving her bow ball up. She's only now half a length behind Wakatipu. Now at the 1K, there was clear water between Wakatipu and Burnside, but that third 500 from Jessica Rankin was something. It was strong because she is pulling herself up. Let's see what happens in the final stages. Still Tawa College with a 1 length lead. She's just stretched it out a little bit. She's got a smidge of clear water as she moves into the final 250 metre. ACG Strathallan holding on to second, Hamilton girls third. Who's going to be fourth? Wakatipu and Burnside number 2 moving through that marker together. So the race is on, team. The race is on for that final spot. Who is going to get it? We are having the momentum with Burnside High School number 2, Jessica Rankin. She is moving that boat every stroke. She certainly wants her spot in the quarterfinal, but it is still Tawa College out with the lead. ACG Strathallan in second, Hamilton girls in third, and it is now Burnside High School number 2 in fourth. Wakatipu missing out at the moment, but with 100 metres left to travel, who has the faster final sprint? Let's find out. It is Tawa College, though. Tawa College with the lead. We've seen ACG Strathallan lift it to hold on to her second. Hamilton girls in 3. But look at Burnside High School number 2, Jessica Rankin, as she just moves up. The momentum is with her. She's going to get Hamilton girls at this rate. But let's see how they cross the line. There it is. First place to Tawa College. Second, ACG Strathallan. Third, Hamilton girls. And fourth, Burnside High School number 2, Jessica Rankin, into the quarterfinals, those 4. Wow, what a race from Burnside High School. She really came through in the second half. Here we are heading up for repechage number 2 of the girls under 18 single sculls. In lane 1, Avonside girls. In 2, Hillcrest High. In 3, St Margaret's. In 4, Wentworth College. In 5, Pukekohe High School. In 6, Cromwell College. And in 7, ACG Strathallan number 2. Now, the lead is currently with St Margaret's, Hannah Jones. So St Margaret's is currently in the lead with Wentworth in second. It is top 4 to the quarterfinals. Let's see how this race plays out. But we are seeing a nice high rate here from St Margaret. She's keeping it tapping over nicely, keeping her boat moving every stroke, as we see Wentworth just a length behind in second. That is Kayla Paladin. It is, as we move through this marker, it is St Margaret's with a length over Wentworth. And then we're seeing at the top of the screen there Avonside girls and Hillcrest High School. But St Margaret's currently in the lead with a nice 1 length. She is having to work, though, to keep that 1 length. She's just starting to push a little bit. She's now getting a little bit of clear water. There's no longer overlap between the bows and the sterns. So St Margaret's in first, Wentworth in second. It does appear to be down here, ACG Strathallan in third. Or second, ACG Strathallan really pushing up there on the Wentworth sculler. So good battle between those two. Fourth currently sitting with Avonside. Fifth with Hillcrest and Pukekohe. But yeah, top 4 into the quarterfinals. So those are the positions we are all after as we travel down towards the final 250 metres. It is still St Margaret's with a length and a half lead over the next 2 scullers. Let's see how they move through there all together. So Wentworth and ACG Strathallan locked in a second and third, with Avonside girls currently in fourth. But right behind her is Hillcrest and Pukekohe High School. So let's see what kind of sprints they all have. 1, 2, 3 and 4, of course, into the quarterfinals, and the rest are eliminated. It is repechage day. It is very important. This event, the girls under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. As we now come down to the final 110 metres, it is St Margaret's. St Margaret's with a length and a bit lead over ACG Strathallan over Wentworth. So ACG Strathallan just pushed herself into second there. Wentworth currently in third, and Avonside girls sitting in fourth. They're currently sitting in the qualification spots. As we come down to the final 40 metres, St Margaret's having a nice finish. Actually, all of these girls are having a really fast finish. So here we are on the finish line. It is St Margaret's. St Margaret's into the quarterfinals, joined by Strathallan and Wentworth. So those three into the quarterfinals, and the fourth one to join them there, Avonside girls, also into the quarterfinals. Pukekohe coming through in fifth. Sixth place will be Hillcrest High School. Seventh, Cromwell College. And that is the rep charges for the girls under 18 single sculls. The event sponsored by Colgan Foundation. Next up, we have rep charge number 1 and the boys under 18 single sculls. In lane 1, Christ College. In 2, Auckland Grammar. In 3, Te Awamutu. In 4, Wentworth College. In 5, Te Aho o Te Kurupūnamu. In 6, Otago Boys. In 7, St Paul's. And in 8, Tauranga Boys. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4 to the quarterfinal. Same progression as the previous one. So, coming into the final 500 metres, it is Tauranga Boys in the lead with lane 4 there, Wentworth College currently in second. A good battle for third between Te Awamutu and Te Aho o Te Kurupūnamu. Those two currently sitting in third and fourth. Fifth sitting with St Paul's Collegiate. So let's see how all of these finish. But it is Tauranga Boys there in the winners single. So someone from that school has won the under 17 single before, but he is travelling very well. He's got a high rate. He's really pushing along fast as Tauranga Boys to just hold a length lead over Wentworth. Te Awamutu just pushing himself a little bit more into a definitive third position, as we see Logan Lands from Te Aho o Te Kurupūnamu currently sitting in fourth. Auckland Grammar stalking him nicely there in fifth. As we move into the final 250 metres. And we are moving into the final 250 metres. Tauranga Boys still in the lead. He's got a length lead over Wentworth College. Te Awamutu currently sitting in fourth. St Paul's, though, has pushed himself up into fourth. St Paul's now sitting in fourth. But it is Tauranga Boys with a length and a bit. He's really kept his rate high, ticking over here. Has Josh Eade from Tauranga Boys. He's just hanging out in that buoy line. But it's actually perfect what he's doing right now, is having them just run under his rigger. He's actually less likely to get his blade caught versus if his blade was actually touching them. So sometimes just staying where you are and finishing the race with them running under your rigger if you're not impeding anyone else can work. And it worked for him. Not right in every situation, but perfect for him. So first for him, second for Wentworth, third is going to be St Paul's, and fourth Te Awamutu. So those four into the quarter-finals. Fifth place going for Auckland Grammar, sixth for Christ College, seventh for Otago Boys, and eighth for Te Aho o Te Kurupūnamu. That is rep charge 1 and the boys under 18 single sculls. Next up will be the second rep charge for the same event, boys under 18 single sculls, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. So here we are heading up the lake for that, and in lane 1 we have St Peter's School, in 2 St Kentigans, in 3 Wellington, in 4 Westlake Boys, in 5 Mount Albert Grammar, in 6 Hillcrest High, and in 7 St Paul's Collegiate number 1. It does look to be the sculler in lane 4 from Westlake, Dylan Henderson is currently in the lead. Second place would be sitting with St Paul's Collegiate. Third place sitting with Wellington College at the moment, and fourth with Mount Albert Grammar. But it is the top four, so the top four to the quarterfinals. Those four sitting in those positions at the moment. St Paul's pushing up a little bit on the Westlake Sculler. St Paul's there trying to move into the lead. So St Paul's really wants to take their top spot moving into the quarterfinals. But it is still with Westlake Boys, Dylan Henderson. Westlake Boys with a nice long stroke there. Sitting in first, St Paul's in second, Wellington College in third, and Mount Albert Grammar in fourth. As we well in the final 500 metres here, the final quarter of this race. It is still Westlake Boys, but St Paul's Collegiate is certainly pushing up on him. Westlake with a nice, long, strong rating that is working for him. So there we get a nice view of Westlake, and we see that swan on the back. Love that Westlake swan that they've got there. Very definitive icon. It's very easy for you to spot, and you know exactly who they are. But Westlake is doing very well there to hold on to the lead, fending off challenges from St Paul's and Wellington College. Mount Albert Grammar currently in fourth. You can see the umpire boat there as well. The umpire making sure the race happens nice and clean and fairly. It is Westlake though. Westlake as we are in the final 250 metres here. We've got about 200 metres left to go. Westlake out in the lead. St Paul's right there with him. Wellington currently sitting in third. But as we come down to the final 100 metres, there we go. We see Westlake go through the line there. How is that St Paul's Sculler out in lane 7 doing? But Westlake is doing very, very well here in lane 4 to be currently in the lead. With Wellington just behind him, St Paul's and Mount Albert Grammar, as we're about 40 metres from the line. Well, 10 metres actually. There's that fast finish from St Paul's, but it is still Westlake for the win, St Paul's for second, and then third, Wellington College, who's going to join them. It is their lane 5, Mount Albert Grammar. So those four are into the quarterfinals, and the rest are eliminated, as we see St Kinkin's College place 5th in Repcharge 2 at the boys under 18 single sculls. There's our Westlake winner. He's happy. Give us a thumbs up. Isn't that good? He's really stoked with that. Into the quarters, ready to battle it out tomorrow or today. Don't know when that quarterfinal is actually. Of course, our man Dylan Henderson, he'll know when that next race is. But here we are seeing them all cruise into the pontoons to get off the water, possibly eat their second lunch. I'm sure they had a first lunch before they went on, but time to eat your second lunch, rehydrate, get ready for your next race. As soon as you finish the first race, your attention needs to turn towards getting yourself in the best possible position to do your best in your next race, whether that is today or tomorrow. You're immediately on recovery and replenishment. So here we are seeing some crews as well leave the pontoons and head out on their way up to the starts. Looking at some quads there. Some quads just heading out. Whoever lives on the houses in the background there, they've probably got a nice view of everything going on. Next race will actually be the girls under 15 double sculls, which of course won't be broadcast. Well, the images won't be, but the sound will be. So we're joining this repcharge of the girls under 15 double sculls. This event sponsored by Lewis Lawyers of Cambridge. We've got lane 1, Otea College, lane 2, Westlake Girls, 3, King's College, 4, Whangarei Girls, 5, St Peter's School, 6, Takapuna Grammar, 7, St Hilda's Collegiate, and 8, Whakatane High School. Whakatane High School. They have less than 500 metres left to go. They are travelling very fast. It is the crew in lane 4. It is Whangarei Girls in the lead. Second place currently with St Peter's School. Third place with Takapuna Grammar. Fourth place with King's College, and then back to St Hilda's, Westlake, Whakatane and Otea. But it is 1 and 2 to the A final. Those spots currently sitting with Whangarei Girls and St Peter's. Whangarei Girls has about a length and a half lead over St. Peter's, who have about a length and a half lead over Takapuna Grammar, again a length and a half lead over Kings. So will Whangarei Girls and St. Peter's be able to hold off any challenges from Takapuna Grammar and King's College in the final stages of this race? We are now 300 metres from the finish line, still sitting with that order. Whangarei Girls in first, St. Peter's, Takapuna, Kings, Westlake, St. Hilda's, Whakatane and Otea. As we move into the final 250 metres, there we go. It is Whangarei Girls, now 2 lengths lead over St. Peter's, who also have a 2-length lead over Takapuna, who only have a 1-length lead over Kings. So Kings putting in a bit of work there. So 1 and 2 to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to the B final, as we see St. Peter's, Molly Scott and Meg Cannon just start to lift the rate. They're lifting their rate, going for a bit of sprint, and we are getting good response from Pippa Ryder and Cameron Collinson from Whangarei Girls. They are also lifting the rate as they move into the final 100 metres. So less than 100 metres now for Whangarei Girls. St. Peter's just going through the 100 metre marker. There they go. Now both those crews now got a bit more of a lead because Takapuna is moving through the 100 now, and King's College a few strokes away from it. But it is 1 and 2 to the A final. 50 metres left to go. Whangarei Girls still holding on to their lead. St. Peter's in seconds, Takapuna in third, and King's College in fourth, as we see Whangarei Girls cross the line there in first. Well done, Whangarei Girls, into the A final. St. Peter's will be joining them as St. Peter's just crossed the line there. The next cruise into the B final. So Takapuna, it's B final for them. Well done, Takapuna. Who will join them? It will be King's College crossing the line in fourth there. King's College into the B final as well. Who's going to get those final 2 spots? It is the crew in lane 8. No, 7. It is St. Hilda's Collegiate there. Just crossed the line, and someone down the inside. They were coming very fast, rowing very fast, these girls. It's great to see. So double check on Rowett for that final spot in the B final. But we will now let you know what's happening in Repechage 2 of the girls under 15 double sculls. This event sponsored by Lewis Lawyers. In lane 1 we have Wakatipu High School number 2. In 2 we have Bethlehem College. In 3 Wakatipu High School number 1. In 4 Cashmere. In 5 Otamodai. In 6 Cambridge High School. In 7 Pompalia Catholic College. And in 8 Glendowie number 2. So we are joining this race with about 600 metres left to go, and it is the crew in lane 4. It is Cashmere High School that is currently in the lead. Clearwater about 3-4 lengths over the school in lane 2. That is Bethlehem College, and then it'll be out to it will be out to Cambridge High School sitting in 3rd. Wakatipu sitting in 4th. Otamodai sitting in 5th. Then we go back to Pompalia, Glendowie and Wakatipu number 2. But it is Cashmere. Cashmere have a good 3 lengths lead over Bethlehem College, who have about a half a bow length lead over Cambridge High School, who have about a half a bow length lead over Wakatipu. Remember, it is 1 and 2 to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to the B. So it is that crew from Cashmere that have certainly put themselves in a good spot right out there in the lead, but a good battle happening between Bethlehem College and Cambridge High School for that second qualification spot into the A final. Cashmere College, for the mums and dads at home, Cashmere High School, listening, they are rowing beautifully, these two girls, Aurelia and Zoe. They are sculling nicely as they enter the final 250 metres, still with about 4 lengths lead over Bethlehem College, who have about a length lead over Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School doing everything they can, though, to try and move up. Wakatipu High School sitting in 4th, Otamodai in 5th, and then we're back to Pompalia, Glendowie and Wakatipu number 2. As we get a good look, I see Olive McDonald and Sienna Raffia from Cambridge High School putting in a good move there, a good sprint. But Bethlehem is still holding on to second, that all-important second qualification spot, as we see Cashmere out in front. Cashmere now well within the final 100 metres. We are now about 50 metres from the line. Cashmere holding about a 3-length lead. Fast finishes from Bethlehem College and Cambridge High. We will have to wait to the finish to see what the final placings are. Here we are on the finish line. It is now Cashmere just rowing through the finish line there. Beautiful work from Cashmere into the A final. Who's going to join them? Who's going to be second? It is, there we go, Bethlehem. Bethlehem held their nerve and got that second spot. So Wakatipu and Cambridge High into the B final, along with Otamodai and a fast finishing Glendowie number 2. That is how the repcharges went for the girls under 15 double sculls. This event sponsored by Lewis Lawyers. So we have another under 15 race, and that is the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Scales. This event sponsored by Grassroots Trust, local funding for local communities. In 1, we got St Paul's Collegiate, 2 Shirley Boys, 3 St Kentigans, 4 Wakatipu High School, 5 Maclean's College, 6 St Peter's School number 1, 7 Wakatipu High School number 2, and 8 Mount Albert Grammar. As they move through into the final 500 metres, it is the crew from Wakatipu High School number 1 in the lead with about a boat length over St Paul's. St Paul's look to be in second, with St Peter's currently in third, and Wakatipu High School in fourth, Maclean's in fifth, sixth for St Kentigans, and back to Shirley Boys and Mount Albert Grammar. But we are the progression is 1 and 2 to the A final. So that's currently sitting with Wakatipu and St Paul's. But very hot on their heels is St Peter's and Wakatipu number 2. So we will see what happens. They're moving very fast, these quads, because we're now already 250 metres from the line. So only 250 metres to go, with Wakatipu High School number 1 in the lead, St Paul's Collegiate in second, St Peter's and Wakatipu number 2 locked in a battle for third and fourth, Maclean's in fifth, St Kentigans sixth, then it's back to Shirley Boys and Mount Albert Grammar. But this Wakatipu High School number 2 crew is just now pushing up over St Peter's. So Wakatipu number 2 would be in third and St Peter's in fourth. But Wakatipu number 1 is well out in front. Wakatipu 1 now pushing away from St Paul's to have about a 2-length lead over St Paul's. St Paul's about a length lead over Wakatipu number 2, who is seeing a good fight from St Peter's. Now in the final 100 metres, so less than 100 metres to go, it is Wakatipu number 1 followed by St Paul's, third Wakatipu number 2, St Peter's, Maclean's. But down on the finish line now, Wakatipu number 1 crossed the line first into the A final for Wakatipu number 1. Second is going to be St Paul's. There they go across the line. And third we go Wakatipu number 2, St Peter's, just like that. Then straight into Maclean's, straight into St Kentigans. Very fast finish there. So those ones into the B final. Then next up was Mount Albert Grammar and Shirley Boys. So very fast repcharges happening. I expect nothing less. So next up will be repcharge 2 of the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. And in lane 1 we have Burnside High School, in 2 St Peter's College, in 3 St Kentigin College, in 4 Timaru Boys High School, in 5 John McGlashan, in 6 Christ College, in 7 Lindisfarne College, and in 8 Cashmere High School. So 1 and 2 to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to the B. As we join this race at about the 1250 metre marker, so 750 left to go. All the boats are travelling very fast. It does appear to be John McGlashan. So let's see how they come through the 1250 metre marker. We're just before it at the moment. And it is John McGlashan. John McGlashan moving through in first. There they go. Burnside St Peter's College, just like that, second and third. Fourth, St Kentigans and Timaru Boys basically at the same time. Then back to Christ, Lindisfarne and Cashmere. But it is John McGlashan only just over Burnside High School. Burnside High School putting in a good move there, and only just again over St. Peter's College. Then St. Kentigern's and Timaru, those are the top 5 at the moment. However, only 2 end up in the A final, and from the first bow ball to the 5th bow ball there is 1 boat length, so 5 boats very close together. We'll see what happens as we are now about 650 meters from the finish line. Burnside really pushing up. Burnside trying to get up and over John McGlashan, and they are bringing with them St. Peter's College. St. Kentigern's and Timaru boys about a length behind this battle of these 3 crews in the front. So now in the final 500 meters, just gone through that marker, it is Burnside about a metre over John McGlashan, about a metre over St. Peter's College, and then we go about a length back to Timaru boys and a foot back to St. Kentigern's. Those are the top 5 back to Christ, Lindisfarne and Cashmere in 6th, 7th and 8th. But it is that Burnside crew. They're having a fantastic final wind is Burnside, because they're now about a canvas over John McGlashan. John McGlashan, though, only about 2 feet over St. Peter's College. So I'm talking about 3 crews here, people, but only 2 are qualifying for the A final. So we will have to see what happens as we approach the 1750 metre marker. So 250 metres left to go. It is Burnside, John McGlashan and St. Peter's College that close together. Let's see who has the best final 250 metre sprint, and let's not rule out St. Kentigern's or Timaru boys, as they are right there a boat length behind. So 5 crews vying for 2 spots as we see Burnside go again and John McGlashan lift their rate again. So John McGlashan really responding to Burnside, but St. Peter's College is going too. So these 3 really stretching out, as we also see Timaru boys currently in 4th, pushing away from St. Kentigern's. Last 100 metres now. Last 100 metres. It is Burnside. Burnside with a canvas lead over John McGlashan, and then half a canvas to St. Peter's College. But all boats are travelling well. All bows moving fast. We're now 10 metres from the line. We're on the finish line. Let's see who travels first. It's definitely Burnside in first, but second, check Rowit. If you're listening to this online, whip up Rowit on the other tab and keep refreshing, because I am not sure who that was between John McGlashan and St. Peter's College, one of those schools with a spot in the A final and the other in the B final. It was very, very, very close. So we'll have the video
all
feed
in the
back
same
on.
boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
So we've got the video feedback on because we have got the girls under 17 Cox 8. This event sponsored by Jones Family Charitable Trust. In lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar. In 3, Wellington Girls. In 4, Epsom Girls. In 5, Christchurch Girls. In 6, St. Kentigern College. And in 7, Waikato Dawson. So early leaders in this race is the crew from Christchurch Girls High School, currently sitting in first, and we're having a great battle there between Epsom Girls and St. Kentigern's for second, and then fourth only just would be Wellington Girls College, fifth with Mount Albert Grammar, and sixth with Waikato Dawson as we move through the 1250 metre marker. And now this is repecharge number 2, although it's happening first. It's actually labelled repecharge number 2. Sometimes we have a bit of fun like that. But it is 1, 2 and 3 to the final and the rest eliminated. So Christchurch Girls with a current commanding lead of about 3/4 of a length. Then it's Epsom Girls currently in second and third to St. Kentigern's. But Wellington College is right there. Wellington Girls College only about 2 feet behind St. Kentigern's. So who is going to end up with the top 3 spots by the time we get to the finish line? We will have to wait and see as we are moving through the third 500 of the race. This is certainly a 500 metres where everyone really wants to be strong, as we see Wellington Girls College there on the top of the screen starting to edge up on St Kentigern's. Those coxswains will be looking at each other, but it is still Christchurch Girls in the lead, about 2/3 of a boat length over Epsom Girls. So this battle that we are seeing happen for third is pushing up these three crews a little bit over the leader. But it is still St Kentigern's only just in third, with Wellington Girls College in fourth, Mount Albert Grammar in fifth, and Waikato Diocesan in sixth. As we are now about 350 metres from the line. Christchurch Girls doing very well to hold on to the lead. Christchurch Girls with about a half a boat length lead over Epsom Girls, and St Kentigern's sitting in third, Wellington Girls fourth. But it is very tight between these four crews, and 1, 2 and 3 into the A final. One is going to miss out. So we are now 250 metres from the finish line. Christchurch Girls have just pushed out a little bit more again. They're back to that 3/4 of a boat length lead. Oh no, maybe it's 2/3. Epsom Girls right there in second, but Wellington Girls College and St Kentigern's are really there in the battle that matters. That's the battle for third. 1, 2 and 3 into the final. Fourth place eliminated. So let's see what happens. It is St Kentigern's. They are just holding their bow just a little bit over Wellington Girls College. You keep seeing those coxswains have a little look at each other. They need to know where they are sitting so they can feed that information to the rowers. Rowers are locked in. Coxswains are calling the shots. 100 metres to go. It's Christchurch Girls High School. Christchurch Girls High School back to that 3/4 boat length lead. Great finish from Christchurch Girls High School, with Epsom currently sitting in second. St Kentigern's in third. Wellington Girls College fighting admirably, and across the line it is go Christchurch Girls, then Epsom Girls, then St Kentigern's get that third spot into the final. Fourth place for Wellington Girls College, fifth Mount Albert Grammar, and sixth Waikato Diocesan. So next up we have got another repechage. It's the second one to come down the course, but it is labelled repechage 1 of the girls under 17 Cox 8. This event sponsored by Jones Family Charitable Trust. Progression 1, 2 and 3 to the final, rest eliminated. So it is another lovely day. Seeing these 8s here, when they cross the line they move very fast, do the 8s, so they easily just drift down into the pontoon, as we see other boats cruising up for their races. The next repechage is at about the halfway marker, and we're just about to get to it. I can see the drone flying very quickly to catch up with it, but what we are checking out here is everyone on the pontoons. But yep, there's the drone flying in. And we are having a flying fast race, but let's see who's in it. It is Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton in lane 2, Dawson School for Girls in 3, Columba College in 4, Cashmere in 5, Barradine in 6, and Villa Maria in 7. Who is in the lead? It is the crew in lane 4, Columba College. So Columba College out in the lead. Second will be sitting with Dawson School for Girls. Third, only just Cashmere, but it's very tight. It's very close across the board for these crews. 1, 2 and 3 to the final, as we get a good look at Columba College. Look at those nice yellow hats. Very obvious. You can see them coming a mile away. It's good. And I'm loving the matching plats from the bow pair. Bow pair, your uniform is on point. And if your uniform is on point, you're surely going to row well, as we are seeing this Columba College crew do. So Columba College currently in the lead of this repechage are the girls under 17 Cox 8, sponsored by Jones Family Charitable Trust. It is Columba College in first, Dawson School for Girls in second, Cashmere High School currently in third, with Barradine sitting in fourth over Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton in fifth, and then Villa Maria in sixth. It is the top 3 through to the final and the rest eliminated. So at the moment, that would be Columba College, Diocesan School for Girls, and Cashmere High School. Columba rowing very nicely here to be about a half a boat length lead. And then Diocesan School for Girls also has about a half boat length lead for Cashmere High School as we move through the 1500 metre marker. So 500 metres left to travel. We're just seeing another umpire boat in the background there. So he's being very nice and considerate and going slow as the race goes by as they head up for the next race. So it's very slick operation to get all the umpires up and down for our next races. But here we are, Columba College holding on to that lead only just though. We're seeing a fantastic move here from Diocesan School for Girls. Diocesan School for Girls only about a quarter of a boat length now behind Columba College, and Cashmere High School is holding on to their 3rd place position, about a length behind the leaders, but it is Diocesan School for Girls. That is who the momentum is with at the moment as we row past the Row New Zealand building. About 300 metres left to go. Diocesan School for Girls have a fantastic wind here. They are really lifting up stroke for stroke. They are moving up on Columba, but it seems to be stalling, so that means Columba is responding. Columba, fantastic move by Diocesan School for Girls, but Columba is responding beautifully as we now move into the final 250 metres here of this repechage of the Girls Under 17 Cox 8. This event sponsored by Jones Family Charitable Trust. But it is Columba College still in the lead by a canvas. A canvas is all you need. Diocesan School for Girls currently sitting in 2nd, but fantastic wind they've got on them to pull up about a 3/4 of boat length in the last couple of hundred metres. Cashmere sitting in 3rd at the moment, top 3 to the final. As we now move into the last 100 metres, Diocesan School for Girls picking up every stroke. It's going to come down to the line here, team. Let's see who crosses first, but it is top 3 to the final. That's all you need. All you need is a ticket. Once you get in there, it's anyone's game. On the line, who gets it first? Oh, I think Columba just held on. Diocesan School for Girls in 2nd there, and Cashmere 3rd. So those 3 crews to the final. Barradine crosses the line in 4th. Sacred Heart Hamilton in 5th, and Villa Maria will come through in 6th. That concludes the repechages for the Girls Under 17 Cox 8. Right, team, it's been a lovely little lunchtime break of commentary. The next race is the Boys Under 17 4 that you see on the screen there, but I am off, so we will be heading back to the course commentary for the next couple of hours, and I will see you again at the end of the day. So let's see what the commentators on the course are saying.
All right, back out in front of us now is the repechage for the Boys Under 17 Cox 4, sponsored by Livingstone Building. Top 2 to go to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 into the B. We have got St Andrews College number 2, Christ College number 1, Wanganui Collegiate number 1, Mount Albert Grammar number 1, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, St John's Hamilton number 1, Takapuna Grammar 1 and St Peter's College. Right, out onto the course we go, and it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe lane number 5, I would say. St Thomas of Canterbury is that. Just trying to pick the name out of that boat. I think that's St Thomas of Canterbury. Yes, it is. They are leading the repechage of the Boys Under 17 Cox 4, sitting in 2nd, about 3/4 of a length down Mount Albert Grammar. Then we go over to might be St John's from Hamilton out there in lane number 6, who are doing everything they can to pull them in there. That's a really good look at the St Thomas of Canterbury crew, swinging beautifully out onto the feet there. Those boys looking pretty solid with that bowside stroked boat, and it is St Thomas of Canterbury holding the lead here as they come down towards the vital 250 metre sprint for home. And St Thomas of Canterbury looking really good here to go to the A final of the Boys 17-4. We need another crew to join them in the A final, and it's looking to me like it will be inside of their Mount Albert Grammar number 1. From there we come back to St John's from Hamilton. Then we're looking for 4, 5 and 6. We would probably come back inside. We've got Wanganui Collegiate, we've got St Peter's College, and we've got right down lane number 1, St Andrews. Right, down we come with about 150 to go, and it's still St Thomas of Canterbury. Oh, here comes St John's. St John's are about a canvas behind the boys from sitting in second, Mount Albert Grammar. What can St John's do? Can they finish off strong here? Here comes St Thomas from Canterbury. They have got 100 metres left to go now. Coming through in second now is Mount Albert, and now is St John's. So looks like Mount Albert are going to go through to the A final unless St John's can pick up something pretty special here. Down we come towards the finish, and St Thomas of Canterbury are into the A final, and going with them is going to be Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar will also qualify for the A final. Coming through in third will be St John's from Hamilton. Then we go over to St Peter's College in fourth. We come back into lane number 3 for fifth, which is Wanganui Collegiate, and it looks like Takapuna Grammar will also book themselves a spot in the B final. So well done, boys. So we come down now inside the 250. We have St Bede's leading them home here, and the boys under 17-4 sitting in second. Just at the moment is Westlake Boys High School, but Auckland Grammar pulling up to within a bell ball. Down we come to crews to go into the A final. No doubt about St Bede's out of Christchurch. Westlake Boys holding on by a bell ball over Auckland Grammar. Can Auckland Grammar roll over the top of them? Here we go. We've got another race on our hands. Westlake and Auckland Grammar going for one spot into the A final. Oh, it's really close. Auckland Grammar are building. They were sitting in third. Are they going to roll over the top of Westlake Boys here? Who's going into the A final? St Bede's are going to go through. There's no question about that. Let's watch the bell ball on the finish. St Bede's are in the A final. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? Oh, it's Westlake. Westlake have done it by a bell ball. Oh, that was so close. Westlake over Auckland Grammar is how I would call that. But we'll wait for that official result to come up. But well done to St. Bede's. Let's just await the official result there and see how that turns out before we move to the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. Right, we move now to the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. This event is sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge. We are looking for 3 in the repechage to go to the semi-final. The rest, unfortunately, will be eliminated from this event. We are looking for Pukekohe, Columba, Marion, John Paul College, St. Peter's School, Takapuna Grammar, Hamilton Girls High School 2 and St. Mary's Wellington number 1. Right, it's the local girls out there in lane number 5. It's this crew, Kate, Gemma, Emilia, Abby and Sophie Sinclair is the coxswain, coached by Kaylin and Peyton. And this crew are out the front by just over a length. They've just got a length and a quarter lead there over the crew inside of them. That might be Marion that I'm looking at. Then we go to Takapuna Grammar. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Takapuna looking good to progress here to the semi-final. Second is sitting with Marion at the moment, and then we come back inside to John Paul College sitting in 4th. From John Paul College we come down to Pukekohe and Columba, and then over to St. Mary's from Wellington and Hamilton Girls High School number 2, I should add. Right, down we come. We are inside the third 500. We are looking at St. Peter's School number 1. These are the girls from Cambridge. This is their training base, so they are very, very used to this water. And they are well and truly leading this repechage, excuse me, of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. So this will put them into the semi-final. We need 2 more crews to join them in that semi-final. And as mentioned before, that will currently come from Marion College and Takapuna Grammar. Right, down we come towards the last 500. A beautiful shot there of the girls with the blue blades. That is the local schoolgirls from St. Peter's in Cambridge. They are looking really, really good here with a clear water advantage over the rest of the field in repechage number 1 of the girls under 18 novice Cox quad. I tell you what, they don't row like novices. They're rowing absolutely beautifully at the moment. So well done to them. And they are looking really good here in the under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. 3 to go through to the semi-final, so no doubt about St. Peter's. Also no doubt about Marion College in lane number 3. Then we go back about a length and a quarter to Takapuna Grammar out there in lane number 6. From them we would come back into John Paul College. Then we come back down on the inside to 5th place, which will be Pukekohe. We go outside of Pukekohe to Columba. Then we go over to St. Mary's from Wellington and back inside of them to Hamilton Girls High School number 2. So inside the last 250 comes St. Peter's from Cambridge. Beautiful swing on that boat, really fit. These girls are gunning it down to the finish, working really hard here, the girls out of St. Peter's, but they've got nearly 2 lengths now over Marion College. Marion College in turn have about a length and a half over Takapuna Grammar, and Takapuna Grammar is safe enough now to go through to those semi-finals. Right, well done to St Peter's, the local girls coming across the line now, an easy win here in the under-18 novice double. Well done, girls, great race, and they are comfortably through to the next round. Going with you are the crew from lane number 3, as mentioned all the way down the course. That is Marion College, and good to see Takapuna Grammar also qualify through to the next round of the semi-finals. Is Takapuna Grammar in the girls under 18 novice quad. Then we come back inside of them to John Paul College, back down to Pukekohe High School. Just outside of them is Columba, and then over the far side to St Mary's and Hamilton girls. All right, next up is the boys under 18 novice coxed. No, it's not. Slow down. It should be repecharge 2 of the girls under 18 novice coxed quad. Let's go back out to that, shall we? Avonside Girls High School, Tauranga Girls College, Whangarei Girls, Hillcrest High School, Otamotai College. We've got Marlborough Girls College out there, Pukekohe number 2, and Wanganui High School number 2. Through they go. That looks like yellow blades to me. So I think Wanganui High School on the outside looking pretty good there. So Dempsey, Lily, Dulcie, Lily and Misha Young. This crew coached by Adrian and Tom. Wanganui High School looking really strong out there. Back in the middle, we are still looking for how many? 3 to go through to that semi-final. Otamotai, they're not looking too bad, as are Whangarei. Whangarei girls are looking really good here as well. That might be the 3 that I'm looking at that are standing out, and probably in the middle of them is Otamotai as well, and right down on the inside, Avonside girls, but they're back a little bit too much, I think. So it is looking like Wanganui High School out there in lane number 8. Then we come back down on the inside, and that would be Whangarei girls. They're sitting just in second by half a length. So they are sitting in second over Otamotai in third and Hillcrest in fourth. So there will be a race coming up here between, I believe, Otamotai and Hillcrest to see who ends up going through into that semi-final position in that third spot. No doubt about Wanganui High School on the outside. Dempsey, Lily, Dulcie, Lily and Misha. Great coaching from Adrian and Tom as they come down towards the 250. We come back inside to Whangarei Girls High School. Then we've got that race between Otamotai and Hillcrest for that third spot into the semi-final. The rest unfortunately eliminated from the event, so we come back down to Avonside Girls. Then we go over to Marlborough Girls College, back into Tauranga Girls College as well up there, and back to Pukekohe number 2. Right, down we come. Right, it's looking like lane number 5, Otamotai, has just pushed lane 4 out. So it looks like Otamotai is now sitting in that third position as they chase Whangarei. The coxswain in lane number 5, Olivia Shefford, she is giving them heaps. She is really earning her stripes here for Otamotai, and she's pushing them up on Whangarei as hard as she can. All the while, Wanganui High School, Clearwater out there in lane number 8. Be interested to see how they've ended up in lane number 8 with a lead like that, but they've done very well indeed as they come down to the 100, and through they go now is Whanganui High School number 2. Then we go to Whangarei High School. Then we go out to this crew from Otamotai that has just shut out Hillcrest at the moment from the semi-final. Down we come to the last 10 strokes, and Whanganui High School, number 2, you're going to go through. Well done, ladies. Second is going to be Whangarei Girls, and then we're looking for that third spot into the semi-finals, and it's going to come from Otamotai. Over the line we come. Whangarei go across now, and then Otamotai, back to Hillcrest, then back inside to Avonside Girls. So coming down to the last 500, this is the boys under 18 novice cox 4, sponsored by Mobicom Limited. 1 to go through to the A final, 2, 3, 4 and 5 into the B. And at the moment with a clear water advantage here in lane number 4 is Hamilton Boys High School number 1, Daniel, Victor, Denand, Will and Chase, coached by Scott Brownlee. And they are looking like they are going to be very tough to beat from here on in. Looking for second place, we will come inside of them to Napier Boys High School. Then we will go over to the boys in blue and white from St Kentigern College, back down to Mount Aspiring and Cashmere. Then we would come out to Westlake Boys are out there, Hamilton Boys number 2 are out there, and then back to Christchurch Boys number 2. Okay, down we come towards the last 250. Hamilton Boys High School, a length and 3/4 now over Napier Boys. That's going to be hard to pull in with 250 to go, or maybe just slightly more, of course. But as they approach the 250, it's looking like Hamilton Boys High School are going to hold the lead here and progress into that A final of the boys under 18 novice cox 4. That will mean that Napier Boys, as it stands at the moment, will go to the B final. Joining them will be St Kentigern College. They are sitting in that 3rd position, and then maybe we'll either go to Hamilton Boys number 2 or we'll come right down the inside for 4th and 5th, and that would be Cashmere and Mount Aspiring. Down we come towards the 100. They're into the 250 now. The first 3 or 4 crews are into the 250. Hamilton Boys High School still extending their lead here in the boys under 18 novice cox 4, rapid charge number 1. Then we go back to Napier. Napier are sitting in 2nd. From Napier we go over to St Kentigern College. St Kentigern number 2 in lane 6. Then we come back down inside to Cashmere and Mount Aspiring. Hamilton Boys number 2, Westlake Boys number 1, and then further back Christchurch Boys number 2. So congratulations Hamilton Boys High School. Book your ticket into the A final of the boys under 18 novice cox 4. Well done boys, congratulations. Go a couple of links back now to Napier. Napier will come through for 2nd. They will go through to the B final along with St Kentigern College, Hamilton Boys High School number 2. And then it's going to be 1, or is it going to be Cashmere or Mount Aspiring? Cashmere or Mount Aspiring into the B final. One of those crews will go through. I think it could end up being Cashmere as they come to the line. Cashmere go through to the B final. Right, rapid charge number 2 of the boys under 18 novice Cox 4, sponsored by Mobicom Limited. These crews are heading down towards the last 500. We have Sacred Heart from Auckland number 3, St John's from Hamilton number 1, Rotorua High School number 1, St Bede's College number 1, St Peter's School number 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1 and Marlborough Boys College 1. That is how they're looking. It looks like it's the boys from St Peter's School out of Cambridge. Then just tucked in, jeepers, it's only a quarter of a length back to St Bede's. So we've got another race on our hands for first only into the A final. It's currently sitting with the local boys, Nick, Oscar, Kieran, Theo and Tito from St Peter's. Those are the boys that are leading it at the moment, but it's a quarter of a length. That's it. That's all that's between them and St Bede's. So one of them is going into the A final, the other one's going to the B. Down they come to the 500. I'm going to watch them go through. Down they come with the drone and the live stream. Let's have a look and see how St Peter's and St Bede's go through. Oh, it's really close. St Bede's have done a move. Here comes St Bede's. St Peter's are holding on by the skin of their teeth. Down to the 500 we come. St Peter's had 2 seats on them as they come through. It is completely level. They've gone through together. St Peter's and St Bede's are locked together as they come through that last 500. One of them's going to the A final. One of them's going to the B final. About 20 strokes ago, St Peter's had it by 2 seats. At the moment, they are sitting level pegging. They've just gone back to the lead. St Peter's have just taken the lead again. Are they going to hold off St Bede's as they come down to the finish? Here come these 2 crews out the front. We go back behind them to Rotorua. Great to see them progressing through to a B final at this stage. Then we come inside of them to St John's Hamilton. Inside of them is Sacred Heart Auckland 3. Out to Christchurch Boys and Marlborough Boys. Right, here we go. Who's going to get this one spot into the A final? Novice racing at its best. It's Bellball for Bellball as they come to the 250. At the moment, I would give it to St Peter's, but it is by half a Bellball. Who's going to take this and bring it home? Oh, hold on to your hats. If you're a parent from St Peter's, I'd be sweating at the moment because here come the boys from Christchurch. Oh, they're charging at them. One of these crews is going to the B. Who's it going to be? Keep your eyes on the boat. Don't look out, St Peter's. Stop looking out the boat. Keep your eyes on the boat. Just dig deep. Here comes St Bede's. They're throwing it at them. These 2 coxswains, the 2 coxswains from St Bede's and St Peter's are just glaring at each other. They're staring each other down as they come to the 100. And at the moment, I give it to St Peter's. I think St Peter's have got it by a Bellball. One of them's going to the A final. The other's going to the B. They've got about 7 strokes, 8 strokes left to go. Who's going to hold on here? Is it going to be St Peter's? St Peter's have pushed out on them. They're going to go through to the A final. St Peter's have held on to the battle there and they have gone through. St Peter's take it out over St Bede's. Then we go, that is epic racing for novices. Well done, guys. Hold your heads up. That was an amazing race. Then we go back to the crew down on the inside here. Rotorua, congratulations to you lads, into the B final. Then we come back to St John's from Hamilton and then back inside of them to Sacred Heart out of Auckland. All right, out in front of us now is the girls under 16 Cox 4 Rep Charge 1, sponsored by Grassroots Trust. Top 2 go through to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 into the B. We're looking for Barroning College number 2, I believe, or Diocesan School for Girls. Waikato Diocesan number 2, Samuel Marsden Collegiate number 1, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Waikato Diocesan number 3, and St Peter's School number 1. That should be the 8 crews coming down now in the girls under 16 Cox 4, looking for 2 to go through to the A final. So let's go out onto the course, and of course we're looking at lane number 5. That is Rangiruru number 2. They've got about 2 lengths now over Samuel Marsden inside of them in lane 4. Samuel Marsden would have just over a length clear of Waikato Diocesan in lane 7. Waikato Diocesan would be sitting, the number 3 crew would be sitting in 3rd place. From there we come back down on the inside to Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland. They are sitting in 4th, and then we will go outside of them to Waikato Diocesan, St Peter's School and Barradine. Right, down we come towards the last 250, and it is still this crew from Rangiruru. So Rangiruru number 2, Isabella, Kate, Chloe, Lucy and Grace O'Connor, coached by Holly Lill. Great to see Holly out there coaching these girls down the course and doing a wonderful job here in this 4. So Grace O'Connor, the coxswain out there for Rangiruru number 2. She's done a great job here to push well clear of anybody else out on the course there, but sitting in 2nd place to join them into the A final. A great effort from Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Millie, Maddie, Charlie, Imogen and Emma Loudon, coached by Jamie Fitzgerald. So good job there, Samuel Marsden. Well done, pushing through and holding on to that 2nd place as Rangiruru come through to the last 100. And they are going to comfortably go through to the A final of the girls under 16 Cox 4. 2nd place, and I don't believe they'll get caught from here. Samuel Marsden Collegiate, you can tick that off. You're going into the A final. Then we go out to 3rd place. We are looking at Waikato Diocesan number 3. Back into Diocesan School for Girls number 1 and 4th. Then we go out to, who's that out there? Christchurch Girls High School, St Peter's, Waikato Dio 2 and Barradine. Right, well done Rangiruru, easily through into the A final. Well done ladies, great job there. And then we come back to Samuel Marsden. They have also gone through. Well done ladies, congratulations to you. And then out to Waikato Diocesan to go through to the B final. Back down to Dio from Auckland, they go through to the B final. Joining them in the B final will also be Christchurch Girls, and just outside of them will be St Peter's. Right, Ripper Charge number 2, the girls under 16 Cox 4, St Margaret's College number 2, Barradine College 1, St Andrews College 1, Queen Margaret College 1, St Margaret's College 1, Rangiruru number 3, Hamilton Girls High School 1 and Pukekohe High School 1. Looks like lane number 5 to me. St Margaret's College number 1 doing a great job here. Isabella, Josie, Ella, Sophia and Ellie Scotland is the coxswain of this crew. St Margaret's number 1 are clear here in repercharge number 2 of the girls under 16 Cox 4. 2 crews to go through to the A final of this event, and at the moment St Margaret's are making it their own race, and we are looking for one to join them currently into that A final. I would come on to their right hand shoulder and look at Queen Margaret College. That would be the best of the rest, looking to go through as well as it stands with about not quite 750 left to travel. So St Margaret's College sitting in first, Queen Margaret College are sitting in second. Then we will come inside of them to St Andrews. Back down inside of St Andrews is St Margaret's College number 2, Barradine. And then we go out to Pukekohe High School, Hamilton Girls. And I'll just double check that we're not missing someone there. And also Rangiruru number 3 are out there as well. Right, down we come inside the 750. And it's still lane number 4 is out there. Let's have a look and see how they're going. Or is it 5? 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, it's 5, I beg your pardon. Stay calm. It's St Margaret's still. I was thinking, what on earth has gone on here? But St Margaret's do still have this clear water advantage over Queen Margaret. So that's your 1-2 looking good for the A final in the girls 16, Cox 4. St Margaret's coming down now to the last 500, and they have got about a length and a half clear over Queen Margaret, who have got about a length and a quarter clear of St Andrews. That's how they're going to come through into this last 500 metres of the girls under 16 Cox 4. Charging down behind them is the repechage of the boys under 16 Cox 8, so they're not going to want to muck around out there. And down the girls come. They are firing down into the last 500, and I can't see St Margaret's being pulled in from here. So good work here from St Margaret's College. Isabella, Josie, Ella, Sophia and Ellie. Scotland is the coxswain. Inside of Ellie is the Queen Margaret College crew. They're still sitting in second place, and they've got clear water. So it's going to take quite a bit for St Andrews to pull them in from here. So Queen Margaret, just out of interest, they were our North Island champions 2 weeks ago. They find themselves here in the repechage of the girls under 16 4. So Queen Margaret were our North Island champions. But down we come, and it is St Margaret's clear of the North Island champions. They have got about a length and 3/4 here over Queen Margaret as we come to the 250. Then we've got about a length and a quarter back to third place St Andrews College. They'll be the first to go through to the B final. Then joining them at this stage will be St Margaret's College number 2. They'll go through to the B. Also going through to the B will be Barradine, and then probably Pukekohe or Hamilton, Rangiruru or Hamilton Girls. Right, down to the last 100, swinging through beautifully for under 16s. Well done, St Margaret's College. Lovely rhythm they're displaying there. And well clear of this field, including the North Island champions in lane number 4. Lane number 4 is also looking good for that A final. Queen Margaret will join St Margaret's into the A final. Congratulations, St Margaret's. Through to the A final you go. And the girls under 16 Cox 4. Joining you also will be Queen Margaret, and then going into the B will be St Andrews College, and then let's see, it'll be St Andrews, and then we're looking for the next few crews. Oh, it's going to be super tight. It's going to be St Margaret's, and out on the outside Hamilton Girls have also gone through, and Rangiruru have also gone through into the B. All right, boys under 16-8. Geez, they don't give us much of a break up here, do they? Repechage 1 is coming down to the 500. We are looking for 3 to go through to the A final. We've got Hamilton Boys High School down in lane number 2, St Andrews College in 3. Leading them home are the boys from Auckland, King's College in 4. Then we've got Westlake Boys High School in 5 and Wellington College in 6. King's College are our North Island champions from a couple of weeks ago. So they are the inform horse out here in the repechage. Although a little surprised to see them in the repechage, but nonetheless, they are doing a great job here. 3 to go through, so we go over their left-hand shoulder to Westlake Boys. Then we have got that race for 3rd. We have got outside of Westlake Boys, that's Wellington. I think Wellington have actually got Westlake there. So it's lane number 6 who are actually sitting in 2nd ahead of Westlake Boys. So apologies to your coach there. Don't worry, they're still going into the A final. Down to the 250 come Kings. They are going to go through in about 4 or 5 strokes. Sitting in 2nd is Wellington College. And then sitting in 3rd is going to be Westlake Boys High School. Then we come back down to St Andrews and Hamilton Boys High School. This event is sponsored by MoleMap. So thank you, MoleMap, for sponsoring the boys under 16-8 repechage number 1. We're all into the 250 now. Here come Kings. They're going to take it out. King's College will win the boys under 16-8 repechage 1. 2nd place is still sitting with Wellington. I can't see Wellington being overtaken from here. And Westlake Boys High School will come through for 3rd. So inside the last 100 they come. About another 8 to 9 strokes left for King's College. and they will take this out pretty comfortably. Oh, here comes Westlake. I spoke too soon. They've overtaken Wellington. What's going on here? I thought that Wellington had that. They've gone to the A final, but they've let Westlake take that out. So well done, Westlake. Great finish from you. I spoke too soon. So Kings, Westlake, Wellington into the A final. Just got the order a bit wrong at the finish there. Goes to show, doesn't it? You can't put the number down until they cross that line. All right. Repechage number 2 on the track. Boys 16-8, sponsored by Molmap. We've got St Paul's Collegiate, Christchurch Boys High School 1, St Kentigern 1, Christ College number 2, St Peter's College 1, Mount Albert Grammar 1. Again, top 3 go through to the A final. That was a great finish from second and third there in Repechage 1. Let's see how this is going to pan out. So good work from St Kentigern, chasing them hard as Christchurch Boys. Maybe St Paul's Collegiate are up there, and St Peter's College also trying to get themselves into that top 3. But I think the top 3 currently, St Kentigern, Christchurch Boys, and inside of them is St Paul's Collegiate. That's the 3 I'd be looking at the moment to come down through that 750 in that order. I think that is how they're going to come through. No doubt about the leaders. That is St Kentigern College number 1, coached by Carl Vincent. They are leading them through the 750, and then there's only about 3 seats between Christchurch Boys and St Paul's Collegiate. From there we would go back to Christ College number 2, we go back to St Peter's, and then we go back a bit to Mount Albert Grammar number 1. Those will be the 6 crews coming down through the 750 in the boys under 16-8, and currently looking good for the A final is St Kentigern College, Christchurch Boys and St Paul's Collegiate. So these big boys storming down through the last 500 here as St Kentigern go for clear water over Christchurch Boys High School. Oh boy, who's that on the outside? That is Cross College number 2 having a go now. They've overtaken St Paul's Collegiate on the inside, and they're actually chasing second place here. So we have got Christ College and St Peter's pushing up here, trying to get themselves into this A final. Oh, this is going to be a great finish between Christ College and St Peter's. My goodness, these guys are flying down as they come down to the 250. St Kentigern are still holding on here, and they're all pulling up here. Who's going to get third into the A final? Who's going to get that third spot? Sitting in second, Christchurch Boys High School. But here come the others. It's only about half a canvas back to Christ College. Christ College are sitting in third at the moment, but they're pushing for second. They're trying to go through this crew from Christchurch Boys. What a big finish from Christ College coming up here. Christ College on the outside, I had them firmly in fourth, but they've pushed themselves up to second. Down comes St Kentigern. St Kentigern are flying down to the line in first place. Christchurch Boys are going again. They've just pushed out on Christ College. Christ College are now sitting in third. Here comes St Peter's and St Paul's Collegiate. Down inside the last 100, 3 crews to the A final. St Kentigern are going to go through. Looks like Christchurch Boys will go through, and I think Christ College number 2 are going to get ahead of St Peter's. Down to the line we come. Congratulations, St Kentigern. Clear water to you. Second place is going to be Christchurch Boys High School, and a fraction of a length back is going to be Christ College number 2. You go into the A final. Well done. What a race. That was a fantastic race to watch here in the boys 16-8. Really enjoyed that. Congratulations to St Kentigern College, Christchurch Boys High School and Christ College number 2. Let's give these young guys a bit of support here. Down they come. Well done, Mount Albert. Good job, guys. Well done. Okay, girls under 17 Coxless Peror, sponsored by Authentic Oars. Top 2 go to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 into the B. Let's make sure that they are all present and racing. We have Christchurch Girls High School number 2 going well, Emerson and Hadassah. Lane number 2, Wellington Girls number 3, Gabriella and Mia. Lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Greer and Abby. Lane 4, Wellington Girls College 1, Lucy and Sophie. Lane 5, Marlborough Girls College number 2, Paige and Georgette. Lane 6, Nelson College for Girls, Francesca and Isla. Lane 7, Takapuna Grammar number 1, Kira and Philippa. And Lane 8, St Catherine's College 1, Anastasia and Beatrix. Okay, let's see how they're going. Might be Wellington out there in the yellow boat. Let's make sure I'm right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, she's up to her old tricks again as Catherine Duffin. These girls going pretty well here in the girls under 17 pair. Lucy Turnbull and Sophie Jones. And they are just holding on that challenge from Marlborough Girls number 2, Paige and Georgette, who are sitting in second. Then we're looking for 3, 4, 5 and 6 to go to the B. We'd have to keep an eye on lane number 1. That would be Christchurch Girls number 2, Emerson and Hadassah. Then we come a couple out from them, Christchurch Girls. Oh, that's interesting. Christchurch Girls number 2 ahead of Christchurch Girls number 1. Then we've got Nelson, Tim's Girls, Francesca and Isla going well out there in lane number 6. And back down to Wellington Girls number 3. And then over to Takapuna and St Catherine's College. Right, pushing down deep towards the last 500. Let's see how they go. So good work here from Wellington. Wellington Girls College holding on here. Lucy and Sophie have got a length and a quarter over Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls have got a length and a half over Christchurch Girls number 2. That to me says that they're probably looking pretty comfortable through the 500 to go to the A final. But never know, under 17 pairs, they're pretty accomplished, these girls, and down they come. They are heading towards home. Beautiful conditions here at Lake Karapiro for the Maadi Regatta, and we are currently looking at repechage 1 of the girls under 17 pair. This has been won by Wellington Girls College at the moment. It's been led, I should say, been led by Wellington Girls over Marlborough Girls College. Back down on the inside to Christchurch Girls in 3. That's their number 2 crew. Then we go over to their number 1 crew sitting in 4th. Then we go over to Nelson. Nelson are also up there. They are pushing pretty hard in lane number 6. Then we would come back down to lane number 2, Wellington Girls 3. Right, down to the last 250 we go. And it is this crew. I don't think these two are going to get caught from here. They've just got too big a margin on the rest of the field. So I'm pretty sure that Wellington Girls College and Marlborough Girls will go through to the A final. Right, down we come to the finish. Well done to these two crews. They've led all the way from when I've picked them up, and that is Wellington and Marlborough Girls. Into the A final you go. Congratulations, ladies. Great effort there on the 17 pair, and you have booked yourself a place in the A final. Congratulations to you. Then we come back down to Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls will go through to the B final. Joining them will be Nelson and Christchurch Girls 1. And then we come back to Wellington Girls number 3. Then we go over to Takapuna Grammar out there in lane 7 and St Catherine's College in the outside in lane 8. All right, repechage number 2 are flying down the course here. We are looking at Craighead Diocesan School number 1 in lane 1, Kate and Abby. We've got St Andrew's College in lane 2, Xanthi and Olivia. Lane 3, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton, Thea and Lily. Lane 4, St Margaret's College number 1, Tilly and Charlotte. Lane 5, Columba College 1, Annika and Nova. Lane 6, Wellington Girls College, number 2, Sylvia Madison. Lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School, number 3, Laura and Tallulah. And lane 8, St Cuthbert's College, number 1, Savannah and Genevieve. All right, once again, same progression. We're looking for 2 to go to the A final. Nearly said B as I was saying hello to Maxine there. So 2 to go through to the A, 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go to B, and the rest, I'm assuming, eliminated from the event. And is that right? Yes, I am right. 3, 4, 5 and 6 into the B. Right, let's have a look and see how these ladies are going. The top 2 looking pretty set to me here. We've got St Margaret's and Columba. And maybe not in that order. They're switching and changing here. Great effort from St Cuthbert's sitting in 4th. We go down to Craighead Diocesan for 3, then out to St Cuthbert's for 4th. So good last 500 from St Cuthbert's. They were back a couple of 100 metres ago, but having a really good push here in the late stages of this under 17 pair. But out the front, it is Columba. Columba are looking really good here as we come down to the last 500. So it's Columba over St Margaret's. Then we are coming down on the inside. We've got Craighead Diocesan. They will be sitting in 3rd. That's Kate and Abby. They're doing a great job down there in lane number 1. And then until that camera pans out, I wouldn't have a clue. Let me get my binoculars. So that's your 1, 2, 3. I think 4th actually could end up being either St Andrews or St Cuthbert's. But with my eyesight, I think you better wait for the screen. Oh, it's St Cuthbert's. Okay, yippee. That's a great effort from those girls. So good work from, it's my microphone. I can say what I want, Mr. Jensen. But back out in front of us, it is Columba and this crew from St Margaret's going head-to-head. What a great battle between these 2 crews in the girls under 17 pair. Still sitting in 3rd place and just pushing up, I might add. We've got a race on our hands here because I was so focused on Columba and St Margaret's that only 3/4 of a length down is Kate and Abby from Craighead Diocesan. So if anyone from Craighead Dio is down there, get down to the water because these girls are pulling up on St Margaret's. They are still sitting in 3rd, but St Margaret's have, and just as I say that, what does St Margaret's do? They push out into the lead. Well done, ladies, good job. So St Margaret's have gone to the lead now. It's now Columba that are under threat. But these 2 crews looking damn good as they come down to the last 250. Fantastic racing in an under 17 pair, and it's just literally barrel ball for barrel ball, but they'll both go through to the A final. So this is a great effort from the 2 St Margaret's and Columba girls. Tilly and Charlotte out of St Margaret's, Annika and Nova for Columba. Back down on the inside, a great race from Craighead Diocesan's Kate and Abby. They'll go through to the B final, and then we're looking for 4th will be St Cuthbert's College on the outside. They'll also go through to the B final, and they should be over the moon with that. Then we come back down on the inside to St Andrews, and then we go out to Christchurch Girls and back into Wellington. Right, down to the finish we come. It's still St Margaret's by a bell ball. St Margaret's over Columba, Craighead Diocesan, then out to St Cuthbert's College. Great to see St Cuthbert's with a pair and a B final there. And down we come to the finish as we've got a last 4 or 5 strokes to go. Columba have gone again. Oh, this is going to be so close on the finish. Who's going to take it? Oh, they go through together. What an amazing finish. Oh, don't ask me to put my name on that one. I would have given it to, come on, Andrew, who was it? Oh, you come on. You can usually take a guess. Oh, what do you reckon? What do you reckon? We've got 4 people up here, ladies and gentlemen, and for the first time in 3 days, we've all called it a dead heat. But jeepers, don't go off what we're saying. I'm just going to make these 2 sweat it out for a sec because I want to see what happened there. That was an incredible finish from those 2 schools. They should be very proud of that effort, but I'm not leaving till I know who's won it. So I'm just going to hang tight here and then work out how that went through. I think a lot of people think St Margaret's might have got that, but let's have a look. I can tell you unofficially, but you know what? I can't. So you'll have to hang on. I can't tell you unofficially, but I know it's by pretty much probably the closest margin we've had this week, I reckon. And going through by 0.1 of a second for the win, St Margaret's. Columba was 0.1 second back, and I tell you what, both crews, thank goodness, have gone to the A final because they totally deserve it. Right, I'm handing over to who? Someone? Maxine? Oh, great. You've got a real treat on your hands here. You've got Maxine and Matt, the powers from Rowing New Zealand. Watch out. If you're really nice to them, they might tell you some secrets. Right, I'll hand over.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for that, Kirsty, and for that introduction. We're going to try the two of us commentating for the next hour or so, which will be a new adventure for all of us. But now on track now is the first repechage of the boys under 17 Coxless pair. In lane 1 we have Sacred Heart. Lane 2 is Takapuna Grammar School. Lane 3 Cambridge High School St Bede's. In lane 4 Sacred Heart College. In lane 5 St Andrews in 6. Wentworth in 7 and Shirley Boys High School in 8, with only 2 through to the A final. They're into the last 50 metres now, just to pick it up right at the business end of the race. And it is Sacred Heart College of Auckland. But a very close race between St Bede's and St Andrews, with only one of those crews going through. I think St Andrews currently with the advantage, but St Bede's absolutely putting in some big strokes now. And back to back, it's almost photo finish races, but I think that one's a bit closer to call. And I'd say that St Bede's have progressed through with Sacred Heart into the A final of the boys under 17 Coxless pair, with the next 4 across the line being St Andrews going to the B final. Joining them will be Cambridge High School. And then either side we have Sacred Heart College number 3 and over on the far side, I think that's Wentworth College that will also progress through to the B final. This heat rounded out by Takapuna Grammar School. There's a what? Oh, there's a Coxon's race. All right, repechage number 2 now in the boys under 17 Coxless pair. We have Nelson College in lane 1, Whangarei Boys High School in 2, St Thomas of Canterbury in 3, Mount Albert Grammar School in 4, Hamilton Boys High School in 5, Tauranga Boys College in 6, Sacred Heart College number 2 and 7, and King's College in lane number 8. They're through 500 metres left to go. And it's lane number 5, Hamilton Boys High School, who are leading this by a good length and a half. And then it will be out to, I think it's St Thomas of Canterbury in second place at the moment. So those are the two looking good. St Thomas of Canterbury have a good couple of lengths advantage over King's College and Sacred Heart number 2, who are battling it out for that third place. But with only 2 through from the repechage, it looks like we'll, at this stage of the race, have Hamilton Boys and St Thomas of Canterbury.
Thanks, Matthew. Yes, the disappointing duo that no one asked for on the commentary today. It is Hamilton Boys High School, though, in the lead in lane 5. Just looking across to their next closest competition, coming from lane 3, that is St Thomas of Canterbury. They still have clear water over them as they have about 300 metres to go. And as Matthew said, it is the first 2 through to the A final. So Hamilton Boys, all going well for them. They will proceed through. St Thomas of Canterbury there in lane 3, sitting in second, but King's College on the outside. King's College out there in lane 8 looking to try and challenge in the final 250 metres, but they may run out of water to do so. So there is the first 2 through to the A, 3rd to 6th go through to the B final. So at the moment, King's College looking for a B final alongside the crew next to them in lane 7. That is Sacred Heart College from Auckland. It is Sacred Heart College from Auckland. We then come down to the crew in the middle, Mount Albert Grammar School, before we go out to Whangarei Boys High School and Nelson College. But as they come down towards the final 100 metres, it is the boys from Hamilton Boys High School with half a boat length of clear water over St Thomas of Canterbury. Into the final 100 goes Hamilton boys. St Thomas of Canterbury, they go through now. These two with clear water over the rest of the field. King's College still sitting in third, but Sacred Heart taking a
Sacred
crack
Heart
at them.
2, absolutely bringing the rating up now to see if they can get up alongside Kings. One of the crews will miss out. We're watching that final qualifying position. It's either going to be between Nelson College or Tauranga boys, as to who misses out. Whangarei boys as well. But taking out this second repechage is Hamilton Boys High School from St Thomas of Canterbury. And then in the end, a big couple of strokes here, and it's another photo finish between King's College and Mount Albert Grammar School, with Sacred Heart just half a length back from them. And then that final qualifying spot will go to Whangarei Boys, who take it over Nelson College and Sacred Heart College number 2. Yeah, so I'm not sure. The next race on the program is the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls, but don't appear to have anybody on track, so we're not sure if something has happened at the start. Maxine, can you see down at the start?
I'll just use the handy pair of binoculars that are up here. We do have crews in blocks. That's all I can give you at the moment. If you're watching on the live stream, we just see some adjustments being made in a few of the crews. Most of them have oars squared and buried, so they are ready to race, but we will come back to you once the race starts.
So, Maxine, tell us about this this Coxswains race. So we've just been given the crews, and there's about 4 heats of the Coxswains race. Is this for anybody who's...
Yeah, so basically, as the name suggests, it's actually for coxswains to race.
Can I race? I used to Cox.
You did used to Cox. If we can get you in a boat, I'm sure Auckland Grammar will have you. We have coxswains. Some are all from the same school. Some are from different schools. In lane 7 of one of the heats, we've got a real composite of Napier boys, Hastings boys, Gizzy boys, and girls. So it looks like a cross-gender as well as 4 different school composite quad that they have there. That'll be really exciting to watch. Now, I'm not sure if they have a coxswain actually coxing these boats or if they'll have a rower, a little bit of a reversal there. But I guess we'll wait and see once we have these heats start. Now, that will be at the end of racing today, so about 4:30 we'll have the much anticipated coxswains race.
Are entries still open?
I believe entries may still be open. It does look like there's a couple of extra heats. So if you do ask down at the office in the finish tower very nicely, if you do have some coxswains still wanting to race, I'm sure they'll let you enter.
And you're allowed composite crews, so you don't have to have 4 coxswains from
crews, you can be male
school?
and female, same school, different school. We welcome anyone into the coxswains race as long as you are a coxswain.
Awesome. Look forward to that extravaganza. 4 p.m. this afternoon. We do have a start now in the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. This race is sponsored by Kerridge and Partners, so thank you to Vicky for your sponsorship. Now, with this repechage, the top 4 go through to the semi-final. So good entry numbers here in the girls under 18 Cox Quad. However, the rest are eliminated. So it's 4 through to semi. And there are 2 repechages here in the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. We have had a start, so we'll do a roll call. In lane number 1, we have St Peter's School number 2, St Paul's Collegiate number 2 in lane 2, Cambridge High School in lane 3, Diocesan School for Girls in lane 4, Twizel Area School in lane 5, Whangarei Girls High School in 6, King's College in 7, and Wakatipu in lane 8.
So as it stands, it's currently Diocesan School for Girls in lane 4 out there in the lead, but not by much. They are under a little bit of pressure from Twizel Area School on their inside. So the red hats of Diocesan School for Girls pushing up there, but it does look like Twizel is moving through them now in lane 5. It's currently Balville for Balville, though, as they approach the 750 metre mark. We also have a crew on the outside. That is Wakatipu High School. We just see the yellow boat there. They're challenging up for a place in the semi-final. It is the first 4 boats that go through. So as it stands, it's Twizel, Diocesan School for Girls, Wakatipu, and then we come into lane 7, which is King's College. King's College currently sitting in 4th place, but they do have a bit of a challenge from Cambridge High School in lane 3. So very close between all of these boats, only half a boat length in it, in between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So it'll be very tight racing in the second half of the race.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. It's good from Diocesan School for Girls. And boy, oh boy, Twizel Area School just putting in some big strokes there very early in the race as they approach the 1,000-metre mark. Those two are now just starting to get a little bit of a surge on the rest of the crews, but only half a length back we have that lineup of Wakatipu, we've got Kings, we've got St Peter's School and St Paul's Collegiate and Cambridge High School all within coup of each other. So there we see the 1,000-metre mark in the background. As we go through, bit of a move happening here from Twizel Area School. They've jumped out to a canvas advantage and they've got the surge at the moment, and Kings are the ones that have responded. So Kings currently in that third spot, just starting to push up, as are Cambridge High School, also travelling well. Boy oh boy, this is going to be really tight with these 6 crews. Only 4 will progress through in this under-18 quad.
Yeah, some would say you could throw a blanket over the race, Matthew, and that's exactly what you could do at the moment. Only half a boat length separate first and 5th place. So between all of these boats, there's only half a boat length, no clear water yet, but we are getting quite a nice arrow formation there. Still Twizel Area School in the lead, though. They've gone out to 2 seats over Diocesan School for Girls, and the girls from King's College.
Yeah, King's moving.
Kings are moving up on Diocesan School for Girls, which will make it very interesting. They both row out of the same boat shed on the Tamaki Estuary in bays right next to each other, so they know how fast each other is. Will Kings be able to roll over the top of Diocesan School for Girls? We then go back to Cambridge High School with the canvas over Wakatipu High School out in lane 8. So those are the top 4 at the moment, but Wakatipu still in with the chance to make the semi-final. After Wakatipu, we go out to lane 1. That is St Peter's School number 2. St Peter's School number 2 sitting out there, as well as the crew in lane 6. That is Whangarei Girls High School.
So yeah, I think we're starting to see those top 3 crews of Twizel Area School, Diocesan School for Girls and King's College, the Tamaki Warriors, just starting to push away and consolidate those top 3 positions. But the battle for the final qualifying spot between Wakatipu, St Paul's Collegiate and Cambridge High School are all within a canvas of each other. So what a great race between those 4. Now a bit of a clear water between the top 3 and the next 3. So we've got 6 crews still in contention. But to be approaching 500 to go, all within still 1 to 2 lengths of each other, makes for anyone's game at this point in the race.
So King's College, they've put the hammer down in that third 500, and they are up just a canvas down on Twizel Area School. Canvas separating them for first place, and they are still moving up. Diocesan School for Girls left in 3rd place at the moment. Still a battle for 4th between St Paul's Collegiate and Cambridge High School. Unfortunately, Wakatipu just being left a little bit behind there, but Twizel Area School still maintain the lead. King's College are coming for them, though, as they come towards the final 500 metres of the first rapid charge of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls.
I think King's starting to move now. Kings have just taken the intensity up. Well coached there by Nat Welch and Jane Shellikins. Just starting to see them push up on Twizel Area School. They've had that advantage. They've led this race right from the start, but here comes King's College. It's now down to half a canvas between the two as Kings just start to push ahead of Diocesan for that second and third placing. So 500 left to go now. It's still Twizel Area School from King's College, from Auckland Diocesan, and in that battle for the final qualifying position, there's been a move from St Paul's Collegiate. So St Paul's Collegiate, number 2, have just put the power down to try and push away from Cambridge High School. They've gone early, starting their wind with 500 to go. We'll keep an eye on that battle, but they're now out to a length, so I think we might see the top 4 starting to emerge.
So King's College still moving up on Twizel. Twizel still with the lead, though, as they come past Rowing New Zealand and 300 metres to go. Twizel Area School still have about half a canvas, but King's College are coming. They've moved away from Diocesan School for Girls. They're half a boat length up on
Diocesan
them.
are responding. Diocesan have gone. They're pushing now.
So here they come as they come towards the final 250 metres. Twizel Area School will go through first, but here come King's College. King's College, we just see the bow surging forward. They're coming for the win. The first 4 boats will go through to the semi-final, but King's College want the win. Twizel Area School have held it for the last 1,000 or 1,500 metres of this race, but King's College are coming back. They're just leaving behind Diocesan School for Girls. Diocesan now 3/4 of a boat length back, and look at St Paul's.
St Paul's moving right up, half a length back on Dio. So it's going to be those 4 that I think progress through to the semi-final, but with 100 left to go, it's King's College with the speed, but Twizel Area School with the advantage at the moment in repechage number 1. It's going to be a good move, the little move there from Twizel Area School. They just sat up and got those catches in a little bit quicker, and I think that's seen them push a little bit further away from King's College. It's now half a length, and with the last couple of strokes, it will be Twizel Area School that take out the first repechage of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls through to the semi-final, followed by King's College, back to Diocesan, and St Paul's Collegiate will round out the top 4 that progress through.
We then go back to the crew out in lane 8, that is Wakatipu High School. They will finish just ahead of Cambridge High School, who in turn will finish ahead of Whangarei Girls High School and St Peter's School down here in lane 1.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Tell me, Maxine, what do those parents need to do to ensure that their tent wins Best Supporters Tent Site?
Oh, well, you're lucky I'm not a judge. I do see quite a few picket fences out there, and I do see a school with quite a fancy-looking red carpet. That looks to be Diocesan School for Girls. They love the red hats and they love the red carpet out there. But I just see Auckland Grammar they've not gone with a picket fence this year. They've gone with a little bit of a rope fence. Could you tell me about that, Matthew?
I believe it's a nautical theme. So we are here with boats, and so they went with the rope this year and have fenced off a little VIP area to the right. I'm not sure who classifies as a VIP, but that's their strategy there. Have you been into the King's College tent?
No, I can't say I have, but I do see some picket fences down there. I'm just wondering if that's King's College or Queen Margaret. No, it does look to be Queen Margaret next to them. So not sure what King's College will pull out of the bag for their supporters tent judgment, but we'll see. They've got until 12:30 p.m. on Friday. And also some other exciting news. Some car keys have been found and are in the Tower office. So please come to the office to claim them if you have lost your car keys.
We do have a race underway, so let's bring you repechage 2 now of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1, it's Otamotai College. Lane 2 is Diocesan School for Girls 2. Lane 3, Maclean's College. Lane 4, Wanganui High School. Lane 5 is Wellington East Girls College. Lane 6 is Nelson College for Girls, and Lane 7, Queen Margaret College.
At the moment, though, lane 4, it is the crew from Whanganui. They have 3/4 of a boat length over Wellington East Girls School in lane 5, so half a boat length between those two. Wellington East, in turn, have 3/4 of a boat length over Maclean's College, who are sitting there in lane 3. And then it's a battle for 4th place between Diocesan School for Girls number 2 and Nelson College for Girls, Queen Margaret out in lane 7.
All right, so with 4 through, I think the battle is on for that 4th and final qualifying position between Diocesan School for Girls number 2 on the inside, and on the far side, Queen Margaret College in lane number 7. I think Queen Margaret with a canvas advantage with about 500 metres left to travel now. Those top 3 crews just continue to extend away, but Queen Margaret have the speed on the water at the moment as they try to establish themselves in that 4th and final semi-final berth ahead of Diocesan School for Girls number 2. We're getting close-up shots of St Paul's, which makes me think that we are on.
Oh, that's the next one. Is Dio's in lane 2 here? Okay, don't look at the live stream. Look at that. It's Wellington.
Okay, so just calling this not off the live stream, but the race that has about 300 metres left to travel. Had me going there for a second because all of a sudden I'm seeing St Paul's colours, and there is no St Paul's from what we're seeing. So out front, it's still Wanganui, Wellington East Girls College. Wellington East Girls College from Wanganui High School and Nelson College. It's those three that look good to qualify through to the semi-final, and then that battle is still on, but I think Queen Margaret College on the far side are currently in that fourth position, ahead of a very close race between Maclean's College and Otamotai College. So it's those three that are fighting for that final position through to the semi-final.
So coming into the last 50 metres, it is the crew in lane 5. That is Wellington East Girls College. Wellington East will be taking the win, but Whanganui High School and Nelson College for girls really battling it out for second and third place. No doubt about Wellington East, they go through, and on the line, I think it will be Whanganui High School just over Nelson College for girls, but they will meet later in the semi-final. We then go out to Queen Margaret College in lane 7. They will take that final spot in the semi, and unfortunately Otamotai College will just miss out alongside Maclean's College and Diocesan School for Girls number 2.
Okay, so just on that graphic, rep number 2 has already just finished. So we're just getting a little bit confused here. We're now actually on to rep charge number 3 in the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. So just ignore those graphics for now. In lane number 1, we have Pukekohe High School. Lane 2 is Hamilton Girls High School. Lane 3 is Dunstan High School. Lane 4 is Otago Girls High School. Lane 5, St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 6 is Westlake Girls High School. And lane 7, Wanganui High School. So it's Dunstan. I think it's Dunstan High School. And then we go inside to lane... No, it's St Paul's are out in front. St Paul's from Dunstan. Dunstan in second. And then we go all the way out to Wanganui High School number 2 on the far side. I think those are your top 3 at the moment. Closely followed by Otago Girls High School in 4th.
So coming into the final 500, it is lane 5. The crew from St Paul's Collegiate, coxed by Matilda Miller. They are into the final 500 and they have clear water over their next closest competition, which is coming from lane 3, Dunstan High School. Dunstan High School in turn just got clear water over Otago Girls High School, who are sitting in 3rd place. And Otago Girls with 3/4 of a boat length over Whanganui High School out in lane 7. We then go back to Westlake Girls High School in lane 6. Before we go out to Pukekohe High School in lane 1 and Hamilton Girls High School in lane 2.
Yep, so we're into the final 300 metres now. Not much changing. I think those top 4 have done enough earlier on in this race to settle into those top 4 positions that will progress them through to the semi-final tomorrow. They have led off the next race relatively quickly. I know they are trying to catch up time here today, but we are going to have to get the officials just to make sure that crew in lane 1 doesn't catch the next race. So they've got about 500 metres left to go there, so just keep an eye on that. But out front, nice little move happening here from Dunstan. I think they're starting to push up and gain back on St Paul's Collegiate, who have led this race. Both of them are going to go through, but Dunstan just executing a brilliant wind there. They've picked up about half a length. We'll see if that momentum continues into the last 100 to see if they can really push up alongside and challenge St Paul's. But St Paul's still just keeping relatively comfortable, just ticking the thing along. That 3rd place battle, I think now it's Otago Girls High School, still ahead of Wanganui High School and back to Westlake Girls. So that is the way it's going to finish here. Bit less action, but these 4 crews have done well to get into those positions and hold them and make sure that they get through to the semi-final tomorrow. So well done to St Paul's Collegiate, Dunstan High School, Otago Girls High School and Wanganui High School that will progress through ahead of Westlake Girls, Hamilton Girls High School and Pukekohe High School.
We will roll straight into the next repechage, which is on the course with just over 250 metres to go. In lane 1, Glendowie College. Lane 2, Te Awamutu College. Lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 4, Tauranga Boys College. Lane 5, Nelson College. Lane 6, Whanganui High School number 2. Lane 7, St Paul's Collegiate. And lane 8 is empty. But at the moment, the race leaders are lane 3. That is St Paul's Collegiate. Sorry, they're not. They're sitting in third. They're battling for second. The race leaders are actually the blue boat in lane 5. That is Nelson College. Apologies, Nelson College. Nelson in the lead here. They've got some pressure from Tauranga Boys College on their inside. And it is a battle for second place between Tauranga Boys and St Paul's Collegiate. Only the first 4 will go through to the semi-final. So at the moment, they are all safe. But they are battling for placings at the moment. We then go out to St Paul's Collegiate, number 2, out in lane 7. They are there ahead of Te Awamutu College in lane 2, Glendowie College in lane 1, and Whanganui High School out in lane 6.
So I think a bit of a battle here, and the great race here in the top 3, St Paul's Collegiate, Tauranga and Nelson. It's anyone's game as to who's going to take out this repechage. It's 4 through, and there's another great race shaping up behind them as to who is going to be the final qualifier through to the semi-final. The rest, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Some big strokes happening from Nelson College. George and Ollie just absolutely pushing, and I think they've got their now up to half a length advantage. So it's going to be Nelson College who take out the boys under 18 double sculls, followed by St Paul's Collegiate, followed by Tauranga Boys College. Those are your top 3 automatically through to semi. And then I think it's going to be St Paul's Collegiate 2 on the far side. Yes, it is. They have got that length advantage over Te Awamutu and Glendowie. Nice little battle down here, but it will be St Paul's Collegiate that take that final position ahead of Glendowie, who get there over Te Awamutu College and St Paul's Collegiate Wanganui High School number 2.
We are straight into the second repechage of the boys under 18 double sculls, sponsored by SL Racing. They've been designing and building winning racing rowing boats since 2010 out of New Zealand, and recently celebrated winning a silver medal with Emma Twigg at the Olympics. They've just launched their new hull design across 2 innovative ranges. So go see Simon and Hamish. They've got a tent just there under podium, just at the bottom of the hill, and I'm sure they'll be able to help you out with any questions. But back to the race on the course now. The second repechage of the boys under 18 double. In lane 1, Otago Boys High School. Lane 2, St Bede's College. Lane 3, St Peter's School. Lane 4, Dunstan High School. Lane 5, Pukekohe High School. Lane 6, Ngarawahia High School. And lane 7, Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu number 2. Looking out to the crew in lane 4 though, Dunstan High School, we just see the red with the yellow bands on the row suits and the iconic yellow bucket hats. They are leading the charge here in the second repechage of the boys under 18 double, but they're under a lot of pressure from their outside. That is Pukekohe High School. So Jelt and Max from Dunstan just ahead of Cohen and Jimmy from Pukekohe, and it is a race for the finish line as they come down. Don't discount St Peter's School. That is Bruno and Tristan though in lane 3. They're also making a big move for the line. 4 will go through, and at this stage all 3 of those boats will go through, but who will be joining them? We've got Otago Boys High School number 2 in lane 1 and Ngarawahia High School out in lane 6, as well as St Bede's College in lane 2, all battling for those positions. But I think it's Otago Boys High School just ahead of Ngarawahia High School as they come into the final 250.
Yeah, great battle out here in the front here, but I think it's going to be a very close race for that fourth and final qualifying position between the Otago Boys High School and Ngaruawahia crews. Those two have overlap, and it's down to about half a length. St Peter's absolutely picking that rating up there. They're taking it. They're taking this race to Dunstan. I think they've just gotten past Pukekohe High School for second place. 100 to go now. They've closed it down to half a length. It's still Dunstan out in front, who are putting in some absolutely big strokes, but St Peter's continue to build their speed in their wind. It's great to see here, and I think a little bit of a nudge there from Otago Boys High School has seen them get ahead of Ngaruawahia in that battle for the final qualifying position, but we'll see who comes down to the line, who will take it. It will be Dunstan High School that get there over St Peter's. Those two will go through. Pukekohe High School will hold on. They'll take out the third qualifying position, and in a very, very tight finish again. A lot of close racing here today, but it will be Otago Boys High School. Nicholas and Andre down here. The big celebration across the line. Well done to those boys that will take the final position. Ngaruawahia following them. And then we go back to St Bede's College and Te Aho o Takura, who will take out the final spots in repechage number 2. Okay, we've been told to keep the volume down, so just a little bit too excited up here in the commentating booth. But hope you're enjoying having two commentators for the first time that we're really trying this sort of style. But we now have repechage number 3 in the boys under 18 double sculls. In lane number 1 we have Auckland Grammar School. Lane 2 is Tauhara College. Lane 3 is Waitaki Boys High School. Lane 4 is Otago Boys High School. Maclean's College in 5. St Peter's School in 6. And Te Aho o Takura Ponamu in lane number 7. Okay, we look down the track, it's the middle 3 lanes. I think lane 5 at the moment, Maclean's College, Alex Fahey and Nathan Strachan, who are leading this race. They are well and truly in command. They'll have 3 or so lengths advantage over Otago Boys High School number 1, Henry and Ben. They're in that second spot. They'll have 3/4 a length advantage over Waitaki Boys High School. Ned and Lachlan behind them. So those will be a top 3. Then we'll go out into the outside. I think it's Te Aho o Takura Ponamu who are in that 4th and critically the 4th and final semi-final position. So they are ahead of St Peter's School. And they are ahead of Tauhara College and Auckland Grammar School. So it is 4 that will progress through from this race with 300 metres left to go. It's looking very good for Maclean's College.
Yeah, Maclean's College out there with a clear water advantage. The school from East Auckland rowing on the Tamaki Estuary out of St George's Rowing Club, and these boys have about 3 boat lengths of clear water. As they approach the final 250, they've just gone through that marker, and following on behind them, the boys from Otago Boys High School in lane 4. Otago Boys in a bit of a battle with Waitaki Boys High School in lane 3, but Otago Boys with 3/4 of a boat length over the boys from Waitaki. We then go out to the green boat in lane 7 to Takura Ponamu. They are sitting in 4th place ahead of St Peter's School and looking to take the final qualifying spot in the semi-final that'll be raced later this week. But the boys from Maclean's looking very relaxed as they come down to the final 100 metres. The crew of Alex and Nathan, their boat just goes through now, and they've got some lovely long strokes going on there and really sending the boat towards the finish line. Otago Boys High School, they go through now, and Waitaki Boys go through now. Close between these two. Waitaki have managed to claw back a few centimetres on the Otago Boys boat, but the Otago Boys have put the hammer down and they are sprinting towards the finish line. They will qualify for the semi-final nonetheless. They will be making sure to hold on to that second place. Maclean's College finish now, Otago Boys finish now, and Waitaki. Those are your 3 qualifiers for the semi-final, and they are followed by Takura Ponamu's Logan Lands and Finn Sattler. So congratulations to those 4 boats. Unfortunately, St Peter's School will just miss out alongside Tauhara College and Auckland Grammar.
So a little bit of a break while we wait for the next race. Quite a few crews from the Tamaki starting to emerge in the lead positions here, Maxine. What you've spent a bit of time on the Tamaki River up in Auckland. What's its secret?
The secret is it's very tidal. So what those crews like to do is really get close to each other to go through the about 3-metre channel that you get at low tide. That's probably the secret. A lot of manoeuvring. So when you let those crews onto water like this, where they've just got such a vast expanse of water to row in, they really fly.
Okay, thanks. We'll now pick up the girls under 15 Cox State. Repechage number 1 of 2. There are 2 repechages here with the first 4 going through. Sorry, there's only one of the girls under 15 Cox State. So the top 4 will progress through to the rep. Lane 1 is Barradine College. Lane 2, Cambridge High School. Lane 3, St Cuthbert's College. Lane 4, Marlborough Girls College. Lane 5, St Margaret's College. Lane 6, St Margaret's College number 2. Westlake Girls High School in 7 and Sacred Heart Girls of Hamilton in lane number 8. We're getting very just close-up of St Margaret's College, so I assume that they're going to be the race leaders. And as I look down the track, yes, it's St Margaret's who are out in front here, followed by Marlborough Girls and St Margaret's number 2. St Margaret's very close with St Cuthbert's as well. So Kirsty, get your megaphone out and start shouting, because you're going to come under a little bit of pressure from Cambridge High School and St Margaret's College number 2, with those 3 crews all going for just 2 spots here in the girls under 15 Cox State. But St Margaret's out in front there, have got themselves out to a length advantage over Marlborough Girls College. They'll be your top 2 from this 3-way battle for 3rd.
So St Margaret's College number 1 in lane 5, they're currently sitting in the lead. They are the bronze medalists from South Island Secondary Schools just a couple of weeks ago. And it just looks like the crew on their inside, Marlborough Girls College, making a move. They've claimed back a canvas, the stern canvas of the St Margaret's boat. But the St Margaret's boat, coxed by Sarah Farrell. I see her parents standing there nervously watching the big screen, waiting to see if they've qualified for the A final. At the moment, it looks like they'll be safe. It is top 4 through to the final, but there is still over 500 metres to race, so we'll see what the last 750 has in store. St Margaret's, though, holding off the challenge from Marlborough Girls College on their inside. St Margaret's still in first, Marlborough still in second. We've still got St Cuthbert's there in third. St Cuthbert's under a bit of a challenge from Cambridge High School in lane 2. We also look out to St Margaret's College number 2 in lane 6. So we definitely have a race leader decided first and second, but in third, fourth and fifth it is very close.
Yeah, I think this one's going to come down to the sprint, unfortunately. It's going to be a very close one to see who progresses through. I think a bit of a move starting to emerge from St Cuthbert's as they started to just get their blades into the water a little bit quicker and up the rate to see if they can break this move here from Cambridge High School. But it's St Cuthbert's.
They've got 2 seats over Cambridge High School. They're feeling the pressure from the outside, but they are responding. St Cuthbert's holding on to third place. They've got a canvas over Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School pushing up, but St Cuthbert's going with them. So that's your top 4 at the moment. St Margaret's, Marlborough Girls, St Cuthbert's and Cambridge High School. St Margaret's number 2 just being left behind in 5th place at the moment as Cambridge High and St Cuthbert's battle it out for those last spots into the final. St Margaret's number 1 though, they go through the 1500 metre mark. Marlborough Girls just next to them. St Margaret's have managed to extend out a little bit. They had 3/4 of a boat length. They now have a boat length. Marlborough Girls, they've got about a boat length of clear water over 3rd and 4th, but Cambridge High and St Cuthbert's still bowel for bowel as they come through into the final 500.
Cambridge hit that 500 metre mark and they absolutely went for it. They put a big move in there to try and push away from St Cuthbert's, and they've now emerged about two seats clear of that St Cuthbert's crew. So we'll see if St Cuthbert's are just waiting, getting a little bit of a wind later on. But those 2 in that battle, I think, has seen them push clear of St Margaret's College number 2. And that might be your top 4 as it stands, because it's 300 metres left to travel. We've got St Margaret's out front, Marlborough Girls currently in second, but it is Cambridge High School that have pushed out 2 seats still over St Cuthbert's, who in turn would now have about a length over St Margaret's College number 2, and Barradine College just trying to push up and see if they can get up over St Margaret's College number 2, but it would be for bragging rights in this final 250 metres of the girls under 15 Cox State.
St Margaret's number 1 though, they've got 150 metres left to travel. They've extended their lead over Marlborough Girls College. St Margaret's with a clear water lead over Marlborough Girls and the rest of the field. Their bow just going through to the final 100 now, and it is St Margaret's looking to take one of the final spots in the girls under 15 Cox State final. Marlborough Girls go through now. Cambridge High School will go through third. St Cuthbert's though right on their toes. St Cuthbert's are not going down without a fight. Look at them, they've clawed back a seat and they are coming for Cambridge High School. 2 strokes to go though for St Margaret's College, and St Margaret's will cross the line and take a spot in the under 15 girls Cox State final. Congratulations to them. Marlborough Girls cross over now and join them, and Cambridge High School will cross over in third. St Cuthbert's with half a boat length. St Cuthbert's will also go through to the A final later this week. Congratulations to those 4 crews. We then go back to St Margaret's number 2. Unfortunately, they will just miss out alongside Barradine College, Westlake Girls High School and Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton.
All right, we now have the first and only repechage of the boys under 15 Coxed 4. It is, sorry, there is 2. We're in repechage number 1 of 2 of the boys under 15 Coxed 4. And in this repechage, we have Hamilton Boys High School in lane number 1, Hamilton Boys High School 3 in lane 2, King's College 2 in lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School in 4, Hamilton Boys High School in 5, Westlake Boys High School in 6, and Mount Albert Grammar School on the far side. And boy, oh boy, I think this is a very close race out front. Not really, because Hamilton Boys High School have 2 or so lengths, clear advantage. Lane number 1 over King's College number 2. Then outside of them would go to Hamilton Boys High School number 2, followed by Christchurch Boys High School number 2, all to play for with only 1 going through, but 2, 3, 4 and 5 will progress through to the B final. So I think the battle is going to be between Westlake Boys High School 2 and Mount Albert Grammar School 1 as to which of those crews make it through to the B final and which unfortunately ends up going home today. But Hamilton Boys High School out front, absolutely pushing away from the rest of the field. They're out to 2, 3 lengths clear of King's College number 2. And this race is sponsored by Swift Racing, and they import all types of racing shells, coastal and rowing accessories to New Zealand. And they've been active in getting coastal rowing established in New Zealand, running the Beach Sprint Championships for the past 5 years. Of course, it joins the Olympic program in LA 2028, and the New Zealand format. The New Zealand events are run in that same format. So if you want to give beach sprints a go, 5th and 6th of April on Orewa Beach up in Auckland, we'll see the New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships.
Back to the race on the course now. We do see the wind picking up, so it is turning into a little bit of coastal conditions out there, but nothing to worry about for Hamilton Boys number 1 in lane 1. They still have about 2 boat lengths of clear water over King's College in lane 3. King's College in turn with clear water over Hamilton Boys High School number 2 in lane 5. Hamilton Boys High School sitting in third, just about a canvas up on Christchurch Boys High School in lane 4. We then go out to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 7. Mount Albert Grammar have half a boat length over Westlake Boys High School, but there's quite a spread of the field there. Great shot there from the drone as they come into the final 250. It is Hamilton Boys High School looking to take the one and only spot in the A final from this repechage for the boys under 15 Coxed 4. It is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th through to the B final, and at this stage it looks like it'll be King's College, Christchurch Boys High School, Hamilton Boys High School number 2 and Mount Albert Grammar. Just about to come into the last 100 metres is Hamilton Boys High School number 1. They've gone through and they still have a couple of boat lengths of clear water. A sneaky win from the inside lane here from Hamilton Boys High School, but they will go through to the A final. This crew, coxed by Isaac James, just willing them on towards the finish line, and with 3 strokes to go, this crew will make their way into the A final. Congratulations to Hamilton Boys High School. King's College about 30 metres back. They have about 5 strokes to go before they cross over. They will make their way into the B final, and Christchurch Boys High School in lane 4 will finish half a boat length ahead of Hamilton Boys High School number 2 in lane 5. We then go back to Mount Albert Grammar, who will take their last spot in the A final from this repechage over Westlake Boys number 2 and Hamilton Boys number 3 in lane 2.
All right, we now have repechage number 2 of the boys under 15 Cox 4. And in lane number 1, we have Westlake Boys High School 3. Lane 2 is St Bede's College. Lane 3, Timaru Boys High School. Lane 4 is Cashmere High School. Lane 5, Wellington College. Shirley Boys High School in lane 6 and Marlborough Boys College in lane number 7. And it's lane 4, Cashmere High School, who is leading this second repechage with 1 progressing through, followed by Wellington College. They would have about a length advantage at the moment. It's a very typical V formation in this race. So we go Cashmere, then Wellington College, then Shirley Boys High School. Then we come back to the inside with Timaru Boys High School, followed by St Bede's College 2 and Westlake Boys High School there with Marlborough Boys. But out front, it's Cashmere High School. So Thomas, Lucas, James, Cameron and Jacob, the coxswain, they are out in front in this race with about a length advantage over Wellington College. Wellington College, Ethan, Jonah, Henry, Jude and Cox Hugh are starting to make a little bit of a move here as they have gone through 7:50 to go. Just a bit more intensity from those Wellington College blades, and to see if they can close back. They've pushed it up to about half a length now. They're half a length down on Cashmere, and this is going to be an exciting race here because only one of these will progress through, with 2, 3, 4 and 5 making it through to the B final.
So Cashmere and Wellington sitting in first and second. We then go back to Shirley Boys High School. This crew coxed by James Watson. They're out in lane 6, currently sitting in 3rd place. Before we come back to lane 3, Timaru Boys High School sitting in 4th. But Wellington College, they are coming back at Cashmere High School. There's 3/4 of a boat length in it, and the boys from Wellington College are really gritting their teeth and digging in. As Matthew said, only 1 will go through to the A final. 2nd to 5th place will go through to the B. So Cashmere will want to hold on to this position, and Wellington College will be wanting to gain. I don't think anyone will catch them now with just over 500 metres to go, unless we see some sort of insane sprint from any of the crews that are trailing. Great V formation though. So behind these 2 leading crews, Shirley Boys still in 3rd and Timaru Boys still in 4th. We then go back to St Bede's College in lane 2. St Bede's College sitting there ahead of Marlborough Boys College out in lane 7 and Westlake Boys High School number 3 in lane 1.
So through about 400 metres left to travel now on the boys under 15 Cox 4 repechage number 2, and it is still Cashmere High School who are holding on from Wellington College. It's now 3/4 of a length, so these 2 crews have been within about a length of each other since the start. They're pushing their way all the way down to the line. We're coming into 300 metres left to travel now, and I think They had a little bit of a move there from Kashmir, has just seen them start to get a bit more surge on that hull as they push out. They've now pushed out to about nearly a length over Wellington College to see if they can do it. They're coming down 250 metres left to go. I think that was a big move there from Kashmir to try and break Wellington College to get through to the A final in the boys under 15. Cox 4. I think that battle for 5th is also going to be pretty close between St Bede's College 2 and Marlborough Boys on the far side. I think it's St Bede's at the moment, but only one of those two crews will progress through into the B final of this event. But as we come down 150 metres left to go now, it is Kashmir High School. So Kashmir have gotten out to a length with 150 to go, so it's going to have to be a big move from Wellington to make it back up from here. Kashmir just keeping it long and strong and composed. Here come back Wellington College, though. They've started a wind, a real last-ditch effort here to try and get it back up across. They've got their boat speed moving. They're down to 3/4 of a length, but it's only about 50 metres left to travel. So Kashmir holding on over Wellington College, and I think that's going to be the way it finishes, with Kashmir progressing through to the A final. Well done to those lads. And then we go back to Wellington College, who will settle for 2nd and progress through to the B final. Great race from them, though, and how great. They're giving thumbs up to Kashmir. What sportsmanship there from Wellington College. Well done. 3rd place, we come back to Timaru Boys High School, then across to Shirley Boys, back to St Bede's College 2 will be the final qualifier through to the B final. Then we go out to Marlborough Boys and Westlake Boys High School number 3. Just checked the commentator's birthday calendar, and it's Meg's birthday. So happy birthday to Meg,
Happy birthday to Meg, the Westlake Boys under 15 coach. It's a great day to be spending down here at the lake on your birthday. Happy birthday, Meg Ashford from Westlake Boys Rowing.
Great. We now start quarterfinals. Woo! So 4 of these. Quarterfinals of the girls under 17 double sculls. This race sponsored by Top Notch Calves. So Top Notch Calves, they are one of the largest calf rearers in the Waikato. Top Notch Calves needs your surplus milk year round. Prompt collection and payment is guaranteed. So visit topnotchcalves.co.nz for details.
The lead with Wakatipu sitting behind them in 2nd. Then it'll be going to Glendowie for 3rd as they move through the 1500 metre marker. So that is now we're into the final 500 metres of the race. And it does look like the girls from Dunstan, Ruby and Bella have a nice lead here. They've got about 3 lengths of a lead over Wakatipu. And then in 3rd is St Hilda's. 4th is a bit of a tussle at the moment between Glendowie and Diocesan School for Girls, and now that is an important spot, isn't it? Last qualification for the semi. But let's take a closer look at this Dunstan crew. We can see they are sculling beautifully together. Both their blades just enter the water at the exact same time, and that is what is helping propel them forwards and putting them in the lead as we row past Rowing New Zealand. So we have about 300 metres left to travel in quarterfinal 1 of the girls under 17 double sculls. This event, of course, sponsored by Top Notch Calves, but it is Dunstan High School in 1st place, Wakatipu in 2nd, St Hilda's in 3rd, and a good battle between Glendowie and Diocesan School for 4th as we enter the final 250 metres of this race. The top 3 out in front are nice and clear. If they can just hold on to their positions, they will progress to the semi-final. And it does look like Glendowie is currently holding on to that 4th place position. But it is Dunstan High School, Ruby and Bella, coached by Simon Smith, with a nice 2.5 length lead. So this Wakatipu High School crew of Amy and Lucy are certainly finishing strong because they have pulled up a little bit on Dunstan, but both these crews are safe if they manage to continue what they're doing. Now in the final 100 metres, and we are with Dunstan. Dunstan, a nice low rate. They don't need to worry too much. They just need to finish this race in good condition, ready for the next day's racing. But here we are down at the finish line, 10 metres left. Dunstan coming down to the line, so nice work Dunstan into the semi-finals tomorrow. Second across the line is Wakatipu. They'll join them, who's going to be the final two crews into the semi-finals from quarter-final 1 at the girls under 17 double sculls. It is going to be the crew from St Hilda's. They come across the line in third, who is going to be fourth. We see Glendowie finishing fast down there in lane 2. No challenge from anyone, so Glendowie into the semi-finals. Next two across the line, 5th and 6th into the C final. So that is going to be Dawson School for Girls into the C final. Next place will also be in the C final. Great row there. Right, so that is quarterfinal 1. Now we're heading up the lake for quarterfinal 2. The girls under 17 double sculls. In lane 1 we have Otago Girls. In 2 Hillcrest High School. In 3 Gisborne Girls. In 4 Iona College. In 5 Hauraki Plains. In 6 Whangarei Girls. In 7 Hamilton Girls. And in 8 Rotorua Lakes High School. So we've got two crews out the front here having a good battle, and I can see those orange blades of Hauraki, so it looks to be Iona in the lead, only just over Hauraki. Those two having a good battle out the front, with then Gisborne Girls currently in 3rd and Hillcrest in 4th. But let's have a good look at the leaders here. So Iona here, Sarah Ritchie and Megan Ritchie, coached by Matt Lawson, having about a half a boat length lead over Hauraki Plains, Tyler Gibbs and Paige Tavita Wilson, coached by Maggie Morrison. So we have seen a fast finish earlier in the day from Paige Tavita Williams in her single. Will she do that again in this double, and will the girls from Iona be able to hold that off? But it is Iona in the lead, Hauraki in 2nd, Gisborne only just holding 3rd over Hillcrest, and then in 5th position at the moment is Whangarei Girls, travelling well. And then it's Otago Girls, Hamilton Girls and Rotorua Lakes High School. But as we move through the 1,500 metre marker, so 500 metres left to go, Iona College still have that 1 length lead over Hauraki Plains College, who these two crews have a good distance, about 4 lengths over Gisborne Girls sitting in 3rd. They've got a half a boat length over Hillcrest, so a good race happening there between Gisborne Girls and Hillcrest, with Whangarei Girls currently sitting in 5th. But it is still Iona now with a little bit of daylight there between their stern and the bow of Hauraki. So Iona certainly have a strong sprint on them. Iona doing very well here in this final 500. They are going very fast. Very fast now with 2 lengths lead, getting even more clear water. And Hauraki currently sitting in 2nd place. Then back to the good battle between Gisborne Girls and Hillcrest High. But final 250 metres here in quarterfinal 2, the girls under 17 double sculls. Iona with a fantastic finish. That last 250 metres from them, they moved from a length to 2 lengths. They really pushed it up. Fantastic work, Iona. And they're just continuing to push away from Hauraki. They let Hauraki think they could get there, and then with 500 to go, they said, no, we are going to win. So Iona College doing very well here in quarterfinal 2 of the girls under 17 double sculls, sponsored by Top Notch Calves. Hauraki in a solid 2nd. Still a good battle between Gisborne Girls and Hillcrest High for 3rd and 4th, but it is currently Gisborne in 3rd and Hillcrest in 4th, as we now are in the final 100 metres. Iona rowing very well, sculling beautifully together, these two, as they come down to the line about 30 metres from the line. Hauraki in 2nd, Gisborne 3rd, Hillcrest 4th. Top 4, of course, to the semi-final. Down on the finish line, here we are with Iona crossing the line in 1st. Well done, Iona, into the semi-finals. They are going to be joined by Hauraki Plains as they cross the line in 2nd. Third place is going to go to lane 3 there, Gisborne Girls, as they cross the line now. Well done, Gisborne Girls, into the semi-final. And that 4th spot into the semi-final is going to go to Hillcrest High School there. Well done, Hillcrest High School. The next crew across the line, Whangarei Girls, will be in the C final. Well done, Whangarei Girls, into the C final. 6 will also be joining them. So this day does not disappoint the quality of racing we are getting. Here comes the next crew across the line, Otago Girls. So they're going to be in the C final as well with Whangarei Girls there. But let's head back up the lake for quarterfinal 3 of the girls under 17 double sculls. In lane 1 we have Cromwell College. In lane 2 we have Villa Maria. In 3 Mount Albert. In 4 St Paul's Collegiate. In 5 Pukekohe High School. In 6 Craighead Diocesan. And in 7 Samuel Marsden. It does appear to be our crew here from St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate out in the lead. Very nicely, they've got themselves a good lead as we move through the 1500 metre marker and enter the final 500. But I don't think we're going to see a sprint here from St Paul's because they look very comfortable. Very comfortable does St Paul's. Second place would be Mount Albert Grammar at the moment, and third sitting with Pukekohe High School. Fourth is going to be sitting with Craighead Diocesan at the moment. They've got about a length over Villa Maria in 5th and Cromwell in 6th. Then we go back to Samuel Marsden. But it is this crew from St Paul's Collegiate well out in the lead as we get a little look there at the Pukekohe Scullers in 3rd as they hold of Craighead Diocesan. But here is St Paul's. St Paul's with about 300 metres left to travel. St Paul's, Olivia and Zara, coached by Rachel and Roy. They are just sculling nicely, very much in control of what they are doing. Nothing too fancy needs to happen. They've got a nice lead, 1, 2, and 3, and 4 through to the semi-final as we now enter the final 250 metres of quarterfinal 3 of the girls under 17 double sculls. St Paul's maintain the lead with Mount Albert Grammar sitting in 2nd, Pukekohe in 3rd, only just over Craighead Diocesan sitting in 4th. But we are seeing that Samuel Marsden crew there pushing up as well. So that crew on the outside, Samuel Marsden, we do need to look out for them and see if they have a fast finish and see if they can get in the top 4. But St Paul's here now moving into the final 100 metres. St Paul's have a nice lead. It's Mount Albert Grammar sitting in 2nd, Pukekohe in 3rd. But who is going to get that final 4th spot? It's currently with Craighead. But can Samuel Marsden, Villa Maria or Cromwell get up over them and book a spot in the semi-final as St Paul's is now about 30 metres from the finish line. They have a lovely lead, does St Paul's. There's St Paul's through the finish line. So St Paul's into the semi-finals of the girls under 17 double sculls, sponsored by Top Notch Calves. Let's just hang out here on the finish for a sec and see who joins them. There it is. It's going to be Mount Albert Grammar coming through in 2nd. Nice work, Mount Albert Grammar, who's going to be 3rd and 4th, Pukekohe. Here comes Pukekohe for 3rd, but the final spot in the semis is it Craighead. Craighead have managed to hold on. Nice work, Craighead, as they cross the line. Craighead into the semi C final for Villa Maria and Cromwell, and a D final for Samuel Marsden. Well done, everyone, racing again. And now here we are with the 4th and final quarterfinal with the girls under 17 double sculls. In lane 1, Marion College. In lane 2, ACG Strathallan. In 3, Whanganui High School. In 4, Villa Maria. In 5, James Hargest. In 6, Cashmere High School. And in 7, Burnside High School. So who is the leader of this race as we join them with about 650 metres to go? It does look to be lane 4. Lane 4, Villa Maria College, currently in the lead. 2nd sitting with James Hargest. 3rd, Whanganui High School. And 4th, Cashmere. 5th to ACG Strathallan. Then we go to Marion and Burnside. Yes, so as we are now approaching the 1500 metre marker, 500 metres left. Villa Maria out in the front there, Nicola and India do look very relaxed. They look very comfortable with their position. James Hargest in 2nd, just holding off their Whanganui High School. But both these crews also look quite comfortable and happy with their current position. Of course it is. 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the semi-final. Once you're in the semi-final, then you're either in the A or B final. So you are racing on finals day. But here we see Villa Maria with a lovely shot there from our drone drivers. Villa Maria in the lead, nice and straight down the middle of the lane. James Hargis just managing to hold on to second, but we are getting a good challenge from Wanganui High School, who are currently in third, and fourth is sitting with Kashmir. Those four do seem to be separating themselves from the rest of the field, but all boats in this race are travelling well. Villa Maria looking very relaxed and in command of this race. Wanganui High School, though, still putting a bit of pressure on James Hargis as we enter the final 250 metres of quarterfinal 4 of the girls under 17 double sculls. This event is sponsored by Top Notch Calves. But it is still Villa Maria. They're just extending their lead. James Hargis managing to hold on to about half a boat length over Wanganui High School. And then we go back to a little bit of clear water to Kashmir, but Kashmir is currently holding on to 4th place. But it is the two out the front from Villa Maria, Nicola and India, rowing very nicely, long and strong. Nothing too fancy, but they don't need it. All they need to do is cross that line in first to book themselves a ticket into the semi-final, which guarantees them either an A or B final. As we're now in the final 100 metres, seeing a strong sprint there from Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School certainly would like that second place position. They are coming up every stroke. We got some fans online. Go Villa. Plenty of Go Villa chat. Love it. Here we go, Villa. You got your mates watching at home. Great work, Villa, into the semi-finals. And fantastic sprint there from Wanganui High School to claim second. They will join them in the semis, and so will James Hargis. And 4th place, the final spot in the semi-finals, goes to Kashmir High School. Well done. Next two across the line will be in the C final, and that looks like it is going to be ACG Strathallan in the C final. Well done, girls. And they will also have Marion College in there with them. Burnside High School will be in the D final. Great work, team. Quarterfinals, always fun racing.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And here we are just watching the finish line there. But here we are. Moving up the lake to the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls repcharge number 1. So in lane 1 we have got Whakatane High School. In 2 we have St Paul's Collegiate. In 3 Auckland Grammar. In 4 Gisborne Boys. In 5 Francis Douglas College. In 6 St John's Hamilton. And in 7 Cambridge High School. And 8 Hastings Boys High School. So the early leaders of this race at the moment appear to be the crew in Lane 5 being Francis Douglas. Francis Douglas currently in the lead over St John's Hamilton in second. I said early stages, I mean late stages, because we are well within the final 250 metres here, and it is 1 and 2 to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to the B. But certainly Francis Douglas have worked well early on in this race to push themselves into the lead like this. They've obviously done some work, and St John's Hamilton has gone with them. So here we are down on the finish line of repcharge 1, boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, as we see Francis Douglas and St John's progress into the A final. It will be B final for Auckland Grammar, Gisborne Boys, Cambridge High School, and Whakatane High School there. We do have another repcharge for this event coming up very shortly. As you can see, the races today are coming at us thick and fast. That is because we did have that fog earlier in the day, and of course we want to catch up. But here we are for repcharge number 2, boys under 17, Cox Quadruple Skulls in lane 1, Wanganui Collegiate in 2, Christchurch Boys High School in 3, Otago Boys High School in 4, Hauraki Plains in 5, Glendowie in 6, St Peters in 7, Maclean's, and in 8, John McGlashan. So it is same progression as the last one. 1 and 2 to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to the B. This event, of course, sponsored by Top Tier Trailers. Go check them out. But it is the crew in lane 4, Hauraki Plains, that are in the lead at the moment, and it's a very tight battle for second between Otago Boys and Glendowie, and I wouldn't rule out Maclean's yet either. They are certainly sitting right there. But we are watching the crew from Hauraki Plains have about half a boat length lead at the moment. Hauraki about half a boat length over both Otago Boys and Glendowie. Second place is the important spot in this repcharge because it is only 1 and 2 into the final. 3, 4, 5 and 6 will be in the B final. We are about 650 metres from the finish line here, and we are seeing a good move from Glendowie. Glendowie just pushing their bows up a little bit. They're coming for first. They don't want to settle for second. They're coming for first. Is Hauraki going to respond as we move into the final 500 metres of repcharge 2, boys under 17, Cox Quadruple Skulls, sponsored by Top Tier Trailers, which are designed for convenience, getting you on site with everything you need to succeed. And that is exactly what has happened here with Hauraki. They certainly have everything they need to succeed as they push back to be about half a boat length ahead. They saw the move from Glendowie and they responded well. Fantastic work from Hauraki. Glendowie and Otago Boys still locked in a battle for second. Who is going to get second and get a spot in the A final, and who will be third and be in the B final? But here we are, rowing past Rowing New Zealand, about 300 metres left to travel. Hauraki really winding up with their sprint. So is Otago Boys as well as Glendowie. These two crews really moving strong together as we enter the final 250 metres of repcharge 2 of the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls. Glendowie going again, just lifting it, managing to just get their bows just up and over Otago Boys. But we are still with the leaders of Hauraki, but Glendowie, as they move, they are eating into that lead a bit, bringing Otago Boys with them. Otago Boys now lifting, responding to the race. Well, are we going to see another move from Hauraki? To be honest, any one of these three crews could easily have the top 2 spots. We've now got 100 metres left. Still the lead with Hauraki, but we are seeing Otago and Glendowie lift it. Quite an exciting race here. 50 metres to go. Everyone on the banks, cheer for your team down at the finish line. Who's going to get first and second and get those spots in the A final? Oh my goodness, that was very close. I think Hauraki won it, but I'm not going to call second. Let's just keep an eye on Roa and see what pops up, because wow, that was quick. The previous repcharge was Francis Douglas won in a time of 6:56. Let's see what this one did when it pops up shortly. I'm sure they'll be having to check the photo for that one. Of course, we do have, KRI has a photo finish, and that's how they make sure the right person wins. But our camera isn't set up perfectly on the same line as them, so that's why I won't ever call it, and we'll check with the results. But let's head back up for the girls under 18 Novice Coxed 4. Repcharge 1. This event sponsored by the University of Waikato. So we have got Ashburton College in 1, Diocesan School for Girls in 2, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton in 3, Epsom Girls in 4, Mount Albert Grammar in 5, Rangi Ruru in 6, Sacred Heart Hamilton number 2 in 7, and Gisborne Girls in 8. Of course, Waikato University, the local university to our area here. If you go to Waikato University and row, you will row on this lake as part of Waikato Club. So, yeah, great university to row at is Waikato University. But we are seeing lots of boats here and a nice arrowhead formation. So the current leader is lane 4. Lane 4 being Epsom Girls Grammar. It is 1 and 2 to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to the B. So Epsom Girls currently in the lead, only just over Mount Albert Grammar, sitting in second. Third, Rangi Ruru. Good race between them. Now, the results are in from the previous race. The boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls, Repcharge number 2, and it was Otago Boys that managed to just get second place over Glendowie. And they travelled very fast as well. The winning time there from Hodaki was 6:52. So, great work there. Great racing in the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. But back to what we have in front of us. We are seeing a fantastic race from Epsom Girls Grammar in the lead. Mount Albert Grammar really pushing up on them. Mount Albert Grammar, the momentum is with them at the moment. Their bows only about a metre behind Epsom Girls. And then we are Rangi Ruru in third. So Rangi Ruru early on in this race made a good play for the top two. But at the moment, Epsom Girls and Mount Albert Grammar are just rowing away from the rest of the field. Fourth place currently sitting with Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton, number 1. Then we're to Dawson School for Girls, number 1. Ashburton College, Sacred Heart, number 2. And Gisborne Girls. But the lead here is, of course, with Epsom Girls. They saw that move from Mount Albert and they drived away. They made sure they responded. So great coxing there from our coxswains, really calling it. Good work, Ava and Amelia. They are locked in a battle here, driving their crew forwards. We're now about 700 metres from the finish line. Still got Epsom in the lead. Epsom about a canvas over Mount Albert Grammar as we in the third 500, of course 1 and 2 to the A final. This event, Girls Under 18 Novice Cox Force, sponsored by the University of Waikato. And in the background there, you can actually see Waikato Rowing Club, where you row if you go to Waikato University. But it is Epsom Girls Grammar in the lead, just narrowly. This Mount Albert Grammar crew is attacking constantly, and I love to see it. They are not settling for second. They are constantly attacking for first, but Epsom Girls keep seeing those attacks and keeps responding. So this is a real tit-for-tat race between these two crews. Two very good novice crews. Novices, of course, in their first year of competing in the sport. So we're now in the final 500, probably looking to see a wind happen from both of these crews. And as long as they can hold their composure, maintain their technique, they will continue to travel well. But it is Epsom Girls with about a foot lead over Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert there rowing very well to just keep inching up. But Epsom Girls is holding on by the skin of their teeth. Epsom Girls rowing very well. They obviously worked hard early on in this race to get the lead, and now they will not relinquish it. Although Mount Albert Grammar is doing everything they can to get up and over them. The coxswains there, Ava and Amelia, going at it. We have about 300 metres left to travel. Let's see where everyone else is at. Last time we saw the field, it was Rangi in third, but it is Mount Albert Grammar still. Oh, Mount Albert Grammar? No, Epsom. Let's see through this line here. Oh, yep, that's just with Epsom. I would say it's Epsom about 2 feet over Mount Albert Grammar, edging out a little bit more. So 250 metres left to go. We have seen a good move there from Dawson School for Girls to push themselves up into a good battle with Rangi Ruru for third and fourth. Of course, it is top 2 to the A final, but it is Epsom Girls now, about a canvas. Epsom Girls pushing out again. So they're really fielding these attacks from Mount Albert Grammar and just pushing away. So Epsom Girls doing a fantastic job here. Mount Albert Grammar really driving up on them as well. We're seeing the rate lift there from Epsom Girls. 100 metres to go in Repcharge 1 at the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox Fours. This event sponsored by the University of Waikato. And we're seeing Mount Albert lift it again. It is just one after the other. These two crews really battling. This is great though. They'll be pushing each other fast, and that's what they're after, right? Fast times. Here we are down on the finish line. Who's going to get first? Oh, I'd say that was only just Epsom over Mount Albert, but both of those crews as first and second do progress through to the A final. Happy supporters down on the banks. Third place, a fantastic battle happening here. I think that actually might be Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton and Rangi Ruru both crossing the line for third and fourth together. Wouldn't know which way around they went. Dawson Schoolgirls are coming in fifth. So those three crews there into the B final, and sixth place here, the Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton, number 2 and 6. So they will also join them in the B final as Ashburton crosses the line in 7th, and then we go back to Gisborne Girls. So now we're heading back up the lake for Repechage 2, the girls under 18 novice coxed 4. This event, of course, sponsored by the University of Waikato. And in lane 1, we have Avonside Girls. In 2, Christchurch Girls. In 3, Queen Margaret. In 4, Columba. In 5, Waikato Diocesan. In 6, Craighead. In 7, Westlake Girls. In 8, St. Mary's. Guess who's the coach of that Waikato Diocesan crew? But let's see who is in the lead. It does appear to be lane 5, which is Waikato Diocesan. Fantastic work, girls, sitting in the lead. But the real race there is for second. Currently sitting with Christchurch Girls second, but right hot on their heels is Craighead Diocesan. And it's really not far back to the next 3 crews, being Avonside, Columba and Westlake Girls. Those 3 very much locked in a battle for 4th. So anything can happen here. 1 and 2 into the A final. But we are seeing a great row here from Waikato Diocesan. Waikato Diocesan, that is, of course, Clover, Cameron, Lily, Olivia, and Amelia. I don't know why I need to read their names off the sheet. Of course, I know who they are. I am their coach. As we move through the 1,500 metre marker, with Christchurch Girls currently sitting in second and having a great battle there with Craighead Diocesan. Craighead Diocesan will see how much they can lift their rate in this final 500, see what happens. But it is 1 and 2 through to the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 through to the B final, as we just get a good look at the whole field there. Great battle still for 5th across the 3 crews of Avonside, Columba and Westlake. But we are getting a great view here of Waikato Diocesan. Of course, fantastic novice coaching team there of me, Martine, Grace, Maya and Taylor. Yes, apparently we need 5 coaches for 5 athletes, but don't question the method. But here they are rowing well. Amelia just having a little look over her shoulder to see how Christchurch Girls is travelling, and Christchurch Girls is travelling beautifully. That's Alice, Ashley, Georgia, Dylan and coxed by Lily, coached by Jenna and Sophie. Rowing very well as Christchurch Girls in second. They have pushed themselves away from the rest of the field as we enter the final 250 metres. So earlier we did have Craighead pushing up on Christchurch, but Christchurch Girls have really decided they would like second and pushed out. We have seen them come, they brought with them Avonside. So now Avonside Girls is pushing up for 3rd place over Craighead Diocesan. But will either crew manage to get Christchurch Girls, or will Christchurch Girls keep driving away to get that much coveted second qualification spot into the A final, as Waikato Diocesan continues to hold on to 1st? But we are getting a good challenge from Christchurch Girls here. Christchurch Girls certainly with a fast sprint. Christchurch Girls are certainly pulling up, eating into the lead that Waikato Diocesan has. But we are in the final 100 metres now, about 50 metres left to go. Christchurch Girls travelling well, holding off advances from Avonside and Craighead Diocesan as we come down to the line. Let's see who crosses first, and it is Waikato Diocesan. Well done, girls, into the A final. Proud coach. Who's going to be second and join them? Christchurch Girls, with a fantastic sprint from Christchurch Girls. They really did move up there in the final stages, as we see Avonside 3rd and Craighead 4th into the B final, along with Westlake Girls and Columba. So, well, that was a good race there. Christchurch Girls had a fantastic sprint there. Hey, got to look out for them in the final.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And here we are heading up 2. Repcharge number 1 and the boys under 18 novice coxed quad. In lane 1 we have St Peter's College number 2 in 2, Wakatipu High School number 2 in 3, Auckland Grammar number 3 in 4, Auckland Grammar number 1 in 5, Maclean's College number 1 in 6, Christ College in 7, St Thomas of Canterbury, and in 8, Rota Tuna High School. So let's see how all of these crews are travelling. It does look like the crew in lane 5, that is Maclean's College, currently in the lead. Second place would be St Thomas of Canterbury, with Christ College currently sitting in 3rd. Then we go down to the crew on the inside there. That looks like Wakatipu in 4th. It is 1, 2 and 3 to the semi-final, and the rest are eliminated. So we are seeing a very strong Maclean's crew out in front here. Very nice finishes does Maclean's have. They draw the blades all the way through to the end, not wasting any power. Down in front of us though, at the bottom of the screen, is St Thomas of Canterbury, currently holding 2nd place, and Christ College currently sitting in 3rd. So those three, Maclean's, St Thomas's of Canterbury and Christ, currently holding on to the 3 qualification spots, but we are seeing some fast crews behind them. Wakatipu High School number 2 currently sitting in 4th, and then Auckland Grammar number 1 would be 5th, although on the outside there, actually no, 5th would be sitting with Rotatuna High School. Auckland Grammar number 1 in 6th. St Peter's College number 2 in 7th, and Auckland Grammar number 3 in 8th. But here are the leaders that we are travelling just in front of. Maclean's College, I'm sure the coxswain is telling them to look good because you're on camera. But of course, they don't need to be told. They are already rowing very well. Maclean's College here, sculling beautifully, finishing off their strokes. Very nice. But we're seeing a little bit of a tussle happen between St Thomas of Canterbury and Christ College, because now Christ is just pushing up into 2nd and St Thomas's of Canterbury into 3rd. As we approach the final 250 metres of Repcharge 1 at the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls, this event sponsored by the University of Waikato. It is still Maclean's out in the lead, with Christ College now in a firm 2nd position. St Thomas of Canterbury sitting in 3rd. Is someone else like Rotatuna or Wakatipu going to push up and get that spot? We shall see. But the boys from Maclean's are just pushing away every stroke. Fantastic fast finish we're seeing from Maclean's College. They are sprinting very well, and so is Christ's College. Christ really pushing up there to now be a length lead over St Thomas of Canterbury. So Christ a very solid 2nd position. But it is the crew from Maclean's College, sculling beautifully here, about 30 metres from the finish line. So let's come down to that finish line cam and see how they cross the line. It is Maclean's, very nice Maclean's, great work into the semi-final. They are going to be joined by Christ College and also St Thomas of Canterbury into the semi-final. Great work as we see Wakatipu cross the line in 4th, followed closely by Rotatuna High School in 5th. Auckland Grammar number 1 will be 6th. And now we're heading up for the 2nd repcharge of the very same event. Boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls, sponsored by the University of Waikato. We have got in lane 1 Te Awamutu College, in 2 Auckland Grammar number 2, in 3 St Kentigans, in 4 John McGlashan, in 5 Linda's Farm, in 6 St Peter's number 3, and in 7 Pukekohe High School. So 1, 2 and 3 into the semi-finals. It does look like I'm seeing a yellow boat of Auckland Grammar number 2 seems to be in the lead, and right next to them though is John McGlashan and Linda's Farm. So those 3 crews pushing themselves out. It actually might be Linda's Farm in the lead. Linda's Farm about a canvas over both John McGlashan and Auckland Grammar. And it is Pukekohe High School currently sitting in 4th. Now 1, 2 and 3 through to the semi-final. These 3 crews seem to be pushing away. How fast of a finish will Pukekohe have though? That is the question. It is Linda's Farm though. Linda's Farm are certainly pushing up. They're just inching away from John McGlashan there and Auckland Grammar number 2. These 3 crews, though, very, very close. There's not much in it as we move through the 1250 metre marker, so 750 metres left to travel, and we are seeing a good push there from John McGlashan and Auckland Grammar, just attacking the lead that Lindisfarne currently has. But Lindisfarne is managing to just hold on to it. You can see the coxswains glancing left and right, looking at each other, figuring out what information is useful to feed to their rowers and what they need to do to get their rowers to row just a little bit sweeter. It is the novices after all. Anything can happen. We love novice racing. It is fantastic to watch. But it is Lindisfarne, John McGlashan and Auckland Grammar. These 3 crews separating themselves from the rest of the field as we get closer and closer to the final stages of Repechage 2, the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. This event sponsored by the University of Waikato. Let's get a nice closer look there at John McGlashan, so we can see how they are really sculling together beautifully. They are just tapping it over, keeping the rate nice and high, light and bright, and that seems to be working because they're pushing away from Auckland Grammar number 2 a little bit. But it is still Lindisfarne making a good move, a good play here, entering the final 500 metres, starting their wind, because now they've pushed out to about 2/3 of a length lead over John McGlashan, who have about a 1 foot lead over Auckland Grammar. So Lindisfarne with a nice strong finish. Can they keep this strong finish going all the way through the line? John McGlashan and Auckland Grammar going with them as we're about 300 metres from the line. I believe Pukekohe High School still sitting in 4th. But here we are, 300 metres. We're just about to enter that 250 metre buoy. We will see the boys change from red to yellow. There's the change of the buoy. It is Lindisfarne through their first, and Auckland Grammar through their second. So Auckland Grammar doing a good move, lifting their rate to get up and over John McGlashan. But as long as these 3 remain the top 3, they'll all qualify. But Auckland Grammar certainly with a fast sprint. Auckland Grammar really moving fast here. Lindisfarne still in the lead, but Auckland Grammar are attacking them. Auckland Grammar only about a half a length down off Lindisfarne now. Auckland Grammar got about 3/4 of a length lead over John McGlashan. Lindisfarne enters the final 100 metres. Auckland Grammar in there too, and John McGlashan. Lindisfarne, they seem to have power on board. They are managing to hold on to their lead. Auckland Grammar with a fantastic sprint there towards the end, but Lindisfarne still holding on as we come down to the finish. It is Lindisfarne. Lindisfarne crossed the line with about 3/4 of boat length lead over Auckland Grammar, who got up about a length over John McGlashan. So Auckland Grammar certainly have a fast finish. So those 3 crews into the semi-finals that will race tomorrow. Pukekohe crossing the line in 4th there. Fantastic work, Pukekohe. And looks like we're going to see Te Awamutu College cross the line in 5th. And then it'll be back to St Kentigern's and St Peter's number 3. But here we are just checking out the boats. Crews into the pontoon. And some boats getting ready. Looks like there are some 8s starting to... Was that an 8? Landing. Oh no, yeah, there's an 8 pushing off. 8 pushing off on the second pontoon from the top. So that must be something exciting. It must be for the 18-8 repecharge. That must be what that is. Yeah, so everyone's getting ready for the end of the day, basically. But let's go to the next race, which is the girls under 16 double sculls. This event sponsored by SL Racing. SL Racing first across the line, designed to give you the leading advantage. So this is a quarterfinal, and in lane 1 we have Whangarei Girls High School, in 2 Villa Maria, in 3 Onifero Area School, in 4 Cambridge High, in 5 Wakatipu, 6 St Paul's Collegiate, 7 King's College, 8 Hillcrest High School. So this is quarterfinal 1. We will see 4 of these quarterfinals come down the track. Progression, of course, for a quarterfinal: 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the semi-final, 5 and 6 the C, 7 and 8 the D. Who is in the lead? It looks to be the crew from Cambridge High School, Kate and Lily. So they are in the lead as we move through the 1500 metre marker. Cambridge High School sitting in 1, very close for second between Wakatipu and Onifero. Currently sitting in 2nd and 3rd, and 4th sitting with Villa. I wonder, Villa, if your mates are still watching the live stream from the Villa race we had a few moments ago. Fifth place sitting with St. Paul's. But it is the crew from Cambridge High, nice and out front. A good battle for second between Onewhiro and Wakatipu, as we are about 350 metres from the finish line. Of course, team, if you see Michael Brake walking around the boat park, I believe he's doing Maadi moments, so go and say hi and get on the socials with Michael Brake. He is there, I have seen him today, he is around. But here we are watching Cambridge High School, Kate and Lily, just sculling beautifully there. Out the front, they've got a good couple of lengths lead, a nice bit of clear water over Wakatipu and Onewhiro, still locked in that battle for second and third. Fourth place sitting with Villa Maria, fifth St. Paul's, sixth a good battle between Kings and Whangarei, and then it's back to Hillcrest in eighth. But it is Cambridge High School, that nice dark blue row suit with the light blue sash and yellow top that you can see there in the lead. Sculling beautiful, great placements of the blade there, a little bit of backsplash. That means she's getting all the water, not missing any water. As we enter the final 100 metres, Cambridge High just extending their lead. Of course, this crew coached by Josh Toa and Kerry Wilkins. But we are seeing a fast finish here from Onewhiro as they have got rid of Wakatipu. Wakatipu now in a battle for third and fourth with Villa Maria. But of course, you'll take top four in this quarterfinal. As we head down to the finish line, it is Cambridge High School across the line first into the semi-finals. Who's going to join them? It looks to be that fast finishing Onewhiro School, Onewhiro Area School in second, third place to, maybe Wakatipu, and fourth to Villa Maria. Those four into the semi-finals. Fifth place for St. Paul's Collegiate. And they will be racing again in the C final, and they will be joined by King's College crossing the line here. Whangarei Girls will be in the D final along with Hillcrest High School. And here we are heading up for quarterfinal number 2 of the girls under 16 double sculls, sponsored by SL Racing. In lane 1, we have Cashmere High School, 2 ACG Tauranga, 3 Gisborne Girls, 4 Wellington East Girls, 5 Wanganui High School, 6 Takapuna Grammar, 7 Otago Girls, and 8 is Mount Albert. It does look to be some yellow blades out the front. And those are the yellow blades of Wanganui High School. So Wanganui High School currently in the lead with Wellington East Girls. They're currently in second. Then we're heading to ACG Tauranga sitting in fourth, but a third comes after second, doesn't it? And fourth, a good battle between Gisborne Girls and Takapuna Grammar. And that is where the divide really is in this quarterfinal, because it's 1, 2, 3, and 4 into the semis. But here is Wanganui High School looking very relaxed in the lead. Wanganui High School is sculling beautifully through the 1250 metre marker. And it is Wellington East Girls managing to hold on to second. And ACG Tauranga currently in third. But it is still Wanganui High School in the lead, got about a length lead, but we are seeing the rate being lifted by Wellington East Girls and ACG Tauranga. They are really pushing up there. The all-important race for fourth is very close between Gisborne Girls and Takapuna Grammar. I think Gisborne possibly just ahead, but it really is stroke for stroke, Balbal for Balbal. Gisborne certainly have the slightly higher rate at the moment. Yeah, Gisborne about a canvas lead over Takapuna Grammar, but nothing a good fast sprint won't change as we get a good zoom in there to see. But it is certainly still Gisborne Girls with half a length over Takapuna Grammar as Wanganui High School hold on to the lead with a good battle for second happening between Wellington East Girls College and ACG Tauranga. Wellington East currently holding on to the second place ACG Tauranga currently in 3rd, and Gisborne Girls in 4th, with Takapuna in 5th. But here is that Wanganui High School crew. Wanganui High School, Ruby and Addison. Currently about half a boat length up on Wellington East. Those Wellington East girls just ticking the rate over a little bit higher, and that certainly is pushing them up. And ACG Tauranga is also coming with them, Emily and Tallulah. So these three crews here, the top 3 in this quarterfinal of the girls under 16 double sculls. This event sponsored by SL Racing, and we are seeing Gisborne Girls there just push away a little bit more from Takapuna Grammar with a very strong 3rd 500 coming out of Gisborne Girls High School, Tilly and Bonnie. But it is Wanganui High School as we enter the final 250 metres here. Wanganui High School with about 3/4 of a length lead over Wellington East Girls, who in turn have about a length lead over ACG Tauranga, and then a little bit of clear water, but not much, back to Gisborne Girls and Takapuna sitting in 5th. Then we go back to Kashmir, Otago and Mount Albert. But it is Wanganui High School in the lead. With about 3/4 of a length over Wellington East Girls. We're seeing a strong finish here from ACG Tauranga. They are certainly pushing up as we enter the final 100 metres of the girls under 16 double sculls. It is Wanganui High School still with a length now. They're just stretching out there. Nice, long and strong. But look at the rate lift on Wellington East Girls. They just keep lifting and going and driving away. But here we are down on the finish. It is going to be Wanganui High School into the semi-final along with Wellington East Girls and ACG Tauranga. 4th place going to Gisborne Girls as well. And it will be the C-final for Takapuna Grammar. Well done, everyone in that race, racing very fast. No doubt there's a few SL Racing skiffs within that race. SL, of course, the sponsors of this event. 6th place here going to Kashmir High School. They will be in the C final. It's the D final for Otago Girls and Mount Albert Grammar. Now, if someone from my team could let me know if there is confirmation of the Coxon race and what time, is getting a few questions here on the live stream, and I would very much like to answer them. But here we are going up for quarterfinal 3 of the girls under 16 double sculls. This event sponsored by SL Racing. Lane 1, Westlake Girls. Lane 2, Rotorua Girls. Lane 3, Samuel Marsden. Lane 4, St Andrews College. Lane 5, Queen Margaret. 6, Pukekohe, and 7, Nelson College for girls. Early leaders in this race, done some work early on. It does appear to be Lane 3, Samuel Marsden in the lead, with St Andrews sitting in 2nd, Queen Margaret in 3rd, and a great tussle we're having here for the all-important 4th place. Currently sitting with Nelson Girls, but only just about a half a length over Pukekohe High School and Rotorua Girls High School, with Westlake Girls currently sitting in 7th. But it certainly is a great row from Samuel Marsden, pushing themselves into the lead early on in the race. Samuel Marsden getting about 2.5 lengths up over St Andrews. St Andrews with about a canvas lead over Queen Margaret. So these 3 crews here, currently the top 3 of quarterfinal number 3, girls under 16 double sculls. The top 4 make it through to the semi-finals, 5 and 6 the C final, 7 and 8 the D. But Samuel Marsden here, they are just pushing away. Samuel Marsden now about 3 lengths ahead of St Andrews. Then we're back to Queen Margaret, and Nelson College for girls is doing a great job at just pushing away and cementing that 4th place position. Now a length up over Pukekohe in 5th, and Rotorua, actually that is, sitting in 6th, Westlake in 7th. But it is, as we move into the final 250 metres, we're checking out this Nelson College for girls crew, seeing what they're doing well to really push themselves up into 4th place. But it is still the Samuel Marsden crew with about 3 lengths lead, and we're seeing a strong finish happening here from St Andrews College. St Andrews pushing up now to be about a length out over Queen Margaret College. So St Andrews having a great sprint on them. Now in the final 100 metres, we are still travelling with Samuel Marsden in the lead. St Andrews having a fast finish. I don't think it'll be enough to catch Samuel Marsden, but it's certainly enough to push away from Queen Margaret. Queen Margaret in third, and Nelson College holding on to fourth at the moment. Let's head down to the finish and see what order they do cross in. It is Samuel Marsden across the line first into the semi-final. Second place is going to be St Andrews. Third place is going to be Queen Margaret. And Nelson College for girls hold on to fourth to join them all in the semi-final. Fifth place, fast finishing Rotorua Girls High School. Sixth place, Pukekohe. They are in the C final. Meet again. Look forward to seeing that fast finish from Rotorua in the C final. And it'll be the D final for Westlake Girls. We have one more quarter-final for this event, the Girls Under 16 Double Sculls, sponsored by SL Racing. First across the line, designed to give you the leading advantage. And here is that quarter-final. In lane 1, we've got Mountain Aspiring College. In 2, Avonside Girls. In 3, Burnside High School. In 4, Huanui. In 5, Craighead Diocesan. In 6, Craighead Diocesan number 2. And in 7, St Catherine's College. This is, of course, the Girls Under 16 Double Sculls. But who is the leader? It appears to be the crew in lane 4. That is Huanui. That is definitely Huanui out the front there. So Huanui in the lead. Burnside currently in second. Craighead Diocesan number 1 holding on to third, and a good battle for fourth between Craighead Diocesan number 2 and Avonside Girls. But this crew from Huanui have worked hard early on in the race. That first K, they've got themselves out there into a nice lead as we see them just stretching out a nice low, long rating, holding about 3 lengths of clear water over the rest of the field as we enter the final 500 metres. Second place sitting with Burnside, only just though over Craighead Diocesan number 1, and a fantastic battle for fourth between Craighead Diocesan number 2 and Avonside Girls. But here are the leaders. Huanui College. Huanui out the front there. This is, of course, Dovey and Anna, coached by Chris Williams. They are just they're allowing the boat to run. You see, every time they take the blades out of the water, they let the boat run. They're not in a hurry to get back up the front. They make sure they finish that stroke off well first. Finish it off well, extract the blades, allow your boat to run. You've done the work, now allow the boat to work for you. And that is what this Huanui crew is doing very well, as they hold about 3 lengths lead over Burnside, who in turn has about 2 foot lead over Craighead Diocesan number 1. But we are still seeing that fantastic battle for fourth happening between Craighead Diocesan number 2 and Avonside Girls. But Huanui here now in the final 250 metres with a nice comfortable lead. Burnside travelling well in second, Craighead Diocesan in third, and yeah, it is still bow ball for bow ball between Craighead number 2 and Avonside Girls. So who's going to have the better 250 metres, the final sprint? We'll find out. It certainly looks like that Avonside crew down on the inside is picking it up. Craighead also picking it up, but Avonside seem to have a bit more momentum behind them. Avonside really pushing at the moment. Craighead trying everything they can to go with them, but Avonside finishing very fast. They're looking like they're trying to push up into third is Avonside. Avonside really coming for Craighead number 1 and Burnside, but let's go down to the finish. It is Huanui. Huanui across the line. Well done. Well done, Huanui. A nice win there in this final quarterfinal. Second place, though, who's going to be? It does look like Burnside, then Craighead, then that very fast finishing Avonside. So those 4 crews into the semi-final. It's C-final for Craighead Diocesan number 2. And Mount Aspiring College just crossing the line now. And so that will put St Catherine's into the D final as they just head across the line there. Now it is the boys under 16 single sculls, sponsored by Winter Woolies. Repechage number 1 in lane 1. Roncalli College. And 2, St Thomas Canterbury. 3, Burnside. 4, Trident High School. 5, St Peter's School. 6, Ashburton. 7, Taupo Nui Atea. And 8, St Peter's College, who is in the lead. It does look like lane 5, St Peter's School. That red boat there. St Peter's School, Jack Kelsney in the lead, and Ashburton College there sitting in second, Caleb Armstrong. Now for this, the progression is 1, 2 and 3 into the semi-finals. Third place, a very hot battle happening there between Trident and Burnside. So those two, Finn and Thomas. Let's see who has a great sprint at the end. But here is Jack. Jack Kelsney is in the lead here with 250 metres to go. About a half a boat length lead over Ashburton College. Ashburton, though, you can see him really get onto it at the catch there. Every time he gets the blade in, you can see the connection before the drive. No point driving if you're not connected. So that is what is moving Ashburton College, Caleb Armstrong, into the lead at the moment. It is the fact that he gets onto it before he drives. And he is rowing very well as Ashburton College as he moves into the lead. St Peter's School now in second, and a very fast sprint from Burnside. Burnside pushing himself up into third place, having a length lead over Trident and St Thomas of Canterbury. 100 metres to go though. Anything can happen in 100 metres as we are seeing Ashburton just row away from the rest of the field as we come down to the finish. St Peter's in second, and a very fast finishing Burnside in third. But right on the line, let's see how it plays out. It is Ashburton. Ashburton takes the lead, takes the win. Nice work into the semi. He'll be joined by St Peter's School and Burnside with that very fast finish into the semi-final as well. Fourth place for Trident, fifth St Thomas Canterbury, sixth Ron Carley, and then we head back to Taupo Nui Atea and St Peter's College. So that was Repechage 1 at the boys under 16 single sculls, sponsored by Winter Woolly. What I also love to see is the camaraderie. I just see across the line there, Taupo Nui Atea College sculler Nico give a good thumbs up to the St Peter's College sculler. They obviously had a good battle and he quite enjoyed it. Love that, because our competitors are also our friends. Because after school rowing, many of us will carry on into club rowing. And so that's always a fun time, because the people you once competed against, spent 4 years at school competing against, now become your teammates, your crewmates. Because rowing is not just an activity in high school, it is an activity for life. You end up club rowing, or maybe even getting into coaching. And of course we need many volunteers as well. So don't just think the only way to continue in the sport is to row in it. There's also many of other ways to continue with sport. It's just awesome to have a passion. But here we are for Repechage number 2 of the boys under 16 single sculls, sponsored by Winter Woolies. In lane 1 we got Wanganui Collegiate. In 2 we got Aquinas College, 3 Tauhara College, 4 Sacred Heart Auckland, 5 Pukekohe High School, 6 Glendowie, and 7 Wanganui High School number 1. So in the lead here, it does look like yellow blades that are going to belong to Wanganui High School is currently in the lead, with Pukekohe sitting in second, Glendowie in third. So those three have sort of pushed away from the rest of the field. Fourth place sitting with Tauhara College. Wanganui Collegiate would be sitting in fifth at the moment. Then we go back to Aquinas and Sacred Heart Auckland. But it is top 3 to the semi-final, and at the moment that is Wanganui High School currently in first place with about a length lead over Pukekohe High School, who in turn has about just a little bit, about a metre over Glendowie. Now I have seen many Glendowie scullers in singles and doubles with very fast finishes in the final 150 metres. So what will happen here? But it is Wanganui High School, Joseph Dudson Joseph Dudson here holding on to the lead, about a length and a half as we move through the 1750 boy. So about 250 metres left to travel. Second place currently with Pukekohe, and third with Glen Dowie. Fourth still sitting with Tauhara, and fifth with Wanganui Collegiate. But it is, it is Wanganui High School here. He is pushing away. He is pushing away from the others. He is certainly trying to assert himself as the leader of this repechage. And we are having good battle between Pukekohe High School and Glen Dowie for second and third. We are seeing Tauhara as well in fourth there. He is pushing up. Jack Murphy is certainly pushing up. Will it be enough though? Will he run out of lake? We'll find out as we're now in the final 100 metres. Wanganui High School holding on very nicely. Fast finish here happening from Pukekohe. You just see him lift the rate as we head down to the finish line. And it is Wanganui High School across the line first. Pukekohe is going to be second, and then there's Glen Dowie in third. Those three into the semi-final. A very fast finish here from Tauhara College. Jack Murphy placing fourth. Very strong finish there from Tauhara. Well done. And fifth place for Wanganui Collegiate. Then we are going back to Sacred Heart Auckland for fifth, and then back for sixth, sorry. And then back to Aquinas College for seventh. Next up, it's certainly the next race is going to be with us before we realise, because it is, of course, the girls under 18 Cox 8s, and 8s move a little bit faster than singles, so they will be charging down the track. So there's one repecharge for that for the girls under 18 Cox 8, of course, sponsored by Milford. So here we are with about, we're going to join this race with 750 metres to go. In lane 1, we've got Cambridge High School. In 2, St Margaret's number 2. In 3, St Peter's School. In 4, Dawson School for Girls. In 5, Rangiruru number 2. In 6, St Cuthbert's. In 7, St Andrews. And in 8, Wanganui Collegiate. And it is the crews on the outside here. It is Wanganui Collegiate and St Andrews that are currently battling it stroke for stroke for first place. So first and second, and then it would be the Rangiruru number 2 crew currently sitting in third. Then we would go to St Peter's for fourth, and then a good St Cuthbert's, I would actually say, is probably fifth, and Dawson School for Girls in sixth. Then back to St Margaret's 2 and Cambridge High. Now this is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the A final, and the rest are the B final. So top 4 spots are what we're all after, and it is really every stroke it is these two, Wanganui Collegiate and St Andrews College, moving through that 1750 metre, that 1250 metre marker together. Possibly St Andrews just stretching out a little bit now. St Andrews just pushing out ahead of Wanganui Collegiate, and it is Rangiruru number 2 holding on to third place, with St Peter's School holding on to fourth. But are we going to see a fast finish from Dawson School for Girls and St Cuthbert's? Those two locking horns there for fifth and sixth, looking to nab fourth place off St Peter's. But it is the crews here, Wanganui Collegiate and St Andrews, just stroke for stroke. No one is faster than the other. They are exactly the same speed, these two boats. But who has another gear to go to? Who can step it up as we enter the final 500 metres? I think St Andrews Bow possibly went through just ahead of Wanganui Collegiate. Then it is Rangiruru number 2 holding on to third place, and St Peter's holding on to fourth. But Dawson School for Girls there is certainly pushing up into fifth, and they are coming for St Peter's, with St Cuthbert's currently in sixth. As we get a nice bird's eye view here of St Andrews and Wanganui Collegiate, and we can see the different rigs that we've got there. Wanganui having one blade out that side, 2 that side, 2 this way, 2 that way, 1 the other way, as opposed to St Andrews. It changes every other one. There's no right or wrong. It is just what works best for your crew. And both of these rigs are working very well for these crews. But we're getting a great race there for second, third and fourth. St Peter's and Dawson School for Girls really pulling up on Rangiruru number 2. It is still Wanganui Collegiate and St Andrews in the 1 and 2 spots, but the all-important 3rd and 4th, which get you a ticket into the A final, is very much up for grabs. Here is Rangiruru number 2, holding on to 3rd place as we see Justin School for Girls just push up over St Peter's to get into 4th. Is St Peter's going to respond? The momentum is certainly with Justin School for Girls. They have ground out that 3rd 500 and the entry into this final 500 to get themselves up there with about 100 metres to go. There's the 100-metre marker. Rangiruru still holding on to 3rd place. Justin School for Girls holding on to 4th. St Peter's School for 5th. St Peter's did so well early on the race, but Justin School for Girls has certainly been their race in the 2nd K. As we come down to the finish line, St Andrews just stretched out to take the win. Wanganui Collegiate 3rd. 4th goes to Rangi. 3rd goes to Rangi, and 4th to Justin School for Girls. So they will be in the A final. St Peter's, St Cuthbert's, St Margaret's number 2 and Cambridge High School will make up the B final for the girls under 18 Coxed 8, sponsored by Milford. Invested in you. Milford, of course, award-winning team of investment experts who are ready to work for you. So here we are, heading up for repcharge 1 of the boys under 18 Cox 8. We've got 2 repcharges for this. In this one, we've got Christ College number 3 in 1, Christ College number 4 in 2, St Kentigern's in 3, St Peter's College in 4, Christchurch boys in 5, Mount Albert Grammar in 6, and King's College number 2 in 7. The progression for this is 1 to the A final and 2, 3, 4, and 5 to the B. So cutthroat progressions, that's what we see on repcharge day. There are 2 crews nice and out the front, and it does appear to be the crew from St Peter's College. St Peter's College holding on to the lead, about a half boat length lead over Christchurch boys. Christchurch boys holding on to 2nd, then 3rd would be St Kentigern's, but 1st place is what's going to get us into the A final. So we have about 750 metres left to travel. St Peter's College here pushing out to 3/4 of a length lead over Christchurch boys. Now both of these 8s are fast 8s. St Peter's College, they did get bronze at North Islands, and Christchurch boys did get bronze at South Islands. So we are seeing 2 medalists from the North and South battling it out for 1 spot in the A final. Quite the race here. It is with St Peter's College at the moment. St Peter's holding about 3/4 of a length lead over Christchurch boys. Of course, both these schools have had many fast 8s in the past, so they know what they're doing. 3rd place sitting with St Kentigern's, 4th place sitting with Christ number 3, and then over to King's number 2 for 5th at the moment. But it certainly is St Peter's College there. They are driving very well as they enter the final 500 metres now. Their coxswain, Oscar Malloy, of course, Harry Malloy's younger brother. Oscar driving that crew, coached by Sam and Cameron. So this crew now is stretching out to a length lead. So St Peter's College there absolutely driving away from Christchurch boys. That 3rd 500 certainly had St Peter's College name on it, and they took it and they run with it. They have left everyone else behind them, but it is St Peter's College entering the final 250 metres with the momentum behind them. Are they going to keep this wind going? Can Christchurch boys come back? Christchurch boys currently in 2nd. Might I remind you, only one of these crews will progress to the A final. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th will be in the B. It is St Peter's College though. St Peter's College holding a very nice lead. They are just effortlessly getting on to the water and getting it done as they drive every stroke into the final 100 metres. 100 metres to go. Well, less than that now because they're travelling very fast is St. Peter's College. Look at them all there rowing very well. Two-seat, he's got a smile on his face because he knows he's doing what he came here to do. There we are at the finish line, St. Peter's College. Well done, St. Peter's College, into the A final. It'll be B final for Christchurch boys. Who's going to be third? St. Kentigans will join them in the B final. Fourth place here going to Christ College. Number 3 will be in the B final as well. And the final crew to join them in the B final, here it is, King's College, number 2. Into the B final. That is Rep Charge 1, the boys under 18, Cox 8, sponsored by Milford. Next up will be the second Rep Charge. Of course, Milford are our official live stream partners. They really help us out here at Altitude HD. Great comments coming through. I like the comment that says good commentary. I'll take it. That is our Altitude HD team. Couldn't do it without all of us. And yes, I'm getting word about this Coxon race that everyone is so excited about. I will say it is one of my highlights of the regatta. But let's head back up the lake for Repecharge number 2. The final Repecharge of day 3 of the Maadi Regatta. This is the boys under 18 Coxed 8, sponsored by Milford. In lane 1, we have St. Peter's College number 2. In 2, St. Andrews. In 3, Christ College number 2. In 4, St. Thomas of Canterbury. 5, it's Auckland Grammar number 2. 6, it's Auckland Grammar number 1. And in 7, St. John's Hamilton. Let's see who is in the lead, though. It looks to be the nice red boat of St. Thomas of Canterbury currently in the lead. And a good battle between Auckland Grammar number 1 and Christ College number 2 for second place. Then it would be back to Auckland Grammar number 2 for 4th place. Of course, only 1 into the A final. 2, 3, 4, and 5 into the B. So St. Thomas of Canterbury moving through the 1K marker there with about a half a boat length lead over Christ College number 2 and Auckland Grammar. This third 500, very important. Let's see who's going to get the strength behind them. Christ College there, Christ College number 2 is certainly got a bit of momentum with them. They seem to be moving, they seem to be eating into St. Thomas's of Canterbury's lead. Auckland Grammar about a length behind Christ's, and then about 3/4 of a length boat back to their second boat and St. Andrews College. But it is St. Thomas of Canterbury that had the lead. They obviously went out early. They went out hard and they went out early because you got to throw everything and the kitchen sink at a repecharge if you want to make the final, particularly when the progression is 1 through to the A final. But they still have the lead. Moving through the 1250 metre marker, St. Thomas of Canterbury about a third of a boat length over Christ. So Christ really put in a good move there, but St. Thomas of Canterbury has responded well to it. And we're getting plenty of people cheering us on. Go boys. Let's see, go boys. But St. Thomas of Canterbury is still holding about a third of a length over Christ College number 2. Plenty of Christ College crews in this event. I got to keep remembering which one I'm talking about. But it is St. Thomas Canterbury. St. Thomas Canterbury with about a canvas now. So yeah, as you just see the Christ College coxswain there look over at St. Thomas's. That's Daniel Wilson. He is really getting amongst his boys there, trying to move them up as we come through the 1500 metre marker. St. Thomas Canterbury has done so well in the early stages of this race to put themselves in the lead and in that progression spot. But Christ College is certainly coming for it. Christ College is just moving up every stroke, and St. Thomas at Canterbury responds well. As you see the coxswains there look at each other. They eyeball each other to just drive their crews on. They are very locked into what is happening as we're seeing Christ. The momentum is with Christ. Christ is moving every stroke. St. Thomas of Canterbury has done so well. Are they going to hold on? Christ, though, is lifting it, and they seem to be moving. Only one of these boats will be progressed to the A final. The other will be in the B final. As we come down to the final 250 metres and they go through it together. Let's see if St. Thomas Canterbury is going to lift. Christ seem to be holding their speed there at the moment. Is St. Thomas Canterbury going to lift it to move ahead of them? Christ is maintaining their speed, and so is St. Thomas Canterbury. You can see it's bow ball for bow ball on the surge every stroke. Every stroke we have a different leader. But what matters is which bow ball crosses the finish line first. With 100 metres to go. 100 100 metres to go of Repcharge 2, the boys under 18, Cox 8. One of these is into the A final. St Thomas's of Canterbury is pushing up. St Thomas's of Canterbury is having a flying last 100 metres here. I hope you're on the bags cheering for St Thomas's, because look at them go as we get to the finish line. Fantastic work from St Thomas's of Canterbury. Of course, it wasn't without a valiant effort from Christ College number 2, driving through in that third 500. But St Thomas's, they did the work early and they were not going to let it go. That last 100 from St Thomas's was something, wasn't it? They really wound it up. Yes, I agree with the comments. What a race we have here. It was a fantastic race there in Repcharge 2, the boys under 18, Cox 8, sponsored by Milford, invested in you. That is the last Repcharge of the Maadi Regatta. That is day 3, although we've all been hearing about this Coxon race all day, and we will live stream it when it happens. So I know you're on the edges of your seats. Stay there. But let's look at the crowd. Give us a wave. Surely you can see us. Surely you can see us buzzing about. Yep, that's our drone. His name is Buzz Lightyear because he buzzes. And here you are all waving at us. We've got some Cambridge High there. Oh, great work, team. It is a hot day. You obviously want to cool off a little bit in a safe manner. There is Villa Maria, I think those roasters looks like. Yeah, give us a little dance. Everyone very happy. Westlake boys, give us a wave. Can see you all standing there. A couple of ACG Strathallens as well. And you can see the big screen as well. See the big screen. Of course, this feed is projected onto that big screen. So if you are at the regatta, you can check it out there. But you want to listen to the commentary too, as we see everyone enjoying themselves on the shores of Lake Karapiro. That is where we are. This fine, fine lake we are lucky to have here in New Zealand. And yeah, ACG Strathallan. Hi. Yeah, give us a dab. That's it. There we go. There's some waves. Thanks. Thank you. Wait, you never know. Who of your relatives might be watching right now, and they might quite enjoy seeing a wave from you. Doesn't Granddad love a wave? You know. Oh, we've got some Dustin School for Girls there checking out the pontoon. Got some photographers down there as well, getting some good snaps, no doubt, particularly with the exciting racing that we've been having. Hey girls, from Auckland and Dio, they're those red hats. Yeah, give us another wave. Yeah, keep waving. That's funny because I'm talking to them as if they can hear me. There they are. Yeah. Nice. Lovely shot there. Lovely shot from the Auckland Dawson School girls as we check out the boys' 8s just cruising into the pontoons. And I am seeing some boats going on the water. And I wonder what they're for if it's not the Coxon's race, you know? I will be back in about 2 minutes, team. You'll listen to our lovely music for about 2 minutes.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Taupo Nui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, these communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the emerging scholarship with rowing, and the amount has doubled from 5,000 to 10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Liddell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport that you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there would like to just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
And what do you think of rowing?
I love rowing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's brought us all together as one big friend group.
You get up really early in the morning.
That is true.
Finn, can you give us a rundown of what goes through your head during the race, right from start to finish, like as though we're absolutely green, we've never seen a coastal race in our life?
Well, the first thing for me is trying to keep calm because it's very quick and you don't want to get too flustered or you can kind of screw your race up. So trying to stay calm while also being like really on the ball. Gun goes, it's a 1v1 race, so you're running separate directions out to your boats. First challenge is getting in. So you want to kind of take your time, find your seat. You can lose a lot of time in the start if you don't get in the boat properly. So usually someone is holding your seat for you. You can sit down, get your feet in. The boat handlers will start moving you out. Once you've got your oars, then you're off sprinting. A major thing with the beach sprint is waves, and that can either win you or cost you the race, really. So a lot of variability based on the swells. So we're making our way out past 3 buoys. You want to keep as straight a course as possible. Ideally, you can actually hit the buoy with your rigger or oar to keep that straight line. First buoy we take to our stroke side, our second buoy we come on our bow, and the final buoy we end up doing a full turn 180 and come straight back into the beach. Now, this is where you want to try and time yourself with waves. Sometimes you get nothing, sometimes you can get a really nice run in, and it makes a huge difference if you can ride a wave all the way into the beach. Getting into the beach is our exit. Again, another make or break of the race.
How do you exit?
Hopefully on my feet. Sometimes you can end up on your face. Ideally, we make it out on our feet, and then it's a sprint up around a flag and up to a buzzer on the finish line.
How tired are you after a coastal race?
You're pretty smoked.
Think of it, the Coxon race has just started. Would you believe it or not? Or maybe it hasn't. These coxswains obviously very good at directing crews themselves, but can you imagine putting 4 of them in the boat and they're all going to try directing each other? And typically it is always a bit of fun to put a rower in the coxswain seat. So we are looking here at the coxswains lining up at the 1750 metre Milford buoy there. So it'll be about the final 250 metres of the race. Obviously I don't have a start list. This one isn't on Row It, but we can look at the row suits potentially of them and try and decipher. But for anyone who is wondering out there, the boys under 18-8s, St Peter's did win their rep with 6:07. They were well in front. But then St Thomas Canterbury come through 6:09, so they'll be great. But look, the race that matters, the Coxon race, here we are. That's the most exciting race of the regatta, I say. And they are off. We've got some sweeping, we've got some fours, we've got some quads. We've got a good quad there in the middle that is certainly light and bright, off to a strong start. We're getting a few crabs, just 3 boats over, a wee collision there. No doubt they'll come back from it. Great work stopping there. They'll be all telling each other what to do. Coxswains, after all, I like the strategy of the boat there that has 1 balancing and 3 rowing. Great strategy there to hold the balance. But down on the inside there is really going for it. Down on the inside, that quad. Oh, look at the power coming from those coxswains. That quad down on the inside really coming for the lead. But this one here with the B1 on their bow, they're doing very well, the early leaders. But it is the quad down on the inside that is pushing through. Very close race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and well, 15th. Everyone is in this race with about 30 metres left to go. That crew on the inside, they're going to take the lead. Everyone on the back, come on, let's cheer them on. How good. Yeah, you win the coxswains race. You have the strongest coxswains. How good. 2nd to the crew that had the early leaders. Oh, and I would say there was probably a tie for 3rd and 4th there. Oh, wow, it's the Westlake coxswains. Yeah, Westlake. I reckon they done a bit of training. Who knows? Westlake, I love to see it. Oh, Westlake, that was a very fast quad you had there. Fantastic, coxswains. But watch out, you're about to crash into McLean's. She's trying to tell you to go away. But great work there from the coxswains, our people that always drive us forwards. It is so much fun when they get to row themselves and show us that they can also row. So that is why we should listen to them. Rowers, coxswains do know what they're doing. But man, what a race that was, thick and fast. 250 metres. Just a reminder, the LA Olympics is going to 1,500, so maybe we'll get some racing just that fast as well. But look at the coxswains there, all having a great time. I would say that it was a successful, safe race. The umpires will be very happy with that. And look how many people came down to support our coxswains. Come on, rowers, let's show your coxswain support. How good was that? So much fun. Love the coxswains race. In the water, we've still got Cambridge High in the water there, cooling off. Nice. And everyone else, give us a wave. I feel like I see some Otago. Yes, there we go. I was looking at you and you knew that. You waved at me. Great work, team. Oh, wow, that coxswains race, 250 metres with a lot more boats than 8 is very hard to call, very fast. But a lot of fun, everyone, a lot of fun. How good was that coxswains race? Love to see them out there doing it. And here's Cambridge High. Hi, Cambridge High. The local school, of course. Cambridge High, this is their lake. They're here every day. Hey, don't stress. You can't splash us. Otherwise, then we won't be working. But yeah, that's all right. Nice. Everyone down there. Oh yeah, we get some good waves there. I like them. I like them on the left. Drone driver. They look fun. I don't trust you, Cambridge. You try to pull us in close, but I reckon you might slash us. And we're delicate. Yeah, there's some nice waves there. And them. Hi team. Hi everyone. Wave at all your supporters online. We've got many people watching from all over the world right now. So make sure you say hi. Let them know how much fun we're having down here at the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Oh, dabs. Classic, isn't it? You can't go wrong with a dab. And there's some St. Paul's kids going for a run as well in the background. And we'll say hi to these ones as well. Everyone here. And Whakatane, I feel like I see some Whakatane there. This is a fun game for me of where's Wally? It's like spot the row suit, spot the uniform. I see some mags wandering down. This is very fun. But anyway, that coxswains race, how exciting. How exciting was the coxswains race, everyone. And that concludes day 3 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta as we get a nice wide shot of the whole. Look at all those tents. Remember, we got 160 schools here, everyone. 160 schools. So those are all those tents and our beautiful Mount Maungatautari in the distance. We're, of course, sitting in the skirt of her. So we'll be back tomorrow, team. The team here from Altitude HD will be back for more commentary of semi-finals. We thought today got more interesting with the repecharges. You wait to the semi-finals. Racing will get even better. My name is Meg. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.